go. He had just begun to get a sense of the missing word that might fill one of the gaps. He almost had it, and "You might keep some goats," Silence said. Dulce considered himself a wordy, impatient man with a short temper. The necessity of not swearing had been a burden to him in his youth, and for 30 years the imbecility of prentices, clients, cows and chickens had tried him sorely. Prentices and clients were afraid of his tongue, though cows and chickens paid no attention to his outbursts. He had never been angry at Silence before. There was a very long pause. "What for?" Silence apparently did not notice the pause or the extreme softness of Dulce's voice. "Milk, cheese, roast kid, company," he said. "Have you ever kept goats?" Dulce asked, in the same soft, polite voice. Silence shook his head. He was, in fact, a town boy, born in Gauntport. He had said nothing about himself, but Dulce had asked around a bit. The father, a longshoreman, had died in the big earthquake when Silence would have been 7 or 8. The mother was a cook at a waterfront inn. At 12, the boy had got into some kind of trouble, probably messing about with magic, and his mother had managed to prentice him to Elasson, a respectable sorcerer in Volmouth. There the boy had picked up his true name and some skill in carpentry and farm work, if not much else. And Elasson had had the generosity after 3 years to pay his passage to Roke. That was all Dulce knew about him. "I dislike goat cheese," Dulce said. Silence nodded, acceptant as always. From time to time in the years since then, Dulce remembered how he hadn't lost his temper when Silence asked about keeping goats, and each time the memory gave him a quiet satisfaction like that of finishing the last bite of a perfectly ripe pear. After spending the next several days trying to recapture the missing word, he had set Silence to studying the Acastan spells. Together they finally worked it out, a long toil. "Like ploughing with a blind ox," Dulce said. Not long after that, he gave Silence the staff he had made for him of Gauntish oak. And the Lord of Gauntport had tried once again to get Dulce to come down to do what needed doing in Gauntport, and Dulce had sent Silence down instead. And there he had stayed. And Dulce was standing on his own doorstep, 3 eggs in his hand, and the rain running cold down his back. How long had he been standing here? Why was he standing here? He had been thinking about mud, about the floor, about Silence. Had he been out walking on the path above the Overfell? No, that was years ago. Years ago. In the sunlight. It was raining. He had fed the chickens and come back to the house with 3 eggs. They were still warm in his hand, silky, brown, lukewarm eggs. And the sound of thunder was still in his mind. The vibration of thunder was in his bones, in his feet. Thunder? No. There had been a thunderclap a while ago. This was not thunder. He had had this queer feeling and had not recognized it back. When? Long ago. Back before all the days and years he had been thinking of. When had it been? Before the earthquake. Just before the earthquake. Just before a half-mile of the coast at Earthsea slumped into the sea and people died, crushed, in the ruins of their villages, and a great wave swamped the wharfs at Gauntport. He stepped down from the doorstep onto the dirt so that he could feel the ground with the nerves of his soles, but the mud slimed and fouled any messages the dirt had for him. He set the eggs down on the doorstep, sat down beside them, cleaned his feet with rainwater from the pot by the step, wiped them dry with the rag that hung on the handle of the pot, rinsed and wrung out the rag, and hung it on the handle of the pot, picked up the eggs, stood up slowly and went into his house. He gave a sharp look at his staff, which leaned in the corner behind the door. He put the eggs in the larder, ate an apple quickly because he was hungry, and took up his staff. It was yew, bound at the foot with copper, worn to satin at the grip. Nemele had given it to him. "Stand," he said to it in its language, and let go of it. It stood as if he had driven it into a socket. "To the root," he said impatiently, in the language of the making. "To the root." He watched the staff that stood on the shining floor. In a little while he saw it quiver very slightly, a shiver, a tremble. "Ah, said the old wizard. "What should I do?" he said aloud after a while. The staff swayed, was still, shivered again. "Enough of that, my dear," Dull said, laying his hand on it. "Come now. No wonder I kept thinking about Silence. I should send for him. Send to him. No, what did Ard say? Find the centre. Find the centre. That's the question to ask. That's what to do." As he muttered on to himself, routing out his heavy cloak, setting water to boil on the small fire he had lighted earlier, he wondered if he had always talked to himself, if he had talked all the time when Silence lived with him. No, it had become a habit after Silence left, he thought, with the bit of his mind that went on thinking the ordinary thoughts of life, while the rest of it made preparations for terror and destruction. He hard-boiled the 3 new eggs and 1 already in the larder, and put them into a pouch along with 4 apples and a bladder of resinated wine, in case he had to stay out all night. He shrugged arthritically into his heavy cloak, took up his staff, told the fire to go out, and left. He no longer kept a cow. He stood looking into the poultry yard, considering. The fox had been visiting the orchard lately, but the chickens would have to forage if he stayed away. They must take their chances like everyone else. He opened their gate a little. Though the rain was no more than a misty drizzle now, they stayed hunched up under the hen-house eaves, disconsolate. The king had not crowed once this morning. "Have you anything to tell me?" Dulce asked them. Brown Buka, his favourite, shook herself and said her name a few times. The others said nothing. "Well, take care. I saw the fox on the full moon night," Dulce said, and went on his way. As he walked, he thought. He thought hard. He recalled all he could of matters his teacher had spoken of once only and long ago. Strange matters. So strange he had never known if they were true wizardry or mere witchery, as they said on Roke. Matters he certainly had never heard about on Roke, nor had he ever spoken about them there, maybe fearing the masters would despise him for taking such things seriously, maybe knowing they would not understand them, because they were Gontish matters, truths of Gont. They were not written even in Ard's law books, that had come down from the great mage Enas of Perigol. They were all word of mouth. They were home truths. "If you need to read the mountain," his teacher had told him, "go to the dark pond at the top of Semari's cow pasture. You can see the ways from there. You need to find the centre. See where to go in." "Go in?" the boy Dulce had whispered. "What could you do from outside?" Dulce was silent for a long time and then said, "How?" "Thus," and Ard's long arms stretched out and upward in the invocation of what Dulce would know later was a great spell of transforming. Ard spoke the words of the spell awry, as teachers of wizardry must do, lest the spell operate. Dulce knew the trick of hearing them aright and remembering them. When Ard was done, Dulce had repeated the words in his mind in silence, half sketching the strange, awkward gestures that were part of them. All at once, his hand stopped. "But you can't undo this," he said aloud. Ard nodded. "It is irrevocable." Dulce knew no transformation that was irrevocable, no spell that could not be unset, except the word of unbinding, which is spoken only once. But why? "At need," Ard said. Dulce knew better than to ask for explanation. The need to speak such a spell could not come often. The chance of his ever having to use it was very slight. He let the terrible spell sink down in his mind and be hidden and layered over with 1,000 useful or beautiful or enlightening majories and charms. All the law and rules of Roke, all the wisdom of the books Ard had bequeathed him. Crude, monstrous, useless, it lay in the dark of his mind for 60 years, like the cornerstone of an earlier forgotten house down in the cellar of a mansion full of lights and treasures and children. The rain had ceased, though mist still hid the peak and shreds of clouds drifted through the high forests. Though not a tireless walker like Silence, who would have spent his life wandering in the forests of Gaunt Mountain if he could, Dulce had been born in Realby and knew the roads and ways around it as part of himself. He took the shortcut at Earthsea's well and came out before midday on Semary's high pasture, a level step on the mountainside. A mile below it, all in sunlight now, the farm buildings stood in the lee of a hill across which a flock of sheep moved like a cloud shadow. Gaunt Port and its bay were hidden under the steep, knotted hills that stood inland above the city. Dulce wandered about a bit before he found what he took to be the dark pond. It was small, half mud and reeds, with one vague, boggy path to the water and no tracks on that but goat hoofs. The water was dark, though it lay out under the bright sky and far above the peat soils. Dulce followed the goat tracks, growling when his foot slipped in the mud and he wrenched his ankle to keep from falling. At the brink of the water he stood still. He stooped to rub his ankle. He listened. It was absolutely silent. No wind, no bird call, no distant lowing or bleating or call of voice, as if all the island had gone still. Not a fly buzzed. He looked at the dark water. It reflected nothing. Reluctant, he stepped forward, barefoot and bare-legged. He had rolled up his cloak into his pack an hour ago when the sun came out. Reeds brushed his legs. The mud was soft and sucking under his feet, full of tangling reed roots. He made no noise as he moved slowly out into the pool, and the circles of ripples from his movement were slight and small. It was shallow for a long way. Then his cautious foot felt no bottom, and he paused. The water shivered. He felt it first on his thighs, a lapping like the tickling touch of fur. Then he saw it, the trembling of the surface all over the pond. Not the round ripples he made, which had already died away, but a ruffling, a roughening, a shudder again and again. "Where?" he whispered, and then said the word aloud in the language all things understand that have no other language. There was the silence. Then a fish leapt from the black, shaking water, a white-grey fish the length of his hand, and as it leapt it cried out in a small, clear voice in that same language, "Yarved!" The old wizard stood there. He recollected all he knew of the names of Gaunt, brought all its slopes and cliffs and ravines into his mind, and in a minute he saw where Yarved was. It was the place where the ridges parted, just inland from Gaunt Port, deep in the knot of hills above the city. It was the place of the fault. An earthquake centered there could shake the city down, bring avalanche and tidal wave, close the cliffs of the bay together like hands clapping. Dulce shivered, shuddered all over like the water of the pool. He turned and made for the shore, hasty, careless where he set his feet, and not caring if he broke the silence by splashing and breathing hard. He slogged back up the path through the reeds till he reached dry ground and coarse grass, and heard the buzz of midges and crickets. He sat down then on the ground, hard, for his legs were shaking. "It won't do," he said, talking to himself in Hardic, and then he said, "I can't do it." Then he said, "I can't do it by myself." He was so distraught that when he made up his mind to call silence, he could not think of the opening of the spell which he had known for 60 years. Then, when he thought he had it, he began to speak a summoning instead, and the spell had begun to work before he realized what he was doing, and stopped and undid it word by word. He pulled up some grass and rubbed at the slimy mud on his feet and legs. It was not dry yet, and only smeared about on his skin. "I hate mud," he whispered. Then he snapped his jaws and stopped trying to clean his legs. "Dirt, dirt," he said, gently patting the ground he sat on. Then very slow, very careful, he began to speak the spell of calling. In a busy street leading down to the busy wharfs of Gaunt Port, the wizard, Guin, stopped short. The ship's captain beside him walked on several steps and turned to see Guin talking to the air. "But I will come, master," he said, and then after a pause, "How soon?" And after a longer pause, he told the air something in a language the ship's captain did not understand, and made a gesture that darkened the air about him for an instant. "Captain," he said, "I'm sorry. I must wait to spell your sails. An earthquake is near. I must warn the city. Do you tell them down there, every ship that can sail make for the open sea. Clear out past the armed cliffs. Good luck to you." And he turned and ran back up the street, a tall, strong man with rough greying hair, running now like a stag. Gaunt Port lies at the inner end of a long, narrow bay between steep shores. Its entrance from the sea is between two great headlands, the gates of the port, the armed cliffs, not 100 feet apart. The people of Gaunt Port are safe from sea pirates, but their safety is their danger. The long bay follows a fault in the earth, and jaws that have opened may shut. When he had done what he could to warn the city, and seen all the gate guards and port guards doing what they could to keep the few roads out from becoming choked and murderous with panicky people, Guin shut himself into a room in the signal tower of the port, locked the door, for everybody wanted him at once, and sent a sending to the dark pond in Semmery's cow pasture up on the mountain. His old master was sitting in the grass near the pond, eating an apple. Bits of eggshell flecked the ground near his legs, which were caked with drying mud. When he looked up and saw Guin's sending, he smiled a wide, sweet smile. But he looked old. He had never looked so old. Guin had not seen him for over a year, having been busy. He was always busy in Gaunt Port, doing the business of the lords and people. Never a chance to walk in the forests on the mountainside, or to come sit with Heleth in the little house at Realby and listen and be still. Heleth was an old man, near 80 now, and he was frightened. He smiled with joy to see Guin, but he was frightened. "I think what we have to do," he said without preamble, "is try to hold the fault from slipping much. You at the gates, and me at the inner end in the mountain. Working together, you know. We might be able to. I can feel it building up. Can you?" Guin shook his head. He let his sending sit down in the grass near Heleth, though it did not bend the stems of the grass where it stepped or sat. "I've done nothing but set the city in a panic and send the ships out of the bay," he said. What is it you feel? How do you feel it? They were technical questions, mage to mage. Heleth hesitated before answering. I learned about this from Ard, he said, and paused again. He had never told Ogion anything about his first teacher, a sorcerer of no fame even in Gaunt, and perhaps of ill fame. Ogion knew only that Ard had never gone to Roke, had been trained on Perigol, and that some mystery or shame darkened the name. Though he was talkative for a wizard, Heleth was silent as a stone about some things. And so Ogion, who respected silence, had never asked him about his teacher. It's not Roke magic, the old man said. His voice was dry, a little forced. Nothing against the balance, though. Nothing sticky. That had always been his word for evil doings, spells for gain, curses, black magic, sticky stuff. After a while searching for words, he went on, Dirt, rocks. It's a dirty magic. Old, very old as Gaunt Island. The old powers, Ogion murmured. Heleth said, I'm not sure. Will it control the earth itself? More a matter of getting in with it, I think, inside. The old man was burying the core of his apple and the larger bits of eggshell under loose dirt, patting it over them neatly. Of course, I know the words, but I'll have to learn what to do as I go. That's the trouble with the big spells, isn't it? You learn what you're doing while you do it. No chance to practice. He looked up. Ah, there. You feel that? Ogion shook his head. Straining, Heleth said, his hand still absently, gently patting the dirt as one might pat a scared cow. Quite soon now, I think. Can you hold the gates open, my dear? Tell me what you'll be doing. But Heleth was shaking his head. No, he said, no time, not your kind of thing. He was more and more distracted by whatever it was he sensed in the earth or air, and through him Ogion too felt that gathering, intolerable tension. They sat unspeaking. The crisis passed. Heleth relaxed a little, and even smiled. Very old stuff, he said, what I'll be doing. I wish now I'd thought about it more, passed it on to you, but it seemed a bit crude. Heavy-handed. She didn't say where she'd learned it. Here, of course. There are different kinds of knowledge, after all. She? Ard. My teacher. Heleth looked up, his face unreadable, its expression possibly sly. You didn't know that? No, I suppose I never mentioned it. I wonder what difference it made to her wizardry, her being a woman, or to mine, my being a man. What matters, it seems to me, is whose house we live in, and who we let enter the house. This kind of thing. There again. His sudden tension and immobility, the strained face and inward look, were like those of a woman in labour when her womb contracts. That was Ogion's thought, even as he asked, What did you mean, in the mountain? The spasm passed. Heleth answered, Inside it. There at Yaved. He pointed to the knotted hills below them. I'll go in. Try to keep things from sliding around, eh? I'll find out how when I'm doing it, no doubt. I think you should be getting back to yourself. Things are tightening up. He stopped again, looking as if he were in intense pain, hunched and clenched. He struggled to stand up. Unthinking, Ogion held out his hand to help him. No use, said the old wizard, grinning. You're only wind and sunlight. Now I'm going to be dirt and stone. You'd best go on. Farewell, Ihal. Keep the mouth open for once, eh? Ogion, obedient, bringing himself back to himself in the stuffy tapestried room in Gauntport, did not understand the old man's joke until he turned to the window and saw the armed cliffs down at the end of the long bay, the jaws ready to snap shut. "I will," he said, and set to it. "What I have to do, you see," the old wizard said, still talking to Silence because it was a comfort to talk to him, even if he was no longer there, "is get into the mountain right inside, but not the way a sorcerer prospector does, not just slipping about between things and looking and tasting. Deeper, all the way in, not the veins, but the bones. So." And standing there alone in the high pasture in the noonlight, Heleth opened his arms wide in the gesture of invocation that opens all the greatest spells, and he spoke. Nothing happened as he said the words Ard had taught him, his old witch teacher with her bitter mouth and her long, lean arms, the words spoken awry then, spoken truly now. Nothing happened. And he had time to regret the sunlight and the sea wind, and to doubt the spell, and to doubt himself, before the earth rose up around him, dry, warm, and dark. In there he knew he should hurry, that the bones of the earth ached to move, and that he must become them to guide them, but he could not hurry. There was on him the bewilderment of any transformation. He had in his day been fox and bull and dragonfly, and knew what it was to change being, but this was different, this slow enlargement. "I am vastening," he thought. He reached out towards Yaved, towards the ache, the suffering. As he came closer to it, he felt a great strength flow into him from the west, as if Silence had taken him by the hand after all. Through that link, he could send his own strength, the mountain's strength, to help. "I didn't tell him I wasn't coming back," he thought. His last words in Hardic, his last grief, for he was in the bones of the mountain now. He knew the arteries of fire and the beat of the great heart. He knew what to do. It was in no tongue of man that he said, "Be quiet, be easy. There now, there, hold fast. So, there, we can be easy." And he was easy. He was still. He held fast, rock in rock, and earth in earth, in the fiery dark of the mountain. It was their mage Ogion whom the people saw stand alone on the roof of the signal tower on the wharf, when the streets ran up and down in waves, the cobbles bursting out at them, and walls of clay brick puffed into dust, and the armed cliffs leaned together groaning. It was Ogion they saw, his hands held out before him, straining, parting, and the cliffs parted with them and stood straight, unmoved. The city shuddered and stood still. It was Ogion who stopped the earthquake. They saw it. They said it. "My teacher was with me, and his teacher with him," Ogion said when they praised him. "I could hold the gate open because he held the mountains still." They praised his modesty and did not listen to him. Listening is a rare gift, and men will have their heroes. When the city was in order again, and the ships had all come back, and the walls were being rebuilt, Ogion escaped from praise and went up into the hills above Gauntport. He found the queer little valley called Trimmer's Dell, the true name of which in the language of the making was Yaved, as Ogion's true name was Ihal. He walked about there all one day as if seeking something. In the evening he lay down on the ground and talked to it. "You should have told me. "I could have said goodbye," he said. He wept then, and his tears fell on the dry dirt among the grass stems and made little spots of mud, little sticky spots. He slept there on the ground with no pallet or blanket between him and the dirt. At sunrise he got up and walked by the high road over to Realby. He did not go into the village, but passed it to the house that stood alone north of the other houses at the beginning of the Overfell. The door stood open. The last beans had got big and coarse on the vines. The cabbages were thriving. 3 hens came clucking and pecking around the dusty dooryard, a red, a brown, a white. A grey hen was setting her clutch in the hen house. There were no chicks, and no sign of the cock, the king, Heleth had called him. The king is dead, Ogion thought. Maybe a chick is hatching even now to take his place. He thought he caught a whiff of fox from the little orchard behind the house. He swept out the dust and leaves that had blown in the open doorway across the floor of polished wood. He set Heleth's mattress and blanket in the sun to air. "I'll stay here a while," he thought. "It's a good house." After a while he thought, "I might keep some goats." On the high marsh. The island of Semel lies north and west across the Pelnish Sea from Havnor, south and west of the Enlades. Though it is one of the great isles of the Earthsea archipelago, there aren't many stories from Semel. Enlad has its glorious history, and Havnor its wealth, and Palm its ill repute, but Semel has only cattle and sheep, forests and little towns, and the great silent volcano called Ondanden, standing over all. South of Ondanden lies a land where the ashes fell 100 feet deep when last the volcano spoke. Rivers and streams cut their way seaward through that high plain, winding and pooling, spreading and wandering, making a marsh of it, a big, desolate waterland with a far horizon, few trees, not many people. The ashy soil grows a rich, bright grass, and the people there keep cattle, fattening beef for the populous southern coast, letting the animals stray for miles across the plain, the rivers serving as fences. As mountains will, Ondanden makes the weather. It gathers clouds around it. The summer is short, the winter long out on the high marsh. In the early darkness of a winter day, a traveller stood at the wind-swept crossing of 2 paths, neither very promising, mere cattle tracks among the reeds, and looked for some sign of the way he should take. As he came down the last slope of the mountain, he had seen houses here and there out in the marshlands, a village not far away. He had thought he was on the way to the village, but had taken a wrong turning somewhere. Tall reeds rose up close beside the paths, so that if a light shone anywhere, he couldn't see it. Water chuckled softly somewhere near his feet. He had used up his shoes walking round Ondanden on the cruel roads of black lava. The soles were worn right through, and his feet ached with the icy damp of the marsh paths. It grew darker quickly. A haze was coming up from the south, blotting out the sky. Only above the huge, dim bulk of the mountain did stars burn clearly. Wind whistled in the reeds, soft, dismal. The traveller stood at the crossway and whistled back at the reeds. Something moved on one of the tracks, something big, dark, in the darkness. "Are you there, my dear?" said the traveller. He spoke in the old speech, the language of the making. "Come along then, Ola," he said, and the heifer came a step or two towards him, towards her name, while he walked to meet her. He made out the big head more by touch than sight, stroking the silken dip between her eyes, scratching her forehead at the roots of the nubbin horns. "Beautiful. You are beautiful," he told her, breathing her grassy breath, leaning against her large warmth. "Will you lead me, dear Ola? Will you lead me where I need to go?" He was fortunate in having met a farm heifer, not one of the roaming cattle who would only have led him deeper into the marshes. His Ula was given to jumping fences, but after she had wandered a while she would begin to have fond thoughts of the cow barn, and the mother, from whom she still stole a mouthful of milk sometimes. And now she willingly took the traveller home. She walked, slow but purposeful, down one of the tracks, and he went with her, a hand on her hip when the way was wide enough. When she waded a knee-deep stream, he held on to her tail. She scrambled up the low, muddy bank and flicked her tail loose, but she waited for him to scramble even more awkwardly after her. Then she plodded gently on. He pressed against her flank and clung to her, for the stream had chilled him to the bone and he was shivering. "Moo," said his guide, softly, and he saw the dim, small square of yellow light just a little to his left. "Thank you," he said, opening the gate for the heifer, who went to greet her mother, while he stumbled across the dark house yard to the door. It would be Berry at the door, though why he knocked she didn't know. "Come in, you fool," she said, and he knocked again. And she put down her mending and went to the door. "Can you be drunk already?" she said, and then saw him. The first thing she thought was a king, a lord, Maharian of the songs, tall, straight, beautiful. The next thing she thought was a beggar, a lost man in dirty clothes, hugging himself with shivering arms. He said, "I lost my way. Have I come to the village?" His voice was hoarse and harsh, a beggar's voice, but not a beggar's accent. "It's a half-mile on," said Gift. "Is there an inn?" "Not till you'd come to Oraby, 10-12 miles on, south." She considered only briefly. "If you need a room for the night, I have one. Or San might, if you're going to the village." "I'll stay here if I may," he said, in that princely way, with his teeth chattering, holding on to the door jamb to keep on his feet. "Take your shoes off," she said. "They're soaking. Come in, then." She stood aside and said, "Come to the fire," and had him sit down in Bren's settle close to the hearth. "Stir the fire up a bit," she said. "Will you have a bit of soup? It's still hot." "Thank you, mistress," he muttered, crouching at the fire. She brought him a bowl of broth. He drank from it eagerly yet warily, as if long unaccustomed to hot soup. "You came over the mountain?" He nodded. "Whatever for?" "To come here," he said. He was beginning to tremble less. His bare feet were a sad sight, bruised, swollen, sodden. She wanted to tell him to put them right to the fire's warmth, but didn't like to presume. Whatever he wasn't a beggar by choice. "Not many come here to the high marsh," she said. "Peddlers and such, but not in winter." He finished his soup and she took the bowl. She sat down in her place, the stool by the oil lamp to the right of the hearth, and took up her mending. "Get warm through, and then I'll show you your bed," she said. "There's no fire in that room. Did you meet weather up on the mountain? They say there's been snow." "Some flurries," he said. She got a good look at him now in the light of lamp and fire. He was not a young man. Thin, not as tall as she had thought. It was a fine face, but there was something wrong, something amiss. "He looks ruined," she thought. "A ruined man." "Why would you come to the marsh?" she asked. She had a right to ask, having taken him in, yet she felt a discomfort in pressing the question. I was told there's a murren among the cattle here. Now that he wasn't all locked up with cold, his voice was beautiful. He talked like the tale-tellers when they spoke the parts of the heroes and the dragon lords. Maybe he was a teller or a singer. But no, the murren, he had said. There is. I may be able to help the beasts. You're a curer? He nodded. Then you'll be more than welcome. The plague is terrible among the cattle and getting worse. He said nothing. She could see the warmth coming into him, untying him. Put your feet up to the fire, she said abruptly. I have some old shoes of my husband's. It cost her something to say that. Yet when she had said it, she felt released, untied too. What was she keeping Bren's shoes for anyhow? They were too small for Berry and too big for her. She'd given away his clothes, but kept the shoes. She didn't know what for. For this fellow, it would seem. Things came round if you could wait for them, she thought. I'll set 'em out for you, she said. Yours are perished. He glanced at her. His dark eyes were large, deep, opaque like a horse's eyes, unreadable. He's dead, she said. 2 years. The marsh fever. You have to watch out for that here. The water. I live with my brother. He's in the village at the tavern. We keep a dairy. I make cheese. Our herd's been all right. And she made the sign to avert evil. I keep 'em close in. Out on the ranges the murren's very bad. Maybe the cold weather'll put an end to it. More likely to kill the beast that's sickened with it, the man said. He sounded a bit sleepy. I'm called Gift, she said. My brother's Berry. Golly, he named himself after a pause, and she thought it was a name he had made up to call himself. It did not fit him. Nothing about him fit together, made a whole. Yet she felt no distrust of him. She was easy with him. He meant no harm to her. She thought there was kindness in him, the way he spoke of the animals. He would have a way with them, she thought. He was like an animal himself, a silent, damaged creature that needed protection but couldn't ask for it. Come, she said, before you fall asleep there. And he followed her obediently to Berry's room, which wasn't much more than a cupboard built onto the corner of the house. Her room was behind the chimney. Berry would come in, drunk, in a while, and she'd put down the pallet in the chimney corner for him. Let the traveller have a good bed for a night. Maybe he'd leave a copper or two with her when he went on. There was a terrible shortage of coppers in her household these days. He woke, as he always did, in his room in the great house. He didn't understand why the ceiling was low, and the air smelt fresh but sour, and cattle were bawling outside. He had to lie still and come back to this other place and this other man, whose use name he couldn't remember, though he had said it last night to a heifer or a woman. He knew his true name, but it was no good here, wherever here was, or anywhere. There had been black roads and dropping slopes, and a vast green land lying down before him, cut with rivers, shining with waters, a cold wind blowing. The reeds had whistled, and the young cow had led him through the stream. And Emma had opened the door. He had known her name as soon as he saw her. But he must use some other name. He must not call her by her name. He must remember what name he had told her to call him. He must not be Eriath, though he was Erioth. Maybe in time he would be another man. No, that was wrong. He must be this man. This man's legs ached and his feet hurt. But it was a good bed, a feather bed, warm, and he need not get out of it yet. He drowsed a while, drifting away from Erioth. When he got up at last, he wondered how old he was and looked at his hands and arms to see if he was 70. He still looked 40, though he felt 70, and moved like it, wincing. He got his clothes on, foul as they were from days and days of travel. There was a pair of shoes under the chair, worn but good strong shoes, and a pair of knit wool stockings to go with them. He put the stockings on his battered feet and limped into the kitchen. Emma stood at the big sink, straining something heavy in a cloth. "Thank you for these. And the shoes," he said, and thanking her for the gift, remembered her youth's name, but said only mistress. "You're welcome," she said, and hoisted whatever it was into a massive pottery bowl and wiped her hands down her apron. He knew nothing at all about women. He had not lived where women were since he was 10 years old. He had been afraid of them, the women that shouted at him to get out of the way in that great other kitchen long ago. But since he had been travelling about in Earthsea, he had met women and found them easy to be with, like the animals. They went about their business, not paying much attention to him, unless he frightened them. He tried not to do that. He had no wish or reason to frighten them. They were not men. "Would you like some fresh curds? It makes a good breakfast." She was eyeing him, but not for long, and not meeting his eyes. Like an animal, like a cat, she was, sizing him up, but not challenging. There was a cat, a big grey, sitting on his 4 paws on the hearth, gazing at the coals. Erioth accepted the bowl and spoon she handed him and sat down on the settle. The cat jumped up beside him and purred. "Look at that," said the woman. "He's not friendly with most folk." "It's the curds." "He knows a cura, maybe." It was peaceful here with the woman and the cat. He had come to a good house. "It's cold out," she said. "Ice on the trough this morning. Will you be going on this day?" There was a pause. He forgot that he had to answer in words. "I'd stay if I might," he said. "I'd stay here." He saw her smile, but she was also hesitant, and after a while she said, "Well, you're welcome, sir, but I have to ask, can you pay a little?" "Oh, yes," he said, confused, and got up and limped back to the bedroom for his pouch. He brought her a piece of money, a little Enladian crown piece of gold. "Just for the food and the fire, you know. The peat costs so much now," she was saying, and then looked at what he offered her. "Oh, sir," she said, and he knew he had done wrong. "There's nobody in the village could change that," she said. She looked up into his face for a moment. "The whole village together couldn't change that," she said, and laughed. It was all right then, though the word change rang and rang in his head. "It hasn't been changed," he said, but he knew that was not what she meant. "I'm sorry," he said. "If I stayed a month, if I stayed the winter, would that use it up? I should have a place to stay while I work with the beasts." "Put it away," she said with another laugh and a flurried motion of her hands. "If you can cure the cattle, the cattleman will pay you, and you can pay me then. Call that surety if you like, but put it away, sir. It makes me dizzy to look at it. Berry, she said, as a knobbly, dried-up man came in the door with a gust of cold wind. "The gentleman will stay with us while he's curing the cattle. Speed the work. He's given us surety of payment, so you'll sleep in the chimney corner and him in the room. This is my brother Berry, sir." Berry ducked his head and muttered. His eyes were dull. It seemed to Erioth that the man had been poisoned. When Berry went out again, the woman came closer and said, resolute, in a low voice, "There's no harm in him but the drink. But there's not much left of him but the drink. It's eaten up most of his mind and most of what we have. So, do you see, put up your money where he won't see it, if you don't mind, sir. He won't come looking for it, but if he saw it, he'd take it. He often doesn't know what he's doing. Do you see?" "Yes," Erioth said. "I understand. You're a kind woman." She was talking about him, about his not knowing what he was doing. She was forgiving him. "A kind sister," he said. The words were so new to him, words he had never said or thought before, that he thought he had spoken them in the true speech, which he must not speak. But she only shrugged with a frowning smile. "Times I could shake his fool head off," she said, and went back to her work. He had not known how tired he was until he came to Haven. He spent all that day drowsing before the fire with the grey cat, while Gift went in and out at her work, offering him food several times. Poor, coarse food, but he ate it all slowly, valuing it. Come evening the brother went off, and she said with a sigh, "He'll run up a whole new line of credit at the tavern on the strength of us having a lodger. Not that it's your fault." "Oh, yes," Erioth said. "It was my fault." But she forgave, and the grey cat was pressed up against his thigh, dreaming. The cat's dreams came into his mind in the low fields where he spoke with the animals, the dusky places. The cat leapt there, and then there was milk and the deep, soft thrilling. There was no fault, only the great innocence. No need for words. They would not find him here. He was not here to find. There was no need to speak any name. There was nobody but her and the cat dreaming and the fire flickering. He had come over the dead mountain on black roads, but here the streams ran slow among the pastures. He was mad, and she didn't know what possessed her to let him stay. Yet she could not fear him or distrust him. What did it matter if he was mad? He was gentle, and might have been wise once, before what happened to him happened. And he wasn't so mad as all that. Mad in patches, mad at moments. Nothing in him was whole, not even his madness. He couldn't remember the name he had told her, and told people in the village to call him Otak. He probably couldn't remember her name either. He always called her mistress. But maybe that was his courtesy. She called him sir in courtesy, and because neither Golly or Otak seemed names well suited to him. An Otak, she had heard, was a little animal with sharp teeth and no voice. But there was no such creatures on the high marsh. She had thought maybe his talk of coming here to cure the cattle's sickness was one of the mad bits. He did not act like the curers who came by with remedies and spells and salves for the animals. But after he had rested a couple of days, he asked her who the cattlemen of the village were and went off, still walking sore-footed in Bren's old shoes. It made her heart turn in her, seeing that. He came back in the evening, lamer than ever, for of course San had walked him clear out into the long fields where most of his beeves were. Nobody had horses but Alder, and they were for his cowboys. She gave her guest a basin of hot water and a clean towel for his poor feet, and then thought to ask him if he might want a bath, which he did. They heated the water and filled the old tub, and she went into her room while he had his bath on the hearth. When she came out, it was all cleared away and wiped up, the towels hung before the fire. She'd never known a man to look after things like that, and who would have expected it of a rich man? Wouldn't he have servants where he came from? But he was no more trouble than the cat. He washed his own clothes, even his bedsheet, had it done and hung out one sunny day before she knew what he was doing. "You needn't do that, sir. I'll do your things with mine," she said. "No need," he said, in that distant way, as if he hardly knew what she was talking about. But then he said, "You work very hard." "Who doesn't? I like the cheese-making. There's an interest to it, and I'm strong. All I fear is getting old, when I can't lift the buckets and the moulds." She showed him her round, muscular arm, making a fist and smiling. "Pretty good for 50 years old," she said. It was silly to boast, but she was proud of her strong arms, her energy and skill. "Speed the work," he said gravely. He had a way with her cows that was wonderful. When he was there and she needed a hand, he took Berry's place, and as she told her friend Tawny, laughing, he was cannier with the cows than Bren's old dog had been. "He talks to 'em, and I'll swear they consider what he says, and that heifer follows him about like a puppy." Whatever he was doing out on the ranges with the beeves, the cattlemen were coming to think well of him. Of course they would grab at any promise of help. Half San's herd was dead. Alder would not say how many head he had lost. The bodies of cattle were everywhere. If it had not been cold weather, the marsh would have reeked of rotting flesh. None of the water could be drunk unless you boiled it an hour, except what came from the wells. Hers here and the one in the village which gave the place its name. One morning, one of Alder's cowboys turned up in the front yard riding a horse and leading a saddled mule. "Master Alder says Master Otak can ride her, it being a 10-12 miles out to the east fields," the young man said. Her guest came out of the house. It was a bright, misty morning, the marshes hidden by gleaming vapours. Ondanden floated above the mists, a vast broken shape against the northern sky. The curé said nothing to the cowboy, but went straight to the mule, or hinny rather, being out of San's big jenny by Alder's white horse. She was a whitey roan, young, with a pretty face. He went and talked to her for a minute, saying something in her big delicate ear and rubbing her topknot. "He does that," the cowboy said to Gift. "Talks at 'em." He was amused, disdainful. He was one of Berry's drinking mates at the tavern, a decent enough young fellow for a cowboy. "Is he curing the cattle?" she asked. "Well, he can't lift the murrain all at once, but it seems like he can cure a beast if he gets to it before the staggers begin. And those not struck yet, he says he can keep it off 'em, so the master's sending him all over the range to do what can be done. It's too late for many." The curé checked the girths, eased a strap, and got up in the saddle. Not expertly, but the hinny made no objection. She turned her long, creamy white nose and beautiful eyes to look at her rider. He smiled. Gift had never seen him smile. "Shall we go?" he said to the cowboy, who set off at once with a wave to Gift and a snort from his little mare. The curé followed. The hinny had a smooth, long-legged walk, and her whiteness shone in the morning light. Gift thought it was like seeing a prince ride off, like something out of a tale, the mounted figures that walked through bright mist across the vague dun of the winter fields and faded into the light and were gone. It was hard work out in the pastures. "Who doesn't do hard work?" Emma had asked, showing her round, strong arms, her hard red hands. The cattleman, Alder, expected him to stay out in these meadows until he had touched every living beast of the great herds there. Alder had sent 2 cowboys along. They made a camp of sorts, with a ground cloth and a half tent. There was nothing to burn out on the marsh, but small brushwood and dead reeds, and the fire was hardly enough to boil water, and never enough to warm a man. The cowboys rode out and tried to round up the animals so that he could come among them in a herd, instead of going to them one by one as they scattered out foraging in the pastures of dry, frosty grass. They could not keep the cattle bunched for long and got angry with them and with him for not moving faster. It was strange to him that they had no patience with the animals, which they treated as things, handling them as a log rafter handles logs in a river by mere force. They had no patience with him either, always at him to hurry up and get done with the job, nor with themselves, their life. When they talked to each other, it was always about what they were going to do in town, in Oreby, when they got paid off. He heard a good deal about the whores in Oreby, Daisy and Goldie, and the one they called the Burning Bush. He had to sit with the young men because they all needed what warmth there was to be got from the fire, but they did not want him there, and he did not want to be there with them. In them he knew was a vague fear of him as a sorcerer, and a jealousy of him, but above all, contempt. He was old, other, not one of them. Fear and jealousy he knew and shrank from, and contempt he remembered. He was glad he was not one of them, that they did not want to talk to him. He was afraid of doing wrong to them. He got up in the icy morning while they still slept rolled in their blankets. He knew where the cattle were nearby and went to them. The sickness was very familiar to him now. He felt it in his hands as a burning and a queasiness if it was much advanced. Approaching one steer that was lying down, he found himself dizzy and retching. He came no closer, but said words that might ease the dying, and went on. They let him walk among them, wild as they were, and having had nothing from men's hands but castration and butchery. He had a pleasure in their trust in him, a pride in it. He shouldn't, but he did. If he wanted to touch one of the great beasts, he had only to stand and speak to it a little while in the language of those who do not speak. "Ula," he said, naming them. "Elu. Elua." They stood big, indifferent. Sometimes one looked at him for a long time. Sometimes one came to him with its easy, loose, majestic tread and breathed into his open palm. All those that came to him he could cure. He laid his hands on them, on the stiff-haired, hot flanks and neck, and sent the healing into his hands with the words of power spoken over and over. After a while the beast would give a shake, or toss its head a bit, or step on, and he would drop his hands and stand there drained and blank for a while. Then there would be another one, big, curious, shyly bold, muddy-coated with the sickness in it like a prickling, a tingling, a hotness in his hands, a dizziness. "Hello," he would say, and walk to the beast and lay his hands upon it until they felt cool, as if a mountain stream ran through them. The cowboys were discussing whether or not it was safe to eat the meat of a steer dead at the murrin. The supply of food they had brought, meagre to start with, was about to run out. Instead of riding 20 or 30 miles to restock, they wanted to cut the tongue out of a steer that had died nearby that morning. He had forced them to boil any water they used. Now he said, "If you eat that meat, in a year you'll begin to get dizzy. You'll end with the blind staggers and die as they do." They cursed and sneered, but believed him. He had no idea if what he said was true. It had seemed true as he said it. Perhaps he wanted to spite them. Perhaps he wanted to get rid of them. "Ride back," he said. "Leave me here. There's enough food for one man for 3 or 4 days more. The hinny will bring me back." They needed no persuasion. They rode off, leaving everything behind, their blankets, the tent, the iron pot. "How do we get all that back to the village?" he asked the hinny. She looked after the 2 ponies and said what hinnies say. "Oh!" she said. She would miss the ponies. "We have to finish the work here," he told her, and she looked at him mildly. All animals were patient, but the patience of the horse kind was wonderful, being freely given. Dogs were loyal, but there was more of obedience in it. Dogs were hierarchs, dividing the world into lords and commoners. Horses were all lords. They agreed to collude. He remembered walking among the great plumed feet of cart horses, fearless, the comfort of their breath on his head, a long time ago. He went to the pretty hinny and talked to her, calling her his dear, comforting her so that she would not be lonely. It took him 6 more days to get through the big herds in the eastern marshes. The last 2 days he spent riding out to scattered groups of cattle that had wandered up towards the feet of the mountain. Many of them were not infected yet, and he could protect them. The hinny carried him bareback and made the going easy, but there was nothing left for him to eat. When he rode back to the village, he was light-headed and weak-kneed. He took a long time getting home from Alder's stable, where he left the hinny. Emma greeted him and scolded him and tried to make him eat, but he explained that he could not eat yet. "As I stayed there in the sickness, in the sick fields, I felt sick. After a while I'll be able to eat again," he explained. "You're crazy," she said, very angry. It was a sweet anger. Why could not more anger be sweet? "At least have a bath," she said. He knew what he smelled like and thanked her. "What's Alder paying you for all this?" she demanded, while the water was heating. She was still indignant, speaking more bluntly even than usual. "I don't know," he said. She stopped and stared at him. "You didn't set a price? Set a price?" He flashed out. Then he remembered who he was not and spoke humbly. "No, I didn't." "Of all the innocents," Gift said, hissing the word. "He'll skin you." She dumped a kettle full of steaming water into the bath. "He has ivory," she said. "Tell him ivory it has to be. Out there, 10 days, starving in the cold to cure his beasts. Sam's got nothing but copper, but Alder can pay you in ivory. I'm sorry if I'm meddling in your business, sir." She flung out the door with 2 buckets going to the pump. She would not use the stream water for anything at all these days. She was wise and kind. Why had he lived so long among those who were not kind? "We'll have to see," said Alder the next day, "if my beasts are cured. If they make it through the winter sea, we'll know your cure's all took, that they're sound like. Not that I doubt it, but fair's fair, right? You wouldn't ask me to pay you what I have in mind to pay you, would you now? If the cure didn't take and the beast died after all, avert the chance. But I wouldn't ask you to wait all that time unpaid neither. So, here's an advance, like on what's to come, and all square between us for now. Right?" The coppers weren't decently in a bag even. Eriath had to hold out his hand, and the cattleman laid out 6 copper pennies in it, one by one. "Now then, that's fair and square," he said, expansive. "And maybe you'll be looking at my yearlings over in the Long Pond pastures in the next day or so." "No," Eriath said. San's herd was going down fast when I left. I'm needed there. Oh, no, you're not, Master Otak. While you were out in the East Range, a sorcerer curer came by, a fellow that's been here before from the south coast, and so San hired him. You work for me, and you'll be paid well. Better than copper, maybe, if the beasts fare well. Eriath did not say yes or no or thanks, but went off unspeaking. The cattleman looked after him and spat. "Avert," he said. The trouble rose up in Eriath's mind as it had not done since he came to the High Marsh. He struggled against it. A man of power had come to heal the cattle, another man of power, but a sorcerer, Alder had said. Not a wizard, not a mage, only a curer, a cattle healer. I do not need to fear him. I do not need to fear his power. I do not need his power. I must see him to be sure, to be certain. If he does what I do here, there is no harm. We can work together. If I do what he does here. If he uses only sorcery and means no harm, as I do. He walked down the straggling street of Purewells to San's house, which was about midway opposite the tavern. San, a hard-bitten man in his 30s, was talking to a man on his doorstep, a stranger. When they saw Eriath, they looked uneasy. San went into his house and the stranger followed. Eriath came up onto the doorstep. He did not go in, but spoke in the open door. "Master San, it's about the cattle you have there between the rivers. I can go to them today." He did not know why he said this. It was not what he had meant to say. "Ah," San said, coming to the door and hemmed a bit. "No need, Master Otak. This here is Master Sunbright, come up to deal with the murrin. He's cured beasts for me before, for hoof rot and all, being as how you have all one man can do with Alder's beeves, you see." The sorcerer came out from behind San. His name was Ayeth. The power in him was small, tainted, corrupted by ignorance and misuse and lying, but the jealousy in him was like a stinging fire. "I've been doing business here some 10 years, he said, looking Eriath up and down. "A man walks in from somewhere north, takes my business. Some people would quarrel with that. A quarrel of sorcerers is a bad thing. If you're a sorcerer, a man of power, that is, I am, as the good people here well know." Eriath tried to say he did not want to quarrel. He tried to say that there was work for two. He tried to say he would not take the man's work from him. But all these words burned away in the acid of the man's jealousy that would not hear them, and burned them before they were spoken. Ayeth's stare grew more insolent as he watched Eriath stammer. He began to say something to San, but Eriath spoke. "You have," he said. "You have to go. Back." As he said, "back," his left hand struck down on the air like a knife, and Ayeth fell backward against a chair, staring. He was only a little sorcerer, a cheating healer with a few sorry spells, or so he seemed. What if he was cheating, hiding his power, a rival hiding his power, a jealous rival? He must be stopped. He must be bound, named, called. Eriath began to say the words that would bind him, and the shaken man cowered away, shrinking down, shrivelling, crying out in a thin, high wail. "It is wrong. Wrong. I am doing the wrong. I am the ill," Eriath thought. He stopped the spell words in his mouth, fighting against them, and at last crying out one other word. Then the man Ayeth crouched there, vomiting and shuddering, and San was staring and trying to say, "Avert, avert," and no harm was done. But the fire burned in Eriath's hands, burned his eyes when he tried to hide his eyes in his hands, burned his tongue away when he tried to speak. For a long time nobody would touch him. He had fallen down in a fit in San's doorway. He lay there now like a dead man. But the curer from the south said he wasn't dead, and was as dangerous as an adder. San told how Otak had put a curse on Sunbright and said some awful words that made him get smaller and smaller and wail like a stick in the fire, and then all in a moment he was back in himself again, but sick as a dog, as who could blame him? And all the while there was this light around the other one, Otak, like a wavering fire, and shadows jumping, and his voice not like any human voice. A terrible thing. Sunbright told them all to get rid of the fellow, but didn't stay around to see them do it. He went back down the south road as soon as he'd gulped a pint of beer at the tavern, telling them there was no room for two sorcerers in one village, and he'd be back, maybe, when that man, or whatever he was, had gone. Nobody would touch him. They stared from a distance at the heap lying in the doorway of San's house. San's wife wept aloud up and down the street. "Bad cess! Bad cess!" she cried. "Oh, my baby will be born dead, I know it." Berry went and fetched his sister after he had heard Sunbright's tale at the tavern, and San's version of it, and several other versions already current. In the best of them, Otak had towered up 10 feet tall and struck Sunbright into a lump of coal with lightning, before foaming at the mouth, turning blue, and collapsing in a heap. Gift hurried to the village. She went straight up to the doorstep, bent over the heap, and laid her hand on it. Everybody gasped and muttered, "Avert, avert," except Tawny's youngest daughter, who mistook the signs and piped up, "Speed the work." The heap moved and roused up slowly. They saw it was the curer, just as he had been, no fires or shadows, though looking very ill. "Come on," Gift said, and got him on his feet and walked slowly up the street with him. The villagers shook their heads. Gift was a brave woman, but there was such a thing as being too brave. Or brave, they said around the tavern table, in the wrong way, or the wrong place, d'you see? Nobody ought to meddle with sorcery that ain't born to it. Nor with sorcerers. You forget that. They seem the same as other folk, but they ain't like other folk. Seems there's no harm in a curer. Heal a foot rot, clear a caked udder, that's all fine. But cross one, and there you are. Fire and shadows and curses and falling down in fits. Uncanny. Always was uncanny, that one. Where'd he come from, anyhow? Answer me that. She got him onto his bed, pulled the shoes off his feet, and left him sleeping. Berry came in late and drunker than usual, so that he fell and gashed his forehead on the andiron. Bleeding and raging, he ordered Gift to kick the sorcerer out the house. Right away, kick him out. Then he vomited into the ashes and fell asleep on the hearth. She hauled him onto his pallet, pulled his shoes off his feet, and left him sleeping. She went to look at the other one. He looked feverish, and she put her hand on his forehead. He opened his eyes, looking straight into hers without expression. "Emma," he said, and closed his eyes again. She backed away from him, terrified. In her bed, in the dark, she lay and thought. He knew the wizard who named me. Or I said my name. Maybe I said it out loud in my sleep, or somebody told him. But nobody knows it. Nobody ever knew my name but the wizard and my mother. And they're dead. They're dead. I said it in my sleep. But she knew better. She stood with the little oil lamp in her hand, and the light of it shone red between her fingers and golden on her face. He said her name. She gave him sleep. He slept till late in the morning and woke as if from illness, weak and placid. She was unable to be afraid of him. She found that he had no memory at all of what had happened in the village, of the other sorcerer, even of the 6 coppers she had found scattered on the bed cover, which he must have held clenched in his hand all along. "No doubt that's what Alder gave you," she said. "The flint." "I said I'd see to his beasts at the pasture between the river, was it?" he said, getting anxious, the hunted look coming back into him, and he got up from the settle. "Sit down," she said. He sat down, but he sat fretting. "How can you cure when you're sick?" she said. "How else?" he said. But he quieted down again presently, stroking the grey cat. Her brother came in. "Come on out," he said to her as soon as he saw the curé dozing on the settle. She stepped outside with him. "Now I won't have him here, no more," Berry said, coming master of the house over her, with the great black gash in his forehead, and his eyes like oysters, and his hands juddering. "Where'll you go?" she said. "It's him has to go." "It's my house, Bren's house. He stays. Go or stay, it's up to you." "It's up to me too if he stays or goes, and he goes. You haven't got all the say-so. All the people say he ought to go. He's not canny." "Oh, yes. Since he's cured half the herds and got paid 6 coppers for it, time for him to go, right enough. I'll have him here as long as I choose, and that's the end of it." "They won't buy our milk and cheese," Berry whined. "Who says that?" "Sarn's wife, all the women." "Then I'll carry the cheeses to Oraby," she said, "and sell 'em there. In the name of honour, brother, go wash out that cut and change your shirt. You stink of the pothouse." And she went back into the house. "Oh, dear," she said, and burst into tears. "What's the matter, Emma?" said the curé, turning his thin face and strange eyes to her. "Oh, it's no good. I know it's no good. Nothing's any good with a drunkard," she said. She wiped her eyes with her apron. "Was that what broke you?" she said. "The drink?" "No," he said, taking no offence, perhaps not understanding. "Of course it wasn't. I beg your pardon," she said. "Maybe he drinks to try to be another man," he said, "to alter, to change." "He drinks because he drinks," she said. "With some, that's all it is. I'll be in the dairy now. I'll lock the house door. There's been strangers about. You rest yourself. It's bitter out." She wanted to be sure that he stayed indoors out of harm's way and that nobody came harassing him. Later on she would go into the village, have a word with some of the sensible people, and put a stop to this rubbishy talk if she could. When she did so, Alder's wife Tawny and several other people agreed with her that a squabble between sorcerers over work was nothing new and nothing to take on about. But Sarn and his wife and the tavern crew wouldn't let it rest, it being the only thing of interest to talk about for the rest of the winter, except the cattle dying. "Besides," Tawny said, "my man's never averse to paying copper where he thought he might have to pay ivory." "Are the cattle he touched keeping afoot then?" "So far as we can see, they are, and no new sickenings." "He's a true sorcerer, Tawny," Gift said, very earnest. "I know it." "That's the trouble, love," said Tawny, "and you know it. This is no place for a man like that. Whoever he is none of our business. But why did he come here, is what you have to ask." "To cure the beasts," Gift said. Sunbright had not been gone 3 days when a new stranger appeared in town, a man riding up the south road on a good horse and asking at the tavern for lodging. They sent him to San's house, but San's wife screeched when she heard there was a stranger at the door, crying that if San let another witch man in the door, her baby would be born dead twice over. Her screaming could be heard for several houses up and down the street, and a crowd, that is 10 or 11 people, gathered between San's house and the tavern. "Well, that won't do," said the stranger pleasantly. "I can't be bringing on a birth untimely. Is there maybe a room above the tavern?" "Send him on out to the dairy," said one of Alder's cowboys. "Gifts taking whatever comes." There was some sniggering and shushing. "Back that way," said the taverner. "Thanks," said the traveller, and led his horse along the way they pointed. "All the foreigners in one basket," said the taverner, and this was repeated that night at the tavern several dozen times, an inexhaustible source of admiration, the best thing anybody had said since the murrain. Gift was in the dairy, having finished the evening milking. She was straining the milk and setting out the pans. "Mistress," said a voice at the door, and she thought it was the curate and said, "Just a minute while I finish this," and then turning saw a stranger and nearly dropped the pan. "Oh, you startled me," she said. "What can I do for you then?" "I'm looking for a bed for the night." "No, I'm sorry, there's my lodger and my brother and me. Maybe San in the village. They sent me here. They said all the foreigners in one basket." The stranger was in his 30s, with a blunt face and a pleasant look, dressed plain, though the cob that stood behind him was a good horse. "Put me up in the cow barn, mistress. It'll do fine. It's my horse needs a good bed. He's tired. I'll sleep in the barn and be off in the morning. Cows are a pleasure to sleep with on a cold night. I'll be glad to pay you, mistress, if 2 coppers would suit. And my name's Hawk." "I'm Gift," she said, a bit flustered but liking the fellow. "All right then, Master Hawk. Put your horse up and see to him. There's the pump, there's plenty of hay. Come on in the house after. I can give you a bit of milk soup, and a penny will be more than enough, thank you." She didn't feel like calling him sir, as she always did the curate. This one had nothing of that lordly way about him. She hadn't seen a king when she first saw him, as with the other one. When she finished in the dairy and went to the house, the new fellow Hawk was squatting on the hearth, skilfully making up the fire. The curate was in his room, asleep. She looked in and closed the door. "He's not too well," she said, speaking low. "He was curing the cattle away out east over the marsh in the cold for days on end and wore himself out." As she went about her work in the kitchen, Hawk lent her a hand now and then in the most natural way, so that she began to wonder if men from foreign parts were all so much handier about the house than the men of the marsh. He was easy to talk with, and she told him about the curate, since there was nothing much to say about herself. "They'll use a sorcerer, and then ill-mouth him for his usefulness," she said. "It's not just." "But he scared 'em somehow, did he?" "I guess he did. Another curate came up this way, a fellow that's been by here before. Doesn't amount to much that I can see. He did no good to my cow with the caked bag 2 years ago, and his balm's just pig fat, I'd swear. Well, so he says to Otak, 'You're taking my business,' and maybe Otak says the same back, and they lose their tempers and they did some black spells, maybe. I guess Otak did. But he did no harm to the man at all, but fell down in a swoon himself, and now he doesn't remember any more about it, while the other man walked away unhurt, and they say every beast he touched is standing yet and hale. 10 days he spent out there in the wind and the rain, touching the beasts and healing them. And you know what the cattleman gave him? 6 pennies. Can you wonder he was a little rageous? But I don't say—" She checked herself and then went on. I don't say he's not a bit strange sometimes. The way witches and sorcerers are, I guess. Maybe they have to be, dealing with such powers and evils as they do. But he is a true man and kind. "Mistress," said Hawk, "may I tell you a story?" "Oh, are you a teller? Oh, why didn't you say so to begin with? Is that what you are, then? I wondered, it being winter and all, and you being on the roads. But with that horse, I thought you must be a merchant. Can you tell me a story? It would be the joy of my life, and the longer the better. But drink your soup first, and let me sit down to hear." "I'm not truly a teller, mistress," he said with his pleasant smile, "but I do have a story for you." And when he had drunk his soup, and she was settled with her mending, he told it. In the inmost sea, on the Isle of the Wise, on Roke Island, where all magery is taught, there are 9 masters, he began. She closed her eyes in bliss and listened. He named the masters, Hand and Herbal, Summoner and Pattener, Windkey and Chanter, and the Namer and the Changer. "The Changers and the Summoners are very perilous arts," he said. "Changing or transformation, you maybe know of, mistress. Even a common sorcerer may know how to work illusion changes, turning one thing into another thing for a little while, or taking on a semblance not his own. Have you seen that?" "Heard of it," she whispered. "And sometimes witches and sorcerers will say that they've summoned the dead to speak through them. Maybe a child the parents are grieving for. In the witch's hut, in the darkness, they hear it cry or laugh." She nodded. "Those are spells of illusion only, of seeming. But there are true changes and true summonings, and these may be true temptations to the wizard. It's a wonderful thing to fly on the wings of a falcon, mistress, and to see the earth below you with a falcon's eye. And summoning, which is naming truly, is a great power. To know the true name is to have power, as you know, mistress. And the summoner's art goes straight to that. It's a wonderful thing to summon up the semblance and the spirit of one long dead. To see the beauty of Elfaron in the orchards of Solea, as Morid saw it when the world was young." His voice had become very soft, very dark. "Well, to my story. 40 years and more ago, there was a child born on the Isle of Ark, a rich isle of the inmost sea, away south and east from Sermel. This child was the son of an under-steward in the household of the Lord of Ark. Not a poor man's son, but not a child of much account. And the parents died young. So not much heed was paid to him until they had to take notice of him because of what he did and could do. He was an uncanny brat, as they say. He had powers. He could light a fire or douse it with a word. He could make pots and pans fly through the air. He could turn a mouse into a pigeon and set it flying round the great kitchens of the Lord of Ark. And if he was crossed or frightened, then he did harm. He turned a kettle of boiling water over a cook who had mistreated him. "Mercy," whispered Gift. She had not sewn a stitch since he began. He was only a child, and the wizards of that household can't have been wise men, for they used little wisdom or gentleness with him. Maybe they were afraid of him. They bound his hands and gagged his mouth to keep him from making spells. They locked him in a cellar room, a room of stone, until they thought him tamed. Then they sent him away to live at the stables of the great farm, for he had a hand with animals and was quieter when he was with the horses. But he quarrelled with a stable boy and turned the poor lad into a lump of dung. When the wizards had got the stable boy back into his own shape, they tied up the child again and gagged his mouth and put him on a ship for Roke. They thought maybe the masters there could tame him. "Poor child," she murmured. Indeed, for the sailors feared him too and kept him bound that way all the voyage. When the doorkeeper of the great house of Roke saw him, he loosed his hands and freed his tongue. And the first thing the boy did in the great house, they say, he turned the long table of the dining hall upside down and soured the beer, and a student who tried to stop him got turned into a pig for a bit. But the boy had met his match in the masters. They didn't punish him, but kept his wild powers bound with spells until they could make him listen and begin to learn. It took them a long time. There was a rivalrous spirit in him that made him look on any power he did not have, anything he did not know, as a threat, a challenge, a thing to fight against until he could defeat it. There are many boys like that. I was one, but I was lucky. I learned my lesson young. Well, this boy did learn at last to tame his anger and control his power, and a very great power it was. Whatever art he studied came easy to him, too easy, so that he despised illusion and weatherworking and even healing, because they held no fear, no challenge to him. He saw no virtue in himself for his mastery of them. So after the archmage Nemele had given him his name, the boy set his will on the great and dangerous art of summoning, and he studied with the master of that art for a long time. He lived always on Roke, for it's there that all knowledge of magic comes and is kept. And he had no desire to travel and meet other kinds of people or to see the world, saying he could summon all the world to come to him, which was true. Maybe that's where the danger of that art lies. Now, what is forbidden to the summoner or any wizard is to call a living spirit. We can call to them, yes. We can send to them a voice or a presentment, a seeming of ourself, but we do not summon them in spirit or in flesh to come to us. Only the dead may we summon, only the shadows. You can see why this must be. To summon a living man is to have entire power over him, body and mind. No one, no matter how strong or wise or great, can rightly own and use another. But the spirit of rivalry worked in the boy as he grew to be a man. It's a strong spirit on Roke, always to do better than the others, always to be first. The art becomes a contest, a game. The end becomes a means to an end less than itself. There was no man there more greatly gifted than this man. Yet if any did better than he in anything, he found it hard to bear. It frightened him. It galled him. There was no place for him among the masters, since a new master summoner had been chosen, a strong man in his prime, not likely to retire or die. Among the scholars and other teachers, he had a place of honor, but he wasn't one of the 9. He'd been passed over. Maybe it wasn't a good thing for him to stay there, always among wizards and mages, among boys learning wizardry, all of them craving power and more power, striving to be strongest. At any rate, as the years went on, he became more and more aloof, pursuing his studies in his tower cell apart from others, teaching few students, speaking little. The summoner would send gifted students to him, but many of the boys there scarcely knew of him. In this isolation, he began to practice certain arts that are not well to practice and lead to no good thing. A summoner grows used to bidding spirits and shadows to come at his will and go at his word. Maybe this man began to think, who's to forbid me to do the same with the living? Why have I the power if I cannot use it? So he began to call the living to him. Those at Roke whom he feared, thinking them rivals, those whose power he was jealous of. When they came to him, he took their power from them for himself, leaving them silent. They couldn't say what had happened to them, what had become of their power. They didn't know. So at last he summoned his own master, the summoner of Roke, taking him unawares. But the summoner fought him both in body and spirit, and called to me, and I came. Together we fought against the will that would destroy us. Night had come. Gift's lamp had flickered out. Only the red glow of the fire shone on Hawke's face. It was not the face she had thought it. It was worn and hard and scarred all down one side. The Hawke's face, she thought. She held still, listening. This is not a teller's tale, mistress. This is not a story you will ever hear anyone else tell. I was new at the business of being archmage then, and younger than the man we fought, and maybe not afraid enough of him. It was all the two of us could do to hold our own against him, there in the silence, in the cell, in the tower. Nobody else knew what was going on. We fought. A long time we fought, and then it was over. He broke, like a stick breaking. He was broken, but he fled away. The summoner had spent a part of his strength for good, overcoming that blind will, and I didn't have the strength in me to stop the man when he fled, nor the wits to send anyone after him, and not a shred of power left in me to follow him with. So he got away from Roke, clean gone. We couldn't hide the wrestle we'd had with him, though we said as little about it as we could, and many there said good riddance, for he'd always been half mad, and now was mad entirely. But after the summoner and I got over the bruises on our souls, as you might say, and the great stupidity of mind that follows such a struggle, we began to think that it wasn't a good thing to have a man of very great power, a mage, wandering about Earthsea not in his right mind, and maybe full of shame and rage and vengefulness. We could find no trace of him. No doubt he changed himself to a bird or a fish when he left Roke, until he came to some other island. And a wizard can hide himself from all finding spells. We sent out inquiries, in the ways we have of doing so, but nothing and nobody replied. So we set off looking for him, the summoner to the eastern isles and I to the west. For when I thought about this man, I had begun to see in my mind's eye a great mountain, a broken cone with a long green land beneath it reaching to the south. I remembered my geography lessons when I was a boy at Roke, and the lay of the land on Semmel, and the mountain whose name is Andanden. So I came to the high marsh. I think I came the right way. There was a silence. The fire whispered. Should I speak to him? Gift asked in a steady voice. No need, said the man like a falcon. I will. And he said, Iriath? She looked at the door of the bedroom. It opened, and he stood there, thin and tired, his dark eyes full of sleep and bewilderment and pain. Good, he said. He bowed his head. After a while he looked up and asked, Will you take my name from me? Why should I do that? It means only hurt, hate, pride, greed. I'll take those names from you, Erioth, but not your own. I didn't understand, Erioth said, about the others, that they are other. We are all other. We must be. I was wrong. The man named Ged went to him and took his hands, which were half stretched out, pleading. You went wrong. You've come back. But you're tired, Erioth, and the way's hard when you go alone. Come home with me. Erioth's head drooped as if in utter weariness. All tension and passion had gone out of his body. But he looked up, not at Ged, but at Gift, silent in the hearth corner. I have work here, he said. Ged, too, looked at her. He does, she said. He heals the cattle. They show me what I should do, Erioth said, and who I am. They know my name, but they never say it. After a while, Ged gently drew the older man to him and held him in his arms. He said something quietly to him and let him go. Erioth drew a deep breath. I'm no good there, you see, Ged, he said. I am here, if they'll let me do the work. He looked again at Gift, and Ged did also. She looked at them both. What say you, Emma? Asked the one like a falcon. I'd say, she said, her voice thin and reedy, speaking to the curer, that if Alder's beef stay afoot through the winter, the cattlemen will be begging you to stay. Though they may not love you. Nobody loves a sorcerer, said the Archmage. Well, Erioth, did I come all this way for you in the dead of winter and must go back alone? Tell them I was wrong, Erioth said. Tell them I did wrong. Tell Thorion. He halted, confused. I'll tell him that the changes in a man's life may be beyond all the arts we know and all our wisdom, said the Archmage. He looked at Emma again. May he stay here, mistress? Is that your wish as well as his? He's 10 times the use and company to me my brother is, she said, and a kind, true man, as I told you, sir. Very well, then. Erioth, my dear companion, teacher, rival, friend, farewell. Emma, brave woman, my honour and thanks to you. May your heart and hearth know peace. And he made a gesture that left a glimmering track behind it, a moment in the air above the hearthstone. Now I'm off to the cow barn, he said, and he was. The door closed. It was silent except for the whisper of the fire. Come to the fire, she said. Erioth came and sat down on the settle. Was that the Archmage? Truly? He nodded. The Archmage of the world, she said, in my cow barn? He should have my bed. He won't, said Erioth. She knew he was right. Your name is beautiful, Erioth, she said after a while. I never knew my husband's true name, nor he mine. I won't speak yours again, but I like to know it, since you know mine. Your name is beautiful, Emma, he said, I will speak it when you tell me to. Dragonfly. Chapter 1. Eria. Her father's ancestors had owned a wide, rich domain on the wide, rich island of Way, claiming no title or court privilege in the days of the kings. Through all the dark years after Maharian fell, they held their land and people with firm hands, putting their gains back into the land, upholding some sort of justice and fighting off petty tyrants. As order and peace returned to the archipelago under the sway of the wise men of Roke, for a while yet the family and their farms and villages prospered. That prosperity and the beauty of the meadows and upland pastures and oak-crowned hills made the domain a byword, so that people said, as fat as a cow of Eria, or as lucky as an Irian. The masters and many tenants of the domain added its name to their own, calling themselves Irian. But though the farmers and shepherds went on from season to season and year to year and generation to generation, as steady and regenerative as the oaks, the family that owned the land altered and declined with time and chance. A quarrel between brothers over their inheritance divided them. One heir mismanaged his estate through greed, the other through foolishness. One had a daughter who married a merchant and tried to run her estate from the city. The other had a son whose sons quarrelled again, redividing the divided land. By the time the girl called Dragonfly was born, the domain of Eria, though still one of the loveliest regions of hill and field and meadow in all Earthsea, was a battleground of feuds and litigations. Farmlands went to weeds, farmsteads went unroofed, milking sheds stood unused, and shepherds followed their flocks over the mountain to better pastures. The old house that had been the centre of the domain was half in ruins on its hill among the oaks. Its owner was one of 4 men who called themselves Master of Eria. The other 3 called him Master of Old Eria. He spent his youth and what remained of his inheritance in law courts and the ante-rooms of the Lords of Way in Sheliath, trying to prove his right to the whole domain as it had been 100 years ago. He came back unsuccessful and embittered, and spent his age drinking the hard red wine from his last vineyard and walking his boundaries with a troop of ill-treated, underfed dogs to keep interlopers off his land. He had married while he was in Sheliath, a woman no one at Eria knew anything about, for she came from some other island, it was said, somewhere in the west. And she never came to Eria, for she died in childbirth there in the city. When he came home, he had a 3-year-old daughter with him. He turned her over to the housekeeper and forgot about her. When he was drunk, sometimes he remembered her. If he could find her, he made her stand by his chair or sit on his knees and listen to all the wrongs that had been done to him and to the house of Eria. He cursed and cried and drank and made her drink too, pledging to honour her inheritance and be true to Eria. She swallowed the mouthful of wine, but she hated the curses and pledges and tears and the slobbered caresses that followed them. She would escape as soon as she could, if she could, and go down to the dogs and horses and cattle. She swore to them that she would be loyal to her mother, whom nobody knew or honoured or was true to except herself. When she was 13, the old vineyarder and the housekeeper, who were all that was left of the household, told the master that it was time his daughter had her naming day. They asked if they should send for the sorcerer over at Westpool, or would their own village witch do. The master of Eria fell into a screaming rage. "A village witch? A hex hag to give Irian's daughter her true name? Or a creeping, traitorous, sorcerer's servant of those upstart land grubbers who stole Westpool from my grandfather? If that polecat sets foot on my land, I'll have the dogs tear out his liver. Go tell him that if you like. and so on. Old Daisy went back to her kitchen, and old Coney went back to his vines, and 13-year-old Dragonfly ran out of the house and down the hill to the village, hurling her father's curses at the dogs, who, crazy with excitement at his shouting, barked and bayed and rushed after her. "Get back, you black-hearted bitch!" she yelled. "Home, you crawling traitor!" And the dogs fell silent and went sidling back to the house with their tails down. Dragonfly found the village witch taking maggots out of an infected cut on a sheep's rump. The witch's use name was Rose, like a great many women of Way and other islands of the Hardic archipelago. People who have a secret name that holds their power the way a diamond holds light may well like their public name to be ordinary, common, like other people's names. Rose was muttering a rote spell, but it was her hands and her little short, sharp knife that did most of the work. The ewe bore the digging knife patiently, her opaque amber slotted eyes gazing into silence. Only she stamped her small left front foot now and then and sighed. Dragonfly peered close at Rose's work. Rose brought out a maggot, dropped it, spat on it, and probed again. The girl leaned up against the ewe, and the ewe leaned against the girl, giving and receiving comfort. Rose extracted, dropped, and spat on the last maggot and said, "Just hand me that bucket now." She bathed the sore with salt water. The ewe sighed deeply and suddenly walked out of the yard, heading for home. She had had enough of medicine. "Bucky!" Rose shouted. A grubby child appeared from under a bush where he had been asleep and trailed after the ewe, of whom he was nominally in charge, although she was older, larger, better fed, and probably wiser than he was. "They said you should give me my name," said Dragonfly. "Father fell to raging. So that's that." The witch said nothing. She knew the girl was right. Once the master of Iria said he would or would not allow a thing, he never changed his mind, priding himself on his intransigence, since in his view only weak men said a thing and then unsaid it. "Why can't I give myself my own true name?" Dragonfly asked, while Rose washed the knife into her hands in the salt water. "Can't be done." "Why not? Why does it have to be a witch or a sorcerer? What do you do?" "Well," Rose said, and dumped out the salt water on the bare dirt of the small front yard of her house, which, like most witches' houses, stood somewhat apart from the village. "Well," she said, straightening up and looking about vaguely, as if for an answer, or a ewe, or a towel. "You have to know something about the power, see?" she said at last, and looked at Dragonfly with one eye. Her other eye looked a little off to the side. Sometimes Dragonfly thought the cast was in Rose's left eye. Sometimes it seemed to be in her right. But always one eye looked straight, and the other watched something just out of sight, around the corner, elsewhere. "Which power?" "The one," Rose said. As suddenly as the ewe had walked off, she went into her house. Dragonfly followed her, but only to the door. Nobody entered a witch's house uninvited. "You said I had it," the girl said into the reeking gloom of the one-roomed hut. "I said you have a strength in you, a great one," the witch said from the darkness, "and you know it too. What you are to do, I don't know. Nor do you. That's to find. But there's no such power as to name yourself." "Why not? What's more yourself than your own true name?" A long silence. The witch emerged with a soapstone drop spindle and a ball of greasy wool. She sat down on the bench beside her door and set the spindle turning. She had spun a yard of grey-brown yarn before she answered. "My name's myself. True. But what's a name, then?" It's what another calls me. If there was no other, only me, what would I want a name for? But, said Dragonfly, and stopped, caught by the argument. After a while she said, So a name has to be a gift? Rose nodded. Give me my name, Rose, the girl said. Your dad says not. I say too. He's the master here. He can keep me poor and stupid and worthless, but he can't keep me nameless. The witch sighed like the yew, uneasy and constrained. Tonight, Dragonfly said. At our spring? Under Earthsea Hill? What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Her voice was half coaxing, half savage. You ought to have your proper name day, your feast and dancing, like any young 'un, the witch said. It's a daybreaker name should be given, and then there ought to be music and feasting and all. A party, not sneaking about at night and no one knowing. I'll know. How do you know what name to say, Rose? Does the water tell you? The witch shook her iron-grey head once. I can't tell you. Her can't did not mean won't. Dragonfly waited. It's the power, like I said. It comes just so. Rose stopped her spinning and looked up with one eye at a cloud in the west. The other looked a little northward of the sky. You're there in the water together, you and the child. You take away the child name. People may go on using that name for a use name, but it's not her name, nor ever was. So now she's not a child, and she has no name. So then you wait, in the water there. You open your mind up like opening the doors of a house to the wind. So it comes. Your tongue speaks it. The name. Your breath makes it. You give it to that child, the breath, the name. You can't think of it. You let it come to you. It must come through you and the water to her it belongs to. That's the power, the way it works. It's all like that. It's not a thing you do. You have to know how to let it do. That's all the mastery. Mages can do more than that, the girl said after a while. Nobody can do more than that, said Rose. Dragonfly rolled her head round on her neck, stretching till the vertebrae cracked, restlessly stretching out her long arms and legs. Will you? She said. After some time, Rose nodded once. They met in the lane under Earthsea Hill in the dark of night, long after sunset, long before dawn. Rose made a dim glow of whirlight so that they could find their way through the marshy ground around the spring without falling in a sinkhole among the reeds. In the cold darkness under a few stars and the black curve of the hill, they stripped and waded into the shallow water, their feet sinking deep in velvet mud. The witch touched the girl's hand, saying, I take your name, child. You are no child. You have no name. It was utterly still. In a whisper, the witch said, Woman, be named. You are Arian. For a moment longer they held still. Then the night wind blew across their naked shoulders, and shivering they waded out, dried themselves as well as they could, struggled barefoot and wretched through the sharp-edged reeds and tangling roots, and found their way back to the lane. And there Dragonfly spoke in a ragged, raging whisper, How could you name me that?" The witch said nothing. "It isn't right. It isn't my true name. I thought my name would make me be me, but this makes it worse. You got it wrong. You're only a witch. You did it wrong. It's his name. He can have it. He's so proud of it, his stupid domain, his stupid grandfather. I don't want it. I won't have it. It isn't me. I still don't know who I am. I'm not Irian." She fell silent abruptly, having spoken the name. The witch still said nothing. They walked along in the darkness side by side. At last, in a placating, frightened voice, Rose said, "It came so. If you ever tell it to anyone, I'll kill you," Dragonfly said. At that the witch stopped walking. She hissed in her throat like a cat. "Tell anyone?" Dragonfly stopped too. She said after a moment, "I'm sorry, but I feel like you betrayed me. I spoke your true name. It's not what I thought it would be, and I don't feel easy about it, as if I'd left something unfinished. But it is your name. If it betrays you, then that's the truth of it." Rose hesitated, and then spoke less angrily, more coldly. "If you want the power to betray me, Irian, I'll give you that. My name is Aetaudus." The wind had come up again. They were both shivering, their teeth chattering. They stood face to face in the black lane, hardly able to see where the other was. Dragonfly put out her groping hand and met the witch's hand. They put their arms round each other in a fierce, long embrace. Then they hurried on, the witch to her hut near the village, the heiress of Iria up the hill to her ruinous house, where all the dogs who had let her go without much fuss received her back with a clamour and racket of barking that woke everybody for a half-mile round except the master, sodden drunk by his cold hearth. Chapter 2. Ivory. The master of Iria of Westpool, Birch, didn't own the old house, but he did own the central and richest lands of the old domain. His father, more interested in vines and orchards than in quarrels with his relatives, had left Birch a thriving property. Birch hired men to manage the farms and wineries and cooperage and cartage and all, while he enjoyed his wealth. He married the timid daughter of the younger brother of the Lord of Wayfirth, and took infinite pleasure in thinking that his daughters were of noble blood. The fashion of the time among the nobility was to have a wizard in their service, a genuine wizard with a staff and a grey cloak, trained on the Isle of the Wise, and so the master of Iria of Westpool got himself a wizard from Roke. He was surprised how easy it was to get one, if you paid the price. The young man, called Ivory, did not actually have his staff and cloak yet. He explained that he was to be made wizard when he went back to Roke. The masters had sent him out in the world to gain experience, for all the classes in the school cannot give a man the experience he needs to be a wizard. Birch looked a little dubious at this, and Ivory reassured him that his training on Roke had equipped him with every kind of magic that could be needed in Iria of Westpool on Way. To prove it, he made it seem that a herd of deer ran through the dining hall, followed by a flight of swans, who marvellously soared in through the south wall and out through the north wall. And lastly, a fountain in a silver basin sprang up in the centre of the table, and when the master and his family cautiously imitated their wizard and filled their cups from it and tasted it, it was a sweet golden wine. "Wine of the Andrades," said the young man with a modest, complacent smile. By then the wife and daughters were entirely won over, and Birch thought the young man was worth his fee. although his own silent preference was for the dry red Fenian of his own vineyards, which got you drunk if you drank enough, while this yellow stuff was just honey water. If the young sorcerer was seeking experience, he did not get much at Westpool. Whenever Birch had guests from Kembermouth or from neighbouring domains, the herd of deer, the swans, and the fountain of golden wine made their appearance. He also worked up some very pretty fireworks for warm spring evenings. But if the managers of the orchards and vineyards came to the master to ask if his wizard might put a spell of increase on the pears this year, or maybe charm the black rot off the Fenian vines on the south hill, Birch said, "A wizard of Roke doesn't lower himself to such stuff. Go tell the village sorcerer to earn his keep." And when the youngest daughter came down with a wasting cough, Birch's wife dared not trouble the wise young man about it, but sent humbly to Rose of Old Area, asking her to come in by the back door and maybe make a poultice or sing a chant to bring the girl back to health. Ivory never noticed that the girl was ailing, nor the pear trees, nor the vines. He kept himself to himself as a man of craft and learning should. He spent his days riding about the countryside on the pretty black mare that his employer had given him for his use, when he made it clear that he had not come from Roke to trudge about on foot in the mud and dust of country byways. On his rides, he sometimes passed an old house on a hill among great oaks. Once he turned off the village lane up the hill, but a pack of scrawny, evil-mouthed dogs came pelting and bellowing down at him. The mare was afraid of dogs and liable to buck and bolt, so after that he kept his distance. But he had an eye for beauty, and liked to look at the old house dreaming away in the dappled light of the early summer afternoons. He asked Birch about the place. "That's Area," Birch said. "Old Area, I mean to say. I own that house by rights. But after a century of feuds and fights over it, my granddad let the place go to settle the quarrel. Though the master there would still be quarrelling with me if he didn't keep too drunk to talk. Haven't seen the old man for years. He had a daughter, I think." "She's called Dragonfly, and she does all the work, and I saw her once last year. She's tall and as beautiful as a flowering tree," said the youngest daughter, Rose, who was busy crowding a lifetime of keen observation into the 14 years that were all she was going to have for it. She broke off, coughing. Her mother shot an anguished, yearning glance at the wizard. Surely he would hear that cough this time. He smiled at young Rose, and the mother's heart lifted. Surely he wouldn't smile so if Rose's cough was anything serious. "Nothing to do with us, that lot at the old place," Birch said, displeased. The tactful Ivory asked no more, but he wanted to see the girl as beautiful as a flowering tree. He rode past Old Area regularly. He tried stopping in the village at the foot of the hill to ask questions, but there was nowhere to stop, and nobody would answer questions. A wall-eyed witch took one look at him and scuttled into her hut. If he went up to the house, he would have to face the pack of hellhounds and probably a drunk old man. But it was worth the chance, he thought. He was bored out of his wits with the dull life at Westpool, and was never slow to take a risk. He rode up the hill till the dogs were yelling around him in a frenzy, snapping at the mare's legs. She plunged and lashed out her hoofs at them, and he kept her from bolting only by a staying spell and all the strength in his arms. The dogs were leaping and snapping at his own legs now, and he was about to let the mare have her head when somebody came among the dogs shouting curses and beating them back with a strap. When he got the lathered, gasping mare to stand still, he saw the girl as beautiful as a flowering tree. She was very tall, very sweaty, with big hands and feet and mouth and nose and eyes, and a head of wild, dusty hair. She was yelling, "Down! Back to the house, you carrion, you vile sons of bitches!" to the whining, cowering dogs. Ivory clapped his hand to his right leg. A dog's tooth had ripped his breeches at the calf, and a trickle of blood came through. "Is she hurt?" the woman said. "Oh, the treacherous vermin!" She was stroking down the mare's right foreleg. Her hands came away covered with blood-streaked horse sweat. There, she said. "The brave girl, a brave heart." The mare put her head down and shivered all over with relief. "What did you keep her standing there in the middle of the dogs for?" the woman demanded furiously. She was kneeling at the horse's leg, looking up at Ivory. He was looking down at her from horseback, yet he felt short. He felt small. She didn't wait for an answer. "I'll walk her up," she said, standing, and put out her hand for the reins. Ivory saw that he was supposed to dismount. He did so, asking, "Is it very bad?" and peering at the horse's leg, seeing only bright bloody foam. "Come on then, my love," the young woman said, not to him. The mare followed her trustfully. They set off up the rough path round the hillside to an old stone and brick stable-yard, empty of horses, inhabited only by nesting swallows that swooped about over the roofs, calling their quick gossip. "Keep her quiet," said the young woman, and left him holding the mare's reins in this deserted place. She returned after some time, lugging a heavy bucket, and set to sponging off the mare's leg. "Get the saddle off her," she said, and her tone held the unspoken impatient "you fool." Ivory obeyed, half annoyed by this crude giantess and half intrigued. She did not put him in mind of a flowering tree at all, but she was in fact beautiful in a large, fierce way. The mare submitted to her absolutely. When she said, "Move your foot," the mare moved her foot. The woman wiped her down all over, put the saddle blanket back on her, and made sure she was standing in the sun. "She'll be all right," she said. "There's a gash, but if you'll wash it with warm salt water 4 or 5 times a day, it'll heal clean." "I'm sorry," she said the last honestly, though grudgingly, as if she still wondered how he could have let his mare stand there to be assaulted, and she looked straight at him for the first time. Her eyes were clear orange-brown, like dark topaz or amber. They were strange eyes, right on a level with his own. "I'm sorry too," he said, trying to speak carelessly, lightly. "She's Irion of Westpool's mare." "You're the wizard, then?" He bowed. "Ivory of Havnor Great Port at your service. May I—" She interrupted. "I thought you were from Roke." "I am," he said, his composure regained. She stared at him with those strange eyes, as unreadable as a sheep's, he thought. Then she burst out, "You lived there? You studied there? Do you know the Archmage?" "Yes," he said with a smile. Then he winced and stooped to press his hand against his shin for a moment. "Are you hurt too?" "It's nothing," he said. In fact, rather to his annoyance, the cut had stopped bleeding. The woman's gaze returned to his face. What is it like?" "On Roke." Ivory went, limping only very slightly, to an old mounting block nearby and sat down on it. He stretched his leg, nursing the torn place, and looked up at the woman. "It would take a long time to tell you what Roke is like," he said. "But it would be my pleasure." "The man's a wizard, or nearly," said Rose the Witch. "A Roke wizard. You must not ask him questions." She was more than scandalized, she was frightened. "He doesn't mind," Dragonfly reassured her. "Only he hardly ever really answers." "Of course not." "Why of course not?" "Because he's a wizard. Because you're a woman with no art, no knowledge, no learning." "You could have taught me. You never would." Rose dismissed all she had taught or could teach with a flick of the fingers. "Well, so I have to learn from him," said Dragonfly. Wizards don't teach women. You're besotted. You and Broom trade spells? Broom's a village sorcerer. This man is a wise man. He learned the high arts at the great house on Roke. He told me what it's like, Dragonfly said. You walk up through the town, Thrill Town. There's a door opening on the street, but it's shut. It looks like an ordinary door. The witch listened, unable to resist the lure of secrets revealed and the contagion of passionate desire. And a man comes when you knock, an ordinary-looking man, and he gives you a test. You have to say a certain word, a password, before he'll let you in. If you don't know it, you can never go in. But if he lets you in, then from inside you see that the door is entirely different. It's made out of horn, with a tree carved on it, and the frame is made out of a tooth, one tooth of a dragon that lived long, long before Earthsea, before Mored, before there were people in Earthsea. There were only dragons to begin with. They found the tooth on Mount On in Havnor at the centre of the world. And the leaves of the tree are carved so thin that the light shines through them, but the door's so strong that if the doorkeeper shuts it, no spell could ever open it. And then the doorkeeper takes you down a hall and another hall till you're lost and bewildered, and then suddenly you come out under the sky, in the court of the fountain, in the very deepest inside of the great house. And that's where the Archmage would be, if he was there. Go on, the witch murmured. That's all he really told me yet, said Dragonfly, coming back to the mild, overcast spring day and the infinite familiarity of the village lane. Rose's front yard, her own 7 milch ewes grazing on Iria Hill, the bronze crowns of the oaks. He's very careful how he talks about the masters. Rose nodded. But he told me about some of the students. No harm in that, I suppose. I don't know, Dragonfly said. To hear about the great house is wonderful, but I thought the people there would be, I don't know. Of course, they're mostly just boys when they go there, but I thought they'd be... She gazed off at the sheep on the hill, her face troubled. Some of them are really bad and stupid, she said, in a low voice. They get into the school because they're rich, and they study there just to get richer, or to get power. Well, of course they do, said Rose. That's what they're there for. But power, like you told me about, that isn't the same as making people do what you want or pay you, isn't it? No. If a word can heal, a word can wound, the witch said. If a hand can kill, a hand can cure. It's a poor cart that goes only one direction. But on Roke, they learn to use power well, not for harm, not for gain. Everything's for gain some way, I'd say. People have to live, but what do I know? I make my living doing what I know how to do. But I don't meddle with the great arts, the perilous crafts like summoning the dead. And Rose made the hand sign to avert the danger spoken of. Everything's perilous, Dragonfly said, gazing now through the sheep, the hill, the trees, into still depths, a colourless, vast emptiness like the clear sky before sunrise. Rose watched her. She knew she did not know who Irian was or what she might be. A big, strong, awkward, ignorant, innocent, angry woman, yes. But ever since Irian was a child, Rose had seen something more in her, something beyond what she was. And when Irian looked away from the world like that, she seemed to enter that place or time or being beyond herself, utterly beyond Rose's knowledge. Then Rose feared her and feared for her. You take care, the witch said, grim. Everything's perilous right enough, and meddling with wizards most of all. Through love, respect, and trust, Dragonfly would never disregard a warning from Rose, but she was unable to see Ivory as perilous. She didn't understand him, but the idea of fearing him personally, was not one she could keep in mind. She tried to be respectful, but it was impossible. She thought he was clever and quite handsome, but she didn't think much about him except for what he could tell her. He knew what she wanted to know, and little by little he told it to her, and then it was not really what she had wanted to know, but she wanted to know more. He was patient with her, and she was grateful to him for his patience, knowing he was much quicker than she. Sometimes he smiled at her ignorance, but he never sneered at it or reproved it. Like the witch, he liked to answer a question with a question. But the answers to Rose's questions were always something she'd always known, while the answers to his questions were things she had never imagined and found startling, unwelcome, even painful, altering her beliefs. Day by day, as they talked in the old stable-yard of Iria, where they had fallen into the habit of meeting, she asked him, and he told her more, though reluctantly, always partially. He shielded his masters, she thought, trying to defend the bright image of Roke, until one day he gave in to her insistence and spoke freely at last. "There are good men there," he said. "Great and wise the Archmage certainly was, but he's gone. And the masters. Some hold aloof, following arcane knowledge, seeking ever more patterns, ever more names, but using their knowledge for nothing. Others hide their ambition under the grey cloak of wisdom. Roke is no longer where power is in Earthsea. That's the court in Havnor now. Roke lives on its great past, defended by 1,000 spells against the present day. And inside those spell walls, what is there? Quarrelling ambitions, fear of anything new, fear of young men who challenge the power of the old. And at the centre, nothing. An empty courtyard. The Archmage will never return." "How do you know?" she whispered. He looked stern. "The dragon bore him away." "You saw it? You saw that?" She clenched her hands, imagining that flight, not even hearing his reply. After a long time she came back to the sunlight in the stable-yard and her thoughts and puzzles. "But even if he's gone," she said, "surely some of the masters are truly wise." When he looked up and spoke, it was with reluctance, with a hint of a melancholy smile. "All the mystery and wisdom of the masters when it's out in the daylight doesn't amount to so much, you know. Tricks of the trade, wonderful illusions. But people don't want to know that. They want the illusions, the mysteries. Who can blame them? There's so little in life that's beautiful or worthy." As if to illustrate what he was saying, he had picked up a bit of brick from the broken pavement and tossed it up in the air, and as he spoke, it fluttered about their heads on delicate blue wings, a butterfly. He put out his finger, and the butterfly lighted on it. He shook his finger, and the butterfly fell to the ground, a fragment of brick. "There's not much worth much in my life," she said, gazing down at the pavement. "All I know how to do is run the farm and try to stand up and speak truth. But if I thought it was all tricks and lies, even on Roke, I'd hate those men for fooling me, fooling us all. It can't be lies, not all of it. The Archmage did go into the labyrinth among the hoary men and come back with the ring of peace. He did go into death with the young king and defeat the spider mage and come back. We know that on the word of the king himself. Even here the harpers come to sing that song, and a teller came to tell it." Ivory nodded. "But the Archmage lost all his power in the land of death. Maybe all magery was weakened then." Rose's spells work as well as ever, she said stoutly. Ivory smiled. He said nothing, but she saw how petty the doings of a village witch appeared to him, who had seen great deeds and powers. She sighed and spoke from her heart. Oh, if only I wasn't a woman. He smiled again. You're a beautiful woman, he said, but plainly, not in the flattering way he had used with her at first, before she showed him she hated it. Why would you be a man? So I could go to Roke and see and learn. Why is it only men can go there? So it was ordained by the first archmage centuries ago, said Ivory. But I too have wondered. You have? Often. Seeing only boys and men day after day in the great house and all the precincts of the school, knowing that the townswomen are spellbound from so much as setting foot on the fields about Roke Knoll. Once in years, perhaps, some great lady is allowed to come briefly into the outer courts. Why is it so? Are all women incapable of understanding? Or is it that the masters fear them, fear to be corrupted? No, but fear that to admit women might change the rule they cling to, the purity of that rule. Women can live chaste as well as men can, Dragonfly said bluntly. She knew she was blunt and coarse where he was delicate and subtle, but she did not know any other way to be. Of course, he said, his smile growing brilliant. But witches aren't always chaste, are they? Maybe that's what the masters are afraid of. Maybe celibacy isn't as necessary as the rule of Roke teaches. Maybe it's not a way of keeping the power pure, but of keeping the power to themselves, leaving out women, leaving out everybody who won't agree to turn himself into a eunuch to get that one kind of power. Who knows? A she-mage. Now that would change everything. All the rules. She could see his mind dance ahead of hers, taking up and playing with ideas, transforming them as he had transformed brick into butterfly. She could not dance with him. She could not play with him, but she watched him in wonder. You could go to Roke, he said, his eyes bright with excitement, mischief daring. Meeting her almost pleading, incredulous silence, he insisted. You could. A woman you are, but there are ways to change your seeming. You have the heart, the courage, the will of a man. You could enter the great house, I know it. And what would I do there? What all the students do, live alone in a stone cell and learn to be wise. It might not be what you dream it to be, but that, too, you'd learn. I couldn't. They'd know. I couldn't even get in. There's the doorkeeper, you said. I don't know the word to say to him. The password, yes, but I can teach it to you. You can? Is it allowed? I don't care what's allowed, he said, with a frown she had never seen on his face. The Archmage himself said rules are made to be broken. Injustice makes the rules and courage breaks them. I have the courage if you do. She looked at him. She could not speak. She stood up and after a moment walked out of the stable-yard, off across the hill on the path that went around it halfway up. One of the dogs, her favourite, a big, ugly, heavy-headed hound, followed her. She stopped on the slope above the marshy spring where Rose had named her 10 years ago. She stood there. The dog sat down beside her and looked up at her face. No thought was clear in her mind, but words repeated themselves. I could go to Roke and find out who I am. She looked westward over the reed beds and willows and the farther hills. The whole western sky was empty, clear. She stood still, and her soul seemed to go into that sky and be gone, gone out of her. There was a little noise. the soft clip-clop of the black mare's hoofs coming along the lane. Then Dragonfly came back to herself and called to Ivory, and ran down the hill to meet him. "I will go," she said. He had not planned or intended any such adventure, but crazy as it was, it suited him better the more he thought about it. The prospect of spending the long grey winter at Westpool sank his spirits like a stone. There was nothing here for him except the girl Dragonfly who had come to fill his thoughts. Her massive, innocent strength had defeated him absolutely so far, but he did what she pleased in order to have her do at last what he pleased, and the game he thought was worth playing. If she ran away with him, the game was as good as won. As for the joke of it, the notion of actually getting her into the school en route disguised as a man, there was little chance of pulling it off, but it pleased him as a gesture of disrespect to all the piety and pomposity of the masters and their toadies. And if somehow it succeeded, if he could actually get a woman through that door even for a moment, what a sweet revenge it would be. Money was a problem. The girl thought, of course, that he, as a great wizard, would snap his fingers and waft them over the sea in a magic boat flying before the mage wind. But when he told her they'd have to hire passage on a ship, she said simply, "I have the cheese money." He treasured her rustic sayings of that kind. Sometimes she frightened him, and he resented it. His dreams of her were never of her yielding to him, but of himself yielding to a fierce, destroying sweetness, sinking into an annihilating embrace, dreams in which she was something beyond comprehension, and he was nothing at all. He woke from those dreams shaken and shamed. In daylight, when he saw her big, dirty hands, when she talked like a yokel, a simpleton, he regained his superiority. He only wished there was someone to repeat her sayings too, one of his old friends in the great port who would find them amusing. "I have the cheese money," he repeated to himself, riding back to Westpool, and laughed. "I do indeed," he said aloud. The black mare flicked her ear. He told Birch that he had received a sending from his teacher on Roke, the master hand, and must go at once. On what business he could not say, of course, but it should not take long once he was there. A half-month to go, another to return. He would be back well before the fallows at the latest. He must ask Master Birch to provide him an advance on his salary to pay for a ship passage and lodging, since a wizard of Roke should not take advantage of people's willingness to give him whatever he needed, but pay his way like an ordinary man. As Birch agreed with this, he had to give Ivory a purse for his journey, the first real money he had had in his pocket for years. 10 ivory counters carved with the otter of Shelieth on one side and the rune of peace on the other, in honour of King Lebanon. "Hello, little namesakes," he told them when he was alone with them. "You and the cheese money will get along nicely." He told Dragonfly very little of his plans, largely because he made few, trusting to chance and his own wits, which seldom let him down if he was given a fair chance to use them. The girl asked almost no questions. "Will I go as a man all the way?" was one. "Yes," he said, "but only disguised. I won't put a semblance spell on you till we're on Roke Island." "I thought it would be a spell of change," she said. "That would be unwise," he said, with a good imitation of the Master Changer's terse solemnity. "If need be, I'll do it, of course. But you'll find wizards very sparing of the great spells, for good reason." "The equilibrium," she said, accepting all he said in its simplest sense as always. "And perhaps because such arts have not the power they once had," he said. He didn't know himself why he tried to weaken her faith in wizardry. Perhaps because any weakening of her strength, her wholeness, was a gain for him. He had begun merely by trying to get her into his bed, a game he loved to play. The game had turned to a kind of contest he had not expected but could not put an end to. He was determined now not to win her, but to defeat her. He could not let her defeat him. He must prove to her and himself that his dreams were meaningless. Quite early on, impatient with wooing her massive physical indifference, he had worked up a charm, a sorcerer's seduction spell of which he was contemptuous even as he made it, though he knew it was effective. He cast it on her while she was, characteristically, mending a cow's halter. The result had not been the melting eagerness it had produced in girls he had used it on in Havnor and Thwill. Dragonfly had gradually become silent and sullen. She ceased asking her endless questions about Roke, and did not answer when he spoke. When he very tentatively approached her, taking her hand, she struck him away with a blow to the head that left him dizzy. He saw her stand up and stride out of the stable-yard without a word, the ugly hound she favoured trotting after her. The hound looked back at him with a grin. She took the path to the old house. When his ears stopped ringing, he stole after her, hoping the charm was working, and that this was only her particularly uncouth way of leading him at last to her bed. Nearing the house, he heard crockery breaking. The father, the drunkard, came wobbling out, looking scared and confused, followed by Dragonfly's loud, harsh voice. "Out of the house, you drunken, crawling traitor, you foul, shameless lecher!" "She took my cup away," the master of Iria said to the stranger, whining like a puppy, while his dogs yammered around him. "She broke it." Ivory departed. He did not return for 2 days. On the 3rd day he rode experimentally past old Iria, and she came striding down to meet him. "I'm sorry, Ivory," she said, looking up at him with her smoky orange eyes. "I don't know what came over me the other day. I was angry, but not at you." "I beg your pardon." He forgave her gracefully. He did not try a love charm on her again. Soon, he thought now, he would not need one. He would have real power over her. He had finally seen how to get it. She had given it into his hands. Her strength and her willpower were tremendous, but fortunately she was stupid and he was not. Birch was sending a carter down to Kembermouth with 6 barrels of 10-year-old Fenian ordered by the wine merchant there. He was glad to send his wizard along as bodyguard, for the wine was valuable, and though the young king was putting things to rights as fast as he could, there were still gangs of robbers on the roads. So Ivory left Westpool on the big wagon pulled by 4 big cart horses, jolting slowly along, his legs dangling. Down by Jackass Hill, an uncouth figure rose up from the wayside and asked the carter for a lift. "I don't know you," the carter said, lifting his whip to warn the stranger off. But Ivory came round the wagon and said, "Let the lad ride, my good man. He'll do no harm while I'm with you." "Keep an eye on him then, master," said the carter. "I will," said Ivory, with a wink at Dragonfly. She, well disguised in dirt and a farmhand's old smock and leggings and a loathsome felt hat, did not wink back. She played her part even while they sat side by side, dangling their legs over the tailgate, with 6 great half-tons of wine jolting between them, and the drowsy carter, and the drowsy summer hills and fields slipping slowly, slowly past. Ivory tried to tease her, but she only shook her head. Maybe she was scared by this wild scheme, now she was embarked on it. There was no telling. She was solemnly, heavily silent. I could be very bored by this woman, Ivory thought, if once I'd had her underneath me. That thought stirred him almost unbearably, but when he looked back at her, his desire died away before her massive actual presence. There were no inns on this road through what had once all been the domain of Eria. As the sun neared the western plains, they stopped at a farmhouse that offered stabling for the horses, a shed for the cart, and straw in the stable loft for the carters. The loft was dark and stuffy, and the straw musty. Ivory felt no lust at all, though Dragonfly lay not 3 feet from him. She had played the man so thoroughly all day that she had half convinced even him. Maybe she'll fool the old men after all, he thought. He grinned at the thought and slept. They jolted on all the next day, through a summer thunder shower or two, and came at dusk to Cumbermouth, a walled, prosperous port city. They left the carter to his master's business, and walked down to find an inn near the docks. Dragonfly looked about at the sights of the city in a silence that might have been awe or disapproval, or mere stolidity. "This is a nice little town," Ivory said, "but the only city in the world is Havnor." It was no use trying to impress her. All she said was, "Ships don't trade much to Roke, do they? Will it take a long time to find one to take us, do you think?" "Not if I carry a staff," he said. She stopped looking about and strode along in thought for a while. She was beautiful in movement, bold and graceful, her head carried high. "You mean they'll oblige a wizard, but you aren't a wizard?" "That's a formality. We senior sorcerers may carry a staff when we're on Roke's business, which I am." "Taking me there?" "Bringing them a student, yes. A student of great gifts." She asked no more questions. She never argued. It was one of her virtues. That night, over supper at the waterfront inn, she asked with unusual timidity in her voice, "Do I have great gifts?" "In my judgment, you do," he said. She pondered. Conversation with her was often a slow business, and said, "Rose always said I had power, but she didn't know what kind. And I know I do, but I don't know what it is." "You're going to Roke to find out," he said, raising his glass to her. After a moment she raised hers and smiled at him, a smile so tender and radiant that he said spontaneously, "And may what you find be all you seek." "If I do, it will be thanks to you," she said. In that moment, he loved her for her true heart, and would have forsworn any thought of her but as his companion in a bold adventure, a gallant joke. They had to share a room at the crowded inn with 2 other travellers, but Ivory's thoughts were perfectly chaste, though he laughed at himself a little for it. Next morning, he picked a sprig of an herb from the kitchen garden of the inn and spelled it into the semblance of a fine staff, copper-shod, and his own height exactly. "What is the wood?" Dragonfly asked, fascinated when she saw it, and when he answered with a laugh, "Rosemary," she laughed too. They set off along the wharves, asking for a ship bound south that might take a wizard and his prentice to the Isle of the Wise, and soon enough they found a heavy trader bound for Warthort, whose master would carry the wizard for goodwill and the prentice for half price. Even half price was half the cheese money, but they would have the luxury of a cabin, for Sea Otter was a decked 2-masted ship. As they were talking with her master, a wagon drew up on the dock and began to unload 6 familiar half-ton barrels. "That's ours," Ivory said, and the ship's master said, "Bound for Hort Town," and Dragonfly said softly, "From Iria." She glanced back at the land then. It was the only time he ever saw her look back. The ship's weather worker came aboard just before they sailed, No roke wizard, but a weather-beaten fellow in a worn sea cloak. Ivory flourished his staff a little in greeting him. The sorcerer looked him up and down and said, "One man works weather on this ship. If it's not me, I'm off." "I'm a mere passenger, Master Bagman. I gladly leave the winds in your hands." The sorcerer looked at Dragonfly, who stood straight as a tree and said nothing. "Good," he said, and that was the last word he spoke to Ivory. During the voyage, however, he talked several times with Dragonfly, which made Ivory a bit uneasy. Her ignorance and trustfulness could endanger her and therefore him. What did she and the bagman talk about, he asked, and she answered, "What is to become of us?" He stared. "Of all of us, of Way and Felkway, and Havnor and Warthort and Roke, all the people of the islands. He says that when King Lebanon was to be crowned last autumn, he sent to Gaunt for the old archmage to come crown him, and he wouldn't come, and there was no new archmage. So the king put on his crown himself, and some say that's wrong, and he doesn't rightly hold the throne, but others say the king himself is the new archmage, but he isn't a wizard, only a king. So others say the dark years will come again, when there was no rule of justice and wizardry was used for evil ends." After a pause, Ivory said, "That old weather worker says all this?" "It's common talk, I think," said Dragonfly, with her grave simplicity. The weather worker knew his trade, at least. Sea otters sped south. They met summer squalls and choppy seas, but never a storm or a troublesome wind. They put off and took on cargo at ports on the north shore of O at Ilian, Leng, Carmery and O Port, and then headed west to carry the passengers to Roke. And facing the west, Ivory felt a little hollow at the pit of his stomach, for he knew all too well how Roke was guarded. He knew neither he nor the weather worker could do anything at all to turn the Roke wind if it blew against them. And if it did, Dragonfly would ask why. Why did it blow against them? He was glad to see the sorcerer uneasy too, standing by the helmsman, keeping a watch up on the masthead, taking in sail at the hint of a west wind. But the wind held steady from the north. A thunder squall came pelting on that wind, and Ivory went down to the cabin, but Dragonfly stayed up on deck. She was afraid of the water, she had told him. She could not swim, she said. Drowning must be a horrible thing. Not to breathe the air. She had shuddered at the thought. It was the only fear she had ever shown of anything. But she disliked the low, cramped cabin and had stayed on deck every day and slept there on the warm nights. Ivory had not tried to coax her into the cabin. He knew now that coaxing was no good. To have her, he must master her, and that he would do, if only they could come to Roke. He came up on deck again. It was clearing, and as the sun set, the clouds broke all across the west, showing a golden sky behind the high, dark curve of a hill. Ivory looked at that hill with a kind of longing hatred. "That's Roke Knoll, lad," the weather worker said to Dragonfly, who stood beside him at the rail. "We're coming into Thwill Bay now, where there's no wind but the wind they want." By the time they were well into the bay and had let down the anchor, it was dark, and Ivory said to the ship's master, "I'll go ashore in the morning." Down in their tiny cabin, Dragonfly sat waiting for him, solemn as ever, but her eyes blazing with excitement. "We'll go ashore in the morning," he repeated to her, and she nodded, acceptant. She said, "Do I look all right?" He sat down on his narrow bunk and looked at her sitting on her narrow bunk. They could not face each other directly, as there was no room for their knees. At Oport she had bought herself a decent shirt and breeches at his suggestion, so as to look a more probable candidate for the school. Her face was wind-burnt and scrubbed clean. Her hair was braided and the braid clubbed like ivory's. She had got her hands clean too, and they lay flat on her thighs, long, strong hands, like a man's. "You don't look like a man," he said. Her face fell. "Not to me. You'll never look like a man to me, but don't worry. You will to them." She nodded with an anxious face. "The first test is the great test, Dragonfly," he said. Every night as he lay alone in this cabin, he had planned this conversation. "To enter the great house, to go through that door." "I've been thinking about it," she said, hurried and earnest. "Couldn't I just tell them who I am? With you there to vouch for me, to say even if I am a woman I have some gift, and I'd promise to take the vow and make the spell of celibacy, and live apart if they wanted me to." He was shaking his head all through her speech. "No, no, no, no. Hopeless, useless, fatal. Even if I argued for you. They won't listen. The rule of Roke forbids women to be taught any high art, any word of the language of the making. It's always been so. They will not listen. So they must be shown, and we'll show them, you and I. We'll teach them. You must have courage, Dragonfly. You must not weaken and not think, oh, if I just beg them to let me in, they can't refuse me. They can, and will. And if you reveal yourself, they will punish you. And me." He put a ponderous emphasis on the last word, and inwardly murmured, "Avert." She gazed at him from her unreadable eyes and finally asked, "What must I do?" "Do you trust me, Dragonfly?" "Yes." "Will you trust me entirely, wholly, knowing that the risk I take for you is greater even than your risk in this venture?" "Yes." "Then you must tell me the word you will speak to the doorkeeper." She stared. "But I thought you'd tell it to me. The password." "The password he will ask you for is your true name." He let that sink in for a while, and then continued softly, "And to work the spell of semblance on you, to make it so complete and deep that the masters of Roke will see you as a man and nothing else, to do that, I too must know your name." He paused again. As he talked, it seemed to him that everything he said was true, and his voice was moved and gentle as he said, "I could have known it long ago, but I chose not to use those arts. I wanted you to trust me enough to tell me your name yourself." She was looking down at her hands, clasped now on her knees. In the faint reddish glow of the cabin lantern, her lashes cast very delicate long shadows on her cheeks. She looked up, straight at him. "My name is Irian," she said. He smiled. She did not smile. He said nothing. In fact, he was at a loss. If he had known it would be this easy, he could have had her name and with it the power to make her do whatever he wanted days ago, weeks ago, with a mere pretense at this crazy scheme, without giving up his salary and his precarious respectability, without this sea voyage, without having to go all the way to Roke for it. For he saw the whole plan now was folly. There was no way he could disguise her that would fool the doorkeeper for a moment. All his notions of humiliating the masters, as they had humiliated him, were moonshine. Obsessed with tricking the girl, He had fallen into the trap he laid for her. Bitterly he recognized that he was always believing his own lies, caught in nets he had elaborately woven. Having once made a fool of himself on Roke, he had come back to do it all over again. A great, desolate anger swelled up in him. There was no good in anything. "What's wrong?" she asked. The gentleness of her deep, husky voice unmanned him, and he hid his face in his hands, fighting against the shame of tears. She put her hand on his knee. It was the first time she had ever touched him. He endured it, the warmth and weight of her touch that he had wasted so much time wanting. He wanted to hurt her, to shock her out of her terrible, ignorant kindness. But what he said when he finally spoke was, "I only wanted to make love to you." "You did?" "Did you think I was one of their eunuchs? That I'd castrate myself with spells so I could be holy? Why do you think I don't have a staff? Why do you think I'm not at the school? Did you believe everything I said?" "Yes," she said. "I'm sorry." Her hand was still on his knee. She said, "We can make love if you want." He sat up, sat still. "What are you?" he said to her at last. "I don't know. It's why I wanted to come to Roke, to find out." He broke free, stood up, stooping. Neither of them could stand straight in the low cabin. Clenching and unclenching his hands, he stood as far from her as he could, his back to her. "You won't find out. It's all lies, shams, old men playing games with words. I wouldn't play their games, so I left. Do you know what I did?" He turned, showing his teeth in a rictus of triumph. "I got a girl, a town girl, to come to my room, my cell, my little stone celibate cell. It had a window looking out on a back street. No spells. You can't make spells with all their magic going on. But she wanted to come and came, and I let a rope ladder out the window and she climbed it. And we were at it when the old men came in. I showed 'em. And if I could have got you in, I'd have showed 'em again. I'd have taught them their lesson." "Well, I'll try," she said. He stared. "Not for the same reasons as you," she said, "but I still want to. And we came all this way. And you know my name." It was true. He knew her name. Irian. It was like a coal of fire, a burning ember in his mind. His thought could not hold it. His knowledge could not use it. His tongue could not say it. She looked up at him, her sharp, strong face softened by the shadowy lantern light. "If it was only to make love you brought me here, Ivory," she said, "we can do that, if you still want to." Wordless at first, he simply shook his head. After a while he was able to laugh. "I think we've gone on past that possibility." She looked at him without regret or reproach or shame. "Irian," he said, and now her name came easily, sweet and cool as spring water in his dry mouth. "Irian, here's what you must do to enter the great house." Chapter 3. Osver. He left her at the corner of the street, a narrow, dull, somehow sly-looking street that slanted up between featureless walls to a wooden door in a higher wall. He had put his spell on her, and she looked like a man, though she did not feel like one. She and Ivory took each other in their arms because, after all, they had been friends, companions, and he had done all this for her. "Courage," he said, and let her go. She walked up the street and stood before the door. She looked back then, but he was gone. She knocked. After a while she heard the latch rattle. The door opened. A middle-aged man stood there. "What can I do for you?" he said. He did not smile, but his voice was pleasant. "You can let me into the great house, sir." "Do you know the way in?" His almond-shaped eyes were attentive, yet seemed to look at her from miles or years away. "This is the way in, sir." "Do you know whose name you must tell me before I let you in?" "My own, sir. It is Irion." "Is it?" he said. That gave her pause. She stood silent. "It's the name the witch Rose of my village on Way gave me in the spring under Iria Hill," she said at last, standing up and speaking truth. The doorkeeper looked at her for what seemed a long time. "Then it is your name," he said, "but maybe not all your name. I think you have another." "I don't know it, sir." After another long time she said, "Maybe I can learn it here, sir." The doorkeeper bowed his head a little. A very faint smile made crescent curves in his cheeks. He stood aside. "Come in, daughter," he said. She stepped across the threshold of the great house. Ivory's spell of semblance dropped away like a cobweb. She was, and looked, herself. She followed the doorkeeper down a stone passageway. Only at the end of it did she think to turn back to see the light shine through the 1,000 leaves of the tree, carved in the high door in its bone-white frame. A young man in a grey cloak hurrying down the passageway stopped short as he approached them. He stared at Irion. Then with a brief nod he went on. She looked back at him. He was looking back at her. A globe of misty greenish fire drifted swiftly down the corridor at eye level, apparently pursuing the young man. The doorkeeper waved his hand at it, and it avoided him. Irion swerved and ducked down frantically, but felt the cool fire tingle in her hair as it passed over her. The doorkeeper glanced round, and now his smile was wider. Though he said nothing, she felt he was aware of her, concerned for her. She stood up and followed him. He stopped before an oak door. Instead of knocking, he sketched a little sign or rune on it with the top of his staff, a light staff of some greyish wood. The door opened as a resonant voice behind it said, "Come in." "Wait here a little, if you please, Irion," the doorkeeper said, and went into the room, leaving the door wide open behind him. She could see bookshelves and books, a table piled with more books and inkpots and writings, 2 or 3 boys seated at the table, and the grey-haired, stocky man the doorkeeper spoke to. She saw the man's face change, saw his eyes shift to her in a brief, startled gaze, saw him question the doorkeeper, low-voiced, intense. They both came to her. "The master changer of Roke? Irion of Way," said the doorkeeper. The changer stared openly at her. He was not as tall as she was. He stared at the doorkeeper and then at her again. "Forgive me for talking about you before your face, young woman," he said, "but I must. Master doorkeeper, you know I'd never question your judgment, but the rule is clear. I have to ask what moved you to break it and let her come in." "She asked to," said the doorkeeper. "But—" The changer paused. When did a woman last ask to enter the school? They know the rule doesn't allow them. Did you know that, Irian? The doorkeeper asked her, and she said, Yes, sir. So what brought you here? The changer asked, stern but not hiding his curiosity. Master Ivory said I could pass for a man, though I thought I should say who I was. I will be as celibate as anyone, sir. Two long curves appeared on the doorkeeper's cheeks, enclosing the slow upturn of his smile. The changer's face remained stern, but he blinked, and after a little thought said, I'm sure. Yes, it was definitely the better plan, to be honest. What master did you speak of? Ivory, said the doorkeeper. A lad from Havnor Great Port whom I let in 3 years ago and let out again last year, as you may recall. Ivory? That fellow that studied with the hand? Is he here? The changer demanded of Irian wrathily. She stood straight and said nothing. Not in the school, the doorkeeper said, smiling. He fooled you, young woman. Made a fool of you by trying to make fools of us. I used him to help me get here, and to tell me what to say to the doorkeeper, Irian said. I'm not here to fool anybody, but to learn what I need to know. I've often wondered why I let that boy in, said the doorkeeper. Now I begin to understand. At that the changer looked at him, and after pondering said soberly, Doorkeeper, what have you in mind? I think Irian of Way may have come to us seeking not only what she needs to know, but also what we need to know. The doorkeeper's tone was equally sober, and his smile was gone. I think this may be a matter for talk among the 9 of us. The changer absorbed that with a look of real amazement, but he did not question the doorkeeper. He said only, But not among the students. The doorkeeper shook his head, agreeing. She can lodge in the town, the changer said with some relief. While we talk behind her back? You won't bring her into the council room, the changer said in disbelief. The archmage brought the boy Aaron there. But Aaron was King Lebanon. And who is Irian? The changer stood silent, and then he said quietly with respect, My friend, what is it you think to do to learn? What is she that you ask this for her? Who are we, said the doorkeeper, that we refuse her without knowing what she is? A woman, said the master summoner. Irian had waited some hours in the doorkeeper's chamber. A low, light, bare room with a window seat at a small paned window looking out on the kitchen gardens of the great house. Handsome, well-kept gardens. Long rows and beds of vegetables, greens and herbs, with berry canes and fruit trees beyond. She saw a burly, dark-skinned man and 2 boys come out and weed one of the vegetable plots. It eased her mind to watch their careful work. She wished she could help them at it. The waiting and the strangeness were very difficult. Once the doorkeeper came in, bringing her a mug of water and a plate with cold meat and bread and scallions, and she ate because he told her to eat, but chewing and swallowing were hard work. The gardeners went away, and there was nothing to watch out the window but the cabbages growing and the sparrows hopping, and now and then a hawk far up in the sky, and the wind moving softly in the tops of tall trees on beyond the gardens. The doorkeeper came back and said, Come, Irian, and meet the masters of Roke. Her heart began to go at a cart-horse gallop. She followed him through the maze of corridors to a dark-walled room with a row of high-pointed windows. A group of men stood there. Every one of them turned to look at her as she came into the room. "Irian of Way, my lords," said the doorkeeper. They were all silent. He motioned her to come farther into the room. "The master changer you have met," he said to her. He named all the others, but she could not take in their names and masteries, except that the master Herbal was the one she had supposed to be a gardener, and the youngest of them, a tall man with a stern, beautiful face that seemed carved out of dark stone, was the master summoner. It was he who spoke when the doorkeeper was done. "A woman," he said. The doorkeeper nodded once, mild as ever. "This is what you brought the 9 together for? This, and no more?" "This and no more," said the doorkeeper. "Dragons have been seen flying above the inmost sea. Roke has no archmage, and the islands no true crowned king. There is real work to do," the summoner said, and his voice too was like stone, cold and heavy. "When will we do it?" There was an uncomfortable silence, as the doorkeeper did not speak. At last, a slight, bright-eyed man who wore a red tunic under his grey wizard's cloak said, "Do you bring this woman into the house as a student, Master Doorkeeper?" "If I did, it would be up to you all to approve or disapprove," said he. "Do you?" asked the man in the red tunic, smiling a little. "Master Hand," said the doorkeeper. "She asked to enter as a student, and I saw no reason to deny her." "Every reason," said the summoner. A man with a deep, clear voice spoke. "It's not our judgment that prevails, but the rule of Roke, which we are sworn to follow." "I doubt the doorkeeper would defy it lightly," said one, whom Irian had not noticed till he spoke, though he was a big man, white-haired, raw-boned and crag-faced. Unlike the others, he looked at her as he spoke. "I am Corem Carmeruk," he said to her, "as the master namer here. I make free with names, my own included. Who named you Irian?" "The witch rose of our village, lord," she answered, standing straight, though her voice came out high-pitched and rough. "Is she misnamed?" the doorkeeper asked the namer. Kurem Carmeruk shook his head. "No, but—" The summoner, who'd been standing with his back to them, facing the fireless hearth, turned round.
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
"The names witches give each other are not our concern here," he said. "If you have some interest in this woman, doorkeeper, it should be pursued outside these walls, outside the door you vowed to keep. She has no place here nor ever will. She can bring only confusion, dissension, and further weakness among us. I will speak no longer, and say nothing else in her presence. The only answer to conscious error is silence." "Silence is not enough, my lord," said one who had not spoken before. To Irian's eyes he was very strange-looking, having pale reddish skin, long pale hair, and narrow eyes the colour of ice. His speech was also strange, stiff and somehow deformed. "Silence is the answer to everything and to nothing," he said. The summoner lifted his noble dark face and looked across the room at the pale man, but did not speak. Without a word or gesture, he turned away again and left the room. As he walked slowly past Irian, she shrank back from him. It was as if a grave had opened, a winter grave, cold, wet, dark. Her breath stuck in her throat. She gasped a little for air. When she recovered herself, she saw the changer and the pale man both watching her intently. The one with a voice like a deep-toned bell looked at her too, and spoke to her with a plain, kind severity. "As I see it, the man who brought you here meant to do harm, but you do not. Yet being here, Irian, you do us and yourself harm. Everything not in its own place does harm. A note sung, however well sung, wrecks the tune it isn't part of. Women teach women. Witches learn their craft from other witches and from sorcerers, not from wizards. What we teach here is in a language not for women's tongues. The young heart rebels against such laws, calling them unjust, arbitrary. But they are true laws, founded not on what we want, but on what is. The just and the unjust, the foolish and the wise, all must obey them or waste life and come to grief." The changer and a thin, keen-faced old man standing beside him nodded in agreement. The master hand said, "Irian, I am sorry. Ivory was my pupil. If I taught him badly, I did worse in sending him away. I thought him insignificant and so harmless. But he lied to you and beguiled you. You must not feel shame. The fault was his and mine." "I am not ashamed," Irian said. She looked at them all. She felt that she should thank them for their courtesy, but the words would not come. She nodded stiffly to them, turned round and strode out of the room. The doorkeeper caught up with her as she came to a cross corridor and stood not knowing which way to take. "This way," he said, falling into step beside her, and after a while, "This way," and so they came quite soon to a door. It was not made of horn and ivory. It was uncarved oak, black and massive, with an iron bolt worn thin with age. "This is the garden door," the mage said, unbolting it. "Medra's Gate, they used to call it. I keep both doors." He opened it. The brightness of the day dazzled Irian's eyes. When she could see clearly, she saw a path leading from the door through the gardens and the fields beyond them. On past the fields were the high trees, and the swell of Roke Knoll was off to the right. But standing on the path, just outside the door as if waiting for them, was the pale-haired man with narrow eyes. "Paterna," said the doorkeeper, not at all surprised. "Where do you send this lady?" said the paterna in his strange speech. "Nowhere," said the doorkeeper. "I let her out as I let her in, at her desire." "Will you come with me?" the paterna said to Irian. She looked at him and at the doorkeeper and said nothing. "I don't live in this house, in any house," the paterna said. "I live there. The Grove." "Ah," he said, turning suddenly. The big white-haired man, Kurim Karmaruk, the namer, was standing just down the path. He had not been standing there until the other mage said, "Ah." Irian stared from one to the other in blank bewilderment. "This is only a seeming of me, a presentment, ascending," the old man said to her. "I don't live here either, miles off." He gestured northward. "You might come there when you're done with the patina here. I'd like to learn more about your name." He nodded to the other two majors and was not there. A bumblebee buzzed heavily through the air where he had been. Irian looked down at the ground. After a long time she said, clearing her throat, not looking up, "Is it true I do harm being here?" "I don't know," said the doorkeeper. "In the grove is no harm," said the patina. "Come on. There is an old house, a hut, old, dirty. You don't care, eh? Stay a while. You can see." And he set off down the path between the parsley and the bush beans. She looked at the doorkeeper. He smiled a little. She followed the pale-haired man. They walked a half-mile or so. The round-topped knoll rose up full in the western sun on their right. Behind them the school sprawled grey and many-roofed on its lower hill. The grove of trees towered before them now. She saw oak and willow, chestnut and ash, and tall evergreens. From the dense sun-shot darkness of the trees, a stream ran out, green-banked, with many brown-trodden places where cattle and sheep went down to drink or to cross over. They had come through the stile from a pasture where 50 or 60 sheep grazed the short, bright turf, and now stood near the stream. "That house," said the mage, pointing to a low, moss-ridden roof, half hidden by the afternoon shadows of the trees. "Stay tonight. You will?" He asked her to stay. He did not tell her to. All she could do was nod. "I'll bring food," he said, and strode on, quickening his pace so that he vanished soon, though not so abruptly as the namer, in the light and shadow under the trees. Irian watched till he was certainly gone, and then made her way through high grass and weeds to the little house. It looked very old. It had been rebuilt and rebuilt again, but not for a long time. Nor had anyone lived in it for a long time from the still lonesome air of it. Yet it had a pleasant air, as if those who had slept there slept peacefully. As for decrepit walls, mice, dust, cobwebs, and scant furniture, all that was quite homelike to Irian. She found a bald broom and swept out the mouse droppings. She unrolled her blanket on the plank bed. She found a cracked pitcher in a skew-doored cabinet and filled it with water from the stream that ran clear and quiet 10 steps from the door. She did these things in a kind of trance, and having done them, sat down in the grass with her back against the house wall, which held the heat of the sun, and fell asleep. When she woke, the master patina was sitting nearby, and a basket was on the grass between them. "Hungry? Eat," he said. "I'll eat later, sir." "Thank you," said Irian. "I am hungry now," said the mage. He took a hard-boiled egg from the basket, cracked, shelled, and ate it. "They call this the Otter's house," he said. "Very old as the great house. Everything is old here. We are old, the masters." "You're not very," Irian said. She thought him between 30 and 40, though it was hard to tell. She kept thinking his hair was white because it was not black. "But I came far. Miles can be years. I am Kargish, from Karego, you know." "The hoary men," said Irian, staring openly at him. All Daisy's ballads of the hoary men who sailed out of the east to lay the land waste and spit innocent babes on their lances, and the story of how Ereth Akbay lost the Ring of Peace, and the new songs, and the king's tale about how Archmage Sparrowhawk had gone among the hoary men and come back with that ring. "Hoary?" said the Pattener. "Frosty. White," she said, looking away, embarrassed. "Ah." Presently he said, "The Master Summoner is not old." And she got a sidelong look from those narrow ice-coloured eyes. She said nothing. "I think you feared him." She nodded. When she said nothing and some time had passed, he said, "In the shadows of these trees is no harm, only truth." "When he passed me," she said in a low voice, "I saw a grave." "Ah," said the Pattener. He had made a little heap of bits of eggshell on the ground by his knee. He arranged the white fragments into a curve, then closed it into a circle. "Yes," he said, studying his eggshells. Then, scratching up the earth a bit, he neatly and delicately buried them. He dusted off his hands. Again his glance flicked to Irian and away. "You have been a witch, Irian?" "No." "But you have some knowledge." No, I don't. Rose wouldn't teach me. She said she didn't dare, because I had power, but she didn't know what it was." "Your Rose is a wise flower," said the mage, unsmiling. "But I know I have something to do, something to be. That's why I wanted to come here, to find out, on the Isle of the Wise." She was getting used to his strange face now and was able to read it. She thought that he looked sad. His way of speaking was harsh, quick, dry, peaceable. "The men of the Isle are not always wise, eh?" he said. "Maybe the doorkeeper." He looked at her now, not glancing but squarely, his eyes catching and holding hers. "But there, in the wood, under the trees, there is the old wisdom. Never old. I can't teach you. I can take you into the grove." After a minute he stood up. "Yes?" "Yes," she said uncertainly. "The house is all right?" "Yes." "Tomorrow," he said, and strode off. So for a half-month or more of the hot days of summer, Irian slept in the otter's house, which was a peaceful one, and ate what the master Pattener brought her in his basket, eggs, cheese, greens, fruit, smoked mutton, and went with him every afternoon into the grove of high trees, where the paths seemed never to be quite where she remembered them, and often led on far beyond what seemed the confines of the wood. They walked there in silence, and spoke seldom when they rested. The mage was a quiet man. Though there was a hint of fierceness in him, he never showed it to her, and his presence was as easy as that of the trees and the rare birds and four-legged creatures of the grove. As he had said, he did not try to teach her. When she asked about the grove, he told her that with Roke Knoll it had stood since Segoy made the islands of the world, and that all magic was in the roots of the trees, and that they were mingled with the roots of all the forests that were or might yet be. "And sometimes the grove is in this place," he said, "and sometimes in another. But it is always." She had never seen where he lived. He slept wherever he chose to, she imagined, in these warm summer nights. She asked him where the food they ate came from. What the school did not supply for itself, he said, the farmers round about provided, considering themselves well recompensed by the protections the masters set on their flocks and fields and orchards. That made sense to her. On Way, the phrase, "a wizard without his porridge," meant something unprecedented, unheard of. But she was no wizard. And so, wanting to earn her porridge, she did her best to repair the otter's house, borrowing tools from a farmer and buying nails and plaster in Thwil town, for she still had half the cheese money. The pattener never came to her much before noon, so she had the mornings free. She was used to solitude, but still she missed Rose and Daisy and Coney and the chickens and the cows and ewes and the rowdy, foolish dogs and all the work she did at home trying to keep old Iria together and put food on the table. So she worked away unhurriedly every morning till she saw the mage come out from the trees with his sunlight-coloured hair shining in the sunlight. Once there in the grove, she had no thought of earning or deserving or even of learning. To be there was enough, was all. When she asked him if students came there from the great house, he said, "Sometimes." Another time he said, "My words are nothing. Hear the leaves." That was all he said that could be called teaching. As she walked, she listened to the leaves when the wind rustled them or stormed in the crowns of the trees. She watched the shadows play and thought about the roots of the trees down in the darkness of the earth. She was utterly content to be there. Yet always, without discontent or urgency, she felt that she was waiting, and that silent expectancy was deepest and clearest when she came out of the shelter of the woods and saw the open sky. Once, when they had gone a long way and the trees, dark evergreens she did not know, stood very high above them, she heard a call, a horn blowing, a cry, remote, on the very edge of hearing. She stood still, listening towards the west. The mage walked on, turning only when he realized she had stopped. "I heard," she said, and could not say what she had heard. He listened. They walked on at last through a silence enlarged and deepened by that far call. She never went into the grove without him, and it was many days before he left her alone within it. But one hot afternoon, when they came to a glade among a stand of oaks, he said, "I will come back here, eh?" and walked off, with his quick, silent step, lost almost at once in the dappled, shifting depths of the forest. She had no wish to explore for herself. The peacefulness of the place called for stillness, watching, listening. And she knew how tricky the paths were, and that the grove was, as the pattener put it, bigger inside than outside. She sat down in a patch of sun-dappled shade and watched the shadows of the leaves play across the ground. The oak mast was deep. Though she had never seen wild swine in the wood, she saw their tracks here. For a moment she caught the scent of a fox. Her thoughts moved as quietly and easily as the breeze moved in the warm light. Often her mind here seemed empty of thought, full of the forest itself. But this day memories came to her, vivid. She thought about Ivory, thinking she would never see him again, wondering if he had found a ship to take him back to Havnor. He had told her he'd never go back to Westpool. The only place for him was the great port, the king's city, and for all he cared, the island of Way could sink in the sea as deep as Solea. But she thought with love of the roads and fields of Way. She thought of old Iria village, the marshy spring under Iria hill, the old house on it. She thought about Daisy singing ballads in the kitchen, winter evenings, beating out the time with her wooden clogs, and old Coney in the vineyards with his razor-edged knife, showing her how to prune the vine, right down to the life in it. And Rose, her Taudis, whispering charms to ease the pain in a child's broken arm. I have known wise people, she thought. Her mind flinched away from remembering her father, but the motion of the leaves and shadows drew it on. She saw him drunk, shouting. She felt his prying, tremulous hands on her. She saw him weeping, sick, shamed, and grief rose up through her body and dissolved, like an ache that melts away in a long stretch of the arms. He was less to her than the mother she had not known. She stretched, feeling the ease of her body in the warmth, and her mind drifted back to Ivory. She had had no one in her life to desire. When the young wizard first came riding by, so slim and arrogant, she wished she could want him, but she didn't and couldn't, and so she had thought him spell-protected. Rose had explained to her how wizard spells worked, so that it never enters your head nor theirs, see, because it would take from their power, they say. But Ivory, poor Ivory, had been all too unprotected. If anybody was under a spell of chastity, it must have been herself, for charming and handsome as he was, she had never been able to feel a thing for him but liking, and her only lust had been to learn what he could teach her. She considered herself, sitting in the deep silence of the grove. No birds sang. The breeze was down. The leaves hung still. Am I ensorcelled? Am I a sterile thing, not whole, not a woman? She asked herself, looking at her strong bare arms, the soft swell of her breasts in the shadow under the throat of her shirt. She looked up and saw the hoary man come out of a dark aisle of great oaks and come towards her across the glade. He stopped in front of her. She felt herself blush, her face and throat burning, dizzy, her ears ringing. She sought words, anything to say, to turn his attention away from her, and could find nothing at all. He sat down near her. She looked down as if studying the skeleton of a last year's leaf by her hand. What do I want? She asked herself, and the answer came not in words but throughout her whole body and soul. The fire, a greater fire than that. The flight burning. She came back into herself, into the still air under the trees. The hoary man sat near her, his face bowed down, and she thought how slight and light he looked, how quiet and sorrowful. There was nothing to fear. There was no harm. He looked over at her. Ariane, he said, do you hear the leaves? The breeze was moving again slightly. She could hear a bare whispering among the oaks. A little, she said. Do you hear the words? No. She asked nothing, and he said no more. Presently he got up, and she followed him to the path that always led them, sooner or later, out of the wood to the clearing by the thrill-burn and the otter's house. When they came there, it was late afternoon. He went down to the stream and knelt to drink from it where it left the wood above all the crossings. She did the same. Then, sitting in the cool long grass of the bank, he began to speak. My people, the Kargs, they worship gods, twin gods, brothers, and the king there is also a god. But before the gods and after always are the streams, caves, stones. hills, trees, the earth, the darkness of the earth. The old powers, Ariane said. He nodded. There, women know the old powers. Here, too, witches. And the knowledge is bad. Eh? When he added that little questioning "eh" or "nay" to the end of what had seemed a statement, it always took her by surprise. She said nothing. "Dark is bad," said the Pattener. Eh? Ariane drew a deep breath and looked at him eye to eye as they sat there. "Only in dark the light," she said. "Ah," he said. He looked away so that she could not see his expression. "I should go," she said. "I can walk in the grove, but not live there. It isn't my place. And the master chanter said I did harm by being here." "We all do harm by being," said the Pattener. He did as he often did, made a little design out of whatever lay to hand. On the bit of sand on the river bank in front of him he set a leaf stem, a grass blade, and several pebbles. He studied them and rearranged them. "Now I must speak of harm," he said. After a long pause he went on. "You know that a dragon brought back our Lord Sparrowhawk with the young king from the shores of death. Then the dragon carried Sparrowhawk away to his home, for his power was gone. He was not a mage. So presently the masters of Roke met to choose a new archmage, here in the grove, as always. But not as always. Before the dragon came, the summoner too had returned from death, where he can go, where his art can take him. He had seen our lord and the young king there, in that country, across the wall of stones. He said they would not come back. He said Lord Sparrowhawk had told him to come back to us, to life, to bear that word. So we grieved for our lord. But then came the dragon, Carlesson, bearing him living. The summoner was among us when we stood on Roke Knoll and saw the archmage kneel to King Lebanon. Then, as the dragon bore our friend away, the summoner fell down. He lay as if dead, cold, his heart not beating, yet he breathed. The herbal used all his art, but could not rouse him. "He is dead," he said. "The breath will not leave him, but he is dead." So we mourned him. Then, because there was dismay among us, and all my patterns spoke of change and danger, we met to choose a new warden of Roke, an archmage to guide us. And in our council we set the young king in the summoner's place. To us it seemed right that he should sit among us. Only the changer spoke against it at first, and then agreed. But we met, we sat, and we could not choose. We said this and said that, but no name was spoken, and then He paused a while. There came on me what my people call the Edwer Vanu, the other breath. Words came to me, and I spoke them. I said, Hama Gondun, and Kurem Carmeruk told them this in Hardic. A woman on Gaunt. But when I came back to my own wits, I could not tell them what that meant, and so we parted with no archmage chosen. The king left soon after, and the master Windkey went with him. Before the king was to be crowned, they went to Gaunt and sought our lord Sparrowhawk to find what that meant. A woman on Gaunt, eh? But they did not see him. Only my countrywoman Tenar of the Ring. She said she was not the woman they sought, and they found no one, nothing. So Lebanon judged it to be a prophecy yet to be fulfilled, and in Havnor he set his crown on his own head. The Herbal and I too judged the summoner dead. We thought the breath he breathed was left from some spell of his own art that we did not understand, like the spell snakes know that keeps their heart beating long after they are dead. Though it seemed terrible to bury a breathing body, yet he was cold, and his blood did not run, and no soul was in him. That was more terrible. So we made ready to bury him, and then, as he lay beside his grave, his eyes opened. He moved and spoke. He said, "I have summoned myself again into life to do what must be done."
The patterner's voice had grown rougher. He suddenly brushed the little designer pebbles apart with the palm of his hand.
So, when the Windkey returned from the king's crowning, we were 9 again, but divided. For the summoner said we must meet again and choose an archmage. The king had had no place among us, he said, and a woman on Gaunt, whoever she may be, has no place among the men on Roke. Eh? The Windkey, the chanter, the changer, the hand, say he is right. And as King Lebanon is a man returned from death, fulfilling that prophecy, they say so will the archmage be a man returned from death.
But, Irian said, and stopped. After a while the patterner said,
"That art, summoning, you know, is terrible. It is always danger. Here,"
and he looked up into the green-gold darkness of the trees,
"here is no summoning, no bringing back across the wall. No wall."
His face was a warrior's face, but when he looked into the trees, it was softened, yearning.
"So," he said, "now he makes you his reason for our meeting. But I will not go to the great house. I will not be summoned."
"He won't come here."
"I think he will not walk in the grove, nor on Roke Knoll, or on the knoll. What is so."
She did not know what he meant, but didn't ask, preoccupied. "You say he makes me his reason for you to meet together?"
"Yes. To send away one woman, it takes 9 mages."
He very seldom smiled, and when he did it was quick and fierce.
We are to meet to uphold the rule of Rook, and so to choose an archmage.
If I went away, she saw him shake his head, I could go to the Namer.
You are safer here.
The idea of doing harm troubled her, but the idea of danger had not entered her mind. She found it inconceivable. "I'll be all right," she said. "So the Namer and you and the doorkeeper
do not wish Thorian to be archmage. Also the master herbal, though he digs and says little."
He saw Irian staring at him in amazement.
"Thorian, the summoner, speaks his true name," he said. "He died, eh?"
She knew that King Labanan used his true name openly. He too had returned from death. Yet that the summoner should do so continued to shock and disturb her as she thought about it. And the students?
Divided also.
She thought about the school, where she had been so briefly. From here, under the eaves of the grove, she saw it as stone walls enclosing one kind of being and keeping out all others, like a pen, a cage. How could any of them keep their balance in a place like that? The patterner pushed 4 pebbles into a little curve on the sand and said,
"I wish the sparrowhawk had not gone. I wish I could read what the shadows write. But all I can hear the leaves say is, 'Change, change. Everything will change but them.'"
He looked up into the trees again with that yearning look. The sun was setting. He stood up, bade her good night gently, and walked away, entering under the trees. She sat on a while by the thwilburn. She was troubled by what he had told her and by her thoughts and feelings in the grove, and troubled that any thought or feeling could have troubled her there. She went to the house, set out her supper of smoked meat and bread and summer lettuce, and ate it without tasting it. She roamed restlessly back down the stream bank to the water. It was very still and warm in the late dusk, only the largest stars burning through a milky overcast. She slipped off her sandals and put her feet in the water. It was cool, but veins of sun warmth ran through it. She slid out of her clothes, the man's breeches and shirt that were all she had, and slipped naked into the water, feeling the push and stir of the current all along her body. She had never swum in the streams at Eria, and she had hated the sea, heaving grey and cold, but this quick water pleased her tonight. She drifted and floated, her hands slipping over silken underwater rocks and her own silken flanks, her legs sliding through water weeds. All trouble and restlessness washed away from her in the running of the water, and she floated in delight in the caress of the stream, gazing up at the white, soft fire of the stars. A chill ran through her. The water ran cold. Gathering herself together, her limbs still soft and loose, she looked up and saw on the bank above her the black figure of a man. She stood straight up, naked in the water. "Get away!" she shouted. "Get away, you traitor, you foul lecher, or I'll cut the liver out of you!" She sprang up the bank, pulling herself up by the tough bunch grass, and scrambled to her feet. No one was there. She stood afire, shaking with rage. She leapt back down the bank, found her clothes and pulled them on, still swearing aloud. "You coward wizard! You traitorous son of a bitch!" "Irian?" "He was here!" she cried. "That foul heart, that Thorian!" She strode to meet the patterner as he came into the starlight by the house. "I was bathing in the stream, and he stood there watching me." "Sending
only a seeming of him. It could not hurt you, Irian.
A sending with eyes, a seeming with seeing. May he be... She stopped, at a loss suddenly for the word. She felt sick. She shuddered and swallowed the cold spittle that welled in her mouth. The Paterno came forward and took her hands in his. His hands were warm, and she felt so mortally cold that she came close up against him for the warmth of his body. They stood so for a while, her face turned from him, but their hands joined and their bodies pressed close. At last she broke free, straightening herself, pushing back her lank, wet hair.
"Thank you," she said. "I was cold. I know."
"I'm never cold," she said.
"It was him. I tell you, Irian, he cannot come here. He cannot harm you here."
"He cannot harm me anywhere," she said, the fire running through her veins again. "If he tries to, I'll destroy him."
"Ah,"
said the Paterno. She looked at him in the starlight and said, "Tell me your name, not your true name. Only a name I can call you when I think of you." He stood silent a minute and then said,
"In Carrego when I was a barbarian. I was Arsver. In Hardic, that is a banner of war."
"Arsver," she said. "Thank you." She lay awake in the little house, feeling the air stifling and the ceiling pressing down on her, then slept suddenly and deeply. She woke as suddenly when the east was just getting light. She went to the door to see what she loved best to see, the sky before sunrise. Looking down from it, she saw Arsver the Paterno rolled up in his grey cloak, sound asleep on the ground before her doorstep. She withdrew noiselessly into the house. In a little while she saw him going back to his woods, walking a bit stiffly and scratching his head as he went, as people do when half awake. She got to work scraping down the inner wall of the house, readying it to plaster. Just as the first sunlight struck in the window, there was a knock at her open door. Outside was the man she had thought was a gardener, the master herbal, looking solid and stolid like a brown ox, beside the gaunt, grim-faced old Namer. She came to the door and muttered some kind of greeting. They daunted her, these masters of Roke, and also their presence meant that the peaceful time was over, the days of walking in the silent summer forest with the Paterno. That had come to an end last night. She knew it, but she did not want to know it.
"The Paterno sent for us," said the master herbal.
He looked uncomfortable. Noticing a clump of weeds under the window, he said,
"That's Velva. Somebody from Havnor planted it here, didn't know there was any on the island."
He examined it attentively and put some seed pods into his pouch. Irian was studying the Namer covertly but equally attentively, trying to see if she could tell if he was what he had called ascending or was there in flesh and blood. Nothing about him appeared insubstantial, but she thought he was not there, and when he stepped into the slanting sunlight and cast no shadow, she knew it. "Is it a long way from where you live, sir?" she asked. He nodded.
"Left myself halfway," he said.
He looked up. The Paterno was coming towards them, wide awake now. He greeted them and asked,
"The doorkeeper will come?"
"Said he thought he'd better keep the doors," said the herbal. He closed his many-pocketed pouch carefully and looked around at the others.
"But I don't know if he can keep a lid on the anthill." "What's up?" said Curum Carmeruk. "I've been reading about dragons. not paying attention to ants, but all the boys I had studying at the tower left."
"Summoned," said the herbal dryly.
"So?"
said the namer more dryly.
"I can tell you only how it seems to me," the herbal said, reluctant, uncomfortable. "Do that," the old mage said.
The herbal still hesitated.
"This lady is not of our council,"
he said at last.
"She is of mine,"
said Arsver.
"She came to this place at this time," the namer said, "and to this place at this time no one comes by chance. All any of us knows is how it seems to us. There are names behind names, my lord healer."
The dark-eyed mage bowed his head at that and said,
"Very well,"
evidently with relief at accepting their judgment over his own.
"Thorian has been much with the other masters and with the young men. Secret meetings, inner circles, rumours, whispers. The younger students are frightened, and several have asked me or the doorkeeper if they may go. Leave Roke, and we'd let them go. But there's no ship in port, and none has come into Thwill Bay since the one that brought you, lady, and sailed again next day for Warthort. The Wind Key keeps the Roke wind against all. If the king himself should come, he could not land on Roke. Until the wind changes, eh?"
said the Patener.
"Thorian says Labanan is not truly king since no archmage crowned him." "Nonsense, not history," said the old namer. "The first archmage came centuries after the last king. Roke ruled in the king's stead." "Ah," said the Patener. "Hard for the housekeeper to give up the keys when the owner comes home, eh?" "The ring of peace is healed," said the herbal in his patient, troubled voice. "The prophecy is fulfilled. The son of Mored is crowned, and yet we have no peace. Where have we gone wrong? Why can we not find the balance?" "What does Thorian intend?" asked the namer. "To bring Labanan here," said the herbal. "The young men talk of the true crown, a second coronation here by the archmage Thorion." "Avert!"
Irian blurted out, making the sign to prevent word from becoming deed. None of the men smiled, and the herbal belatedly made the same gesture.
"How does he hold them all?" the namer said. "Herbal, you were here when Sparrowhawk and Thorian were challenged by Erioth. His gift was as great as Thorion's, I think. He used it to use men to control them wholly. Is that what Thorion does?" "I don't know," the herbal said. "I can only tell you that when I'm with him, when I'm in the great house, I feel that nothing can be done but what has been done, that nothing will change, nothing will grow, that no matter what cures I use, the sickness will end in death."
He looked around at them all like a hurt ox.
"And I think it is true. There is no way to regain the equilibrium but by holding still. We have gone too far. For the Archmage and Labanan to go bodily into death and return, it was not right. They broke a law that must not be broken. It was to restore the law that Thorian returned." "What, to send them back into death?" the namer said, and the Patener, "Who is to say what is the law?" "There is a wall," the herbal said. "That wall is not as deep-rooted as my trees," said the Patener. "But you're right, herbal. We're out of balance," said Currum Carmeruk, his voice hard and harsh. "When and where did we begin to go too far? What have we forgotten, turned our back on, overlooked?
Irian looked from one to the other.
When the balance is wrong, holding still is not good. It must get more wrong, said the Paterner, until...
He made a quick gesture of reversal with his open hands, down going up and up down.
What's more wrong than to summon oneself back from death, said the Namer. Thorion was the best of us all. A brave heart, a noble mind.
The Herbal spoke almost in anger.
Sparrowhawk loved him. So did we all. Conscience caught him, said the Namer. Conscience told him he alone could set things right. To do it, he denied his death, so he denies life. And who shall stand against him? Said the Paterner. I can only hide in my woods. And I in my tower, said the Namer. And you, Herbal, and the doorkeeper are in the trap in the great house. The walls we built to keep all evil out, or in, as the case may be. We are 4 against him, said the Paterner. They are 5 against us, said the Herbal. Has it come to this, the Namer said, that we stand at the edge of the forest Segoy planted and talk of how to destroy one another? Yes, said the Paterner. What goes too long unchanged destroys itself. The forest is forever because it dies, and so lives. I will not let this dead hand touch me, or touch the king who brought us hope. A promise was made through me. I spoke it. A woman on Gaunt. I will not see that word forgotten.
Then should we go to Gaunt? Said the Herbal, caught in Asver's passion.
Sparrowhawk is there. Tenar of the Ring is there,
said Asver.
Maybe our hope is there, said the Namer.
They stood silent, uncertain, trying to cherish hope. Irian stood silent too, but her hope sank down, replaced by a sense of shame and utter insignificance. These were brave, wise men seeking to save what they loved, but they did not know how to do it, and she had no share in their wisdom, no part in their decisions. She drew away from them, and they did not notice. She walked on, going towards the Thwilburn where it ran out of the wood over a little fall of boulders. The water was bright in the morning sunlight and made a happy noise. She wanted to cry, but she had never been good at crying. She stood and watched the water, and her shame turned slowly into anger. She came back towards the 3 men and said, "Osver?" He turned to her, startled, and came forward a little. "Why did you break your rule for me? Was it fair to me, who can never be what you are?" Osver frowned.
"The doorkeeper admitted you because you asked," he said. "I brought you to the grove because the leaves of the trees spoke your name to me before you ever came here. Irian, they said. Irian. Why you came, I don't know, but not by chance. The summoner, too, knows that."
"Maybe I came to destroy him." He looked at her and said nothing. "Maybe I came to destroy Roke." His pale eyes blazed then.
"Try!"
A long shudder went through her as she stood facing him. She felt herself larger than he was, larger than she was, enormously larger. She could reach out one finger and destroy him. He stood there in his small, brave, brief humanity, his mortality defenseless. She drew a long, long breath. She stepped back from him. The sense of huge strength was draining out of her. She turned her head a little and looked down, surprised to see her own brown arm, her rolled-up sleeve, the grass springing cool and green around her sandalled feet. She looked back at the patterner, and he still seemed a fragile being. She pitied and honoured him. She wanted to warn him of the peril he was in, but no words came to her at all. She turned round and went back to the stream bank by the little falls. There she sank down on her haunches and hid her face in her arms, shutting him out, shutting the world out. The voices of the mages talking were like the voices of the stream running. The stream said its words, and they said theirs, but none of them were the right words. Chapter 4. Irion. When Osver rejoined the other men, there was something in his face that made the herbal say, "What is it?"
"I don't know," he answered. "Maybe we should not leave Roke."
"Probably we can't," said the herbal. "If the wind key locks the winds against us."
"I'm going back to where I am,"
Curum Carmeruk said abruptly.
"I don't like leaving myself about like an old shoe. I'll be here with you this evening."
And he was gone. "I'd like to walk under your trees a bit, Osver," the herbal said with a long sigh.
"Go on, Deyala. I'll stay here."
The herbal went off. Osver sat down on the rough bench Irion had made and put against the front wall of the house. He looked upstream at her, crouching motionless on the bank. Sheep in the field between them and the great house blatted softly. The morning sun was getting hot. His father had named him Banner of War. He had come west, leaving all he knew behind him. He had learned his true name from the trees of the imminent grove and become the patterner of Roke. All this year the patterns of the shadows and the branches and the roots, all the silent language of his forest, had spoken of destruction, of transgression, of all things changed. Now it was upon them, he knew. It had come with her. She was in his charge, in his care. He had known that when he saw her. Though she came to destroy Roke, as she had said, he must serve her. He did so willingly. She had walked with him in the forest, tall, awkward, fearless. She had put aside the thorny arms of brambles with her big, careful hand. Her eyes, amber brown like the water of the Thwilburn in shadow, had looked at everything. She had listened. She had been still. He wanted to protect her and knew he could not. He had given her a little warmth when she was cold. He had nothing else to give her. Where she must go, she would go. She did not understand danger. She had no wisdom but her innocence, no armour but her anger.
"Who are you, Irion?"
he said to her, watching her crouch there like an animal locked in its muteness. The herbal came back from the woods and sat with him a while, not speaking. In the middle of the day he went back to the great house, agreeing to return with the doorkeeper in the morning. They would ask all the other masters to meet with them in the grove.
"But he won't come,"
Deyala said, and Osver nodded. All day he stayed near the otter's house, keeping watch on Irion, making her eat a little with him. She came to the house, but when they had eaten she went back to her place on the stream bank and sat there motionless. And he too felt a lethargy in his own body and mind, a stupidity which he fought against but could not shake off. He thought of the summoner's eyes, and then it was he that felt cold, cold through, though he was sitting in the full heat of the summer's day.
"We are ruled by the dead," he thought.
The thought would not leave him. He was grateful to see Curum Carmeruk coming slowly down the bank of the Thwilburn from the north. The old man waded through the stream barefoot, holding his shoes in one hand and his tall staff in the other, snarling when he missed his footing on the rocks. He sat down on the near bank to dry his feet and put his shoes back on.
"When I go back to the tower," he said, "I'll ride. Hire a cart or buy a mule. I'm old, Osver." "Come up to the house," the paterner said, and he set out water and food for the namer. "Where's the girl?" "Asleep." Osver nodded towards where she lay, curled up in the grass above the little falls. The heat of the day was beginning to lessen, and the shadows of the grove lay across the grass, though the otter's house was still in sunlight. Curum Carmeruk sat on the bench with his back against the house wall, and Osver on the doorstep. "We've come to the end of it," the old man said out of silence. Osver nodded in silence. "What brought you here, Osver?" the namer asked. "I've often thought of asking you. A long, long way to come. And you have no wizards in the Kargish lands." "No, but we have the things wizardry is made of. Water, stones, trees, words. But not the words of the making. No, nor dragons. Never. Only in old tales from the farthest east, from the desert of Hur-Ard-Hur, before the gods were. Before men were. Before men were men. They were dragons." "Now that is interesting," said the old scholar, sitting up straighter. "I told you I've been reading about dragons. You know these rumours of them flying over the inmost sea as far east as Gaunt. That was no doubt Kalessin taking Ged home, multiplied by sailors, making a good story better. But a boy here swore to me that his whole village had seen dragons flying, this spring, west of Mount On. And so I was reading old books to learn when they ceased to come east of Pendor, and in an old Pelnish scroll I came on your story, or something like it, that men and dragons were all one kind, but they quarrelled. Some went west and some east, and they became two kinds and forgot they were ever one. We went farthest east," Osver said. "But do you know what the leader of an army is in my tongue?" "Edron," said the namer promptly, and laughed. "Drake. Dragon." After a while he said, "I could chase an etymology on the brink of doom, but I think, Osver, that that's where we are. We won't defeat him. He has the advantage," Osver said, very dry. "He does, but admitting it unlikely, admitting it impossible. If we did defeat him, if he went back into death and left us here alive, what would we do? What comes next?" After a long time, Osver said, "I have no idea. Your leaves and shadows tell you nothing? Change? Change," said the paterner. "Transformation." He looked up suddenly. The sheep who had been grouped near the stile were scurrying off, and someone was coming along the path from the great house. "A group of young men," said the herbal, breathless, as he came to them. "Thorian's army, coming here to take the girl, to send her away." He stood and drew breath. "The doorkeeper was speaking with them when I left. I think—" "Here he is," said Osver, and the doorkeeper was there, his smooth yellow-brown face tranquil as ever. "I told them," he said, "that if they went out Medra's gate this day, they'd never go back through it into a house they knew. Some of them were for turning back then, but the wind key and the chanter urged them on. They'll be along soon.
They could hear men's voices in the fields east of the grove. Osver went quickly to where Irian lay beside the stream, and the others followed him. She roused up and got to her feet, looking dull and dazed. They were standing around her, a kind of guard, when the group of 30 or more men came past the little house and approached them. They were mostly older students. There were 5 or 6 wizard staffs among the crowd, and the Master Windkey led them. His thin, keen old face looked strained and weary, but he greeted the 4 mages courteously by their titles. They greeted him, and Osver took the word.
"Come into the grove, Master Windkey," he said, "and we will wait there for the others of the 9. "First we must settle the matter that divides us," said the Windkey. "That is a stony matter," said the Namer. "The woman with you defies the rule of Roke," the Windkey said. "She must leave. A boat is waiting at the dock to take her, and the wind, I can tell you, will stand fair for way." "I have no doubt of that, my lord," said Osver, "but I doubt she will go." "My lord Paterner, will you defy our rule and our community that has been won so long, upholding order against the forces of ruin? Will it be you, of all men, who break the pattern?" "It is not glass to break," Osver said. "It is breath. It is fire." It cost him a great effort to speak. "It does not know death," he said. But he spoke in his own language, and they did not understand him. He drew closer to Irian. He felt the warmth of her body. She stood staring in that animal silence as if she did not understand any of them.
"Lord Thorian has returned from death to save us all,"
the Windkey said, fiercely and clearly.
"He will be Archmage. Under his rule, Roke will be as it was. The king will receive the true crown from his hand and rule with his guidance as Mored ruled. No witches will defile sacred ground. No dragons will threaten the inmost sea. There will be order, safety, and peace."
None of the 4 mages with Irian answered him. In the silence the men with him murmured, and a voice among them said, "Let us have the witch."
"No,"
Osver said, but could say nothing else. He held his staff of willow, but it was only wood in his hand. Of the 4 of them, only the doorkeeper moved and spoke. He took a step forward, looking from one young man to the next and the next. He said, "You trusted me, giving me your names. Will you trust me now?"
"My lord," said one of them, with a fine dark face and a wizard's oaken staff, "we do trust you, and therefore ask you to let the witch go and peace return."
Irian stepped forward before the doorkeeper could answer. "I am not a witch," she said. Her voice sounded high, metallic after the men's deep voices. "I have no art, no knowledge. I came to learn."
"We do not teach women here," said the Windkey. "You know that."
"I know nothing," Irian said. She took another step forward, facing the mage directly. "Tell me who I am."
"Learn your place, woman," the mage said with cold passion.
"My place," she said slowly, the words dragging. "My place is on the hill, where things are what they are. Tell the dead man I will meet him there." The Windkey stood silent. The group of men muttered, angry, and some of them moved forward. Osver came between her and them, her words releasing him from the paralysis of mind and body that had held him.
"Tell Thorian we will meet him on Roke Knoll," he said. When he comes, we will be there. Now, come with me,
he said to Irion. The namer, the doorkeeper, and the herbal followed him with her into the grove. There was a path for them, but when some of the young men started after them, there was no path.
Come back,
the Windkeys said to the young men. They turned back, uncertain. The low sun was still bright on the fields and the roofs of the great house, but inside the wood it was all shadows.
Witchery,
they said.
Sacrilege, defilement. Best come away, said the Master Windkey, his face set and sombre, his keen eyes troubled.
He set off back to the school, and they straggled after him, arguing and debating in frustration and anger. They were not far inside the grove, and still beside the stream, when Irion stopped, turned aside, and crouched down by the enormous hunching roots of a willow that leaned out over the water. The 4 mages stood on the path.
She spoke with the other breath, Osver said.
The namer nodded.
So we must follow her?
The herbal asked. This time the doorkeeper nodded. He smiled faintly and said,
So it would seem.
Very well, said the herbal, with his patient, troubled look, and he went aside a little and knelt to look at some small plant or fungus on the forest floor. Time passed, as always, in the grove, not passing at all, it seemed, yet gone. The day gone quietly by in a few long breaths, a quivering of leaves, a bird singing far off, and another answering it from even farther. Irion stood up slowly. She did not speak, but looked down the path and then walked down it. The 4 men followed her. They came out into the calm, open evening air. The west still held some brightness as they crossed the Thwilburn and walked across the fields to Roke Knoll, which stood up before them in a high, dark curve against the sky.
They're coming, the doorkeeper said.
Men were coming through the gardens and up the path from the great house, the 5 mages, many students. Leading them was Thorion, the summoner, tall in his grey cloak, carrying his tall staff of bone-white wood, about which a faint gleam of whirlight hovered. Where the 2 paths met and joined to wind up to the heights of the knoll, Thorion stopped and stood waiting for them. Irion strode forward to face him.
Irion of Way,
the summoner said in his deep, clear voice.
That there be peace and order, and for the sake of the balance of all things, I bid you now leave this island. We cannot give you what you ask, and for that we ask your forgiveness. But if you seek to stay here, you forfeit forgiveness and must learn what follows on transgression.
She stood up, almost as tall as he, and as straight. She said nothing for a minute, and then spoke out in a high, harsh voice.
Come up onto the hill, Thorion, she said.
She left him standing at the waymeet, on level ground, and walked up the hill path for a little way, a few strides. She turned and looked back down at him.
What keeps you from the hill? She said.
The air was darkening around them. The west was only a dull red line. The eastern sky was shadowy above the sea. The summoner looked up at Irion. Slowly he raised his arms and the white staff in the invocation of a spell, speaking in the tongue that all the wizards and mages of Roke had learned, the language of their art, the language of the making.
Irion, by your name I summon you and bind you to obey me.
She hesitated, seeming for a moment to yield, to come to him, and then cried out, I am not only Irian. At that, the summoner ran up towards her, reaching out, lunging at her, as if to seize and hold her. They were both on the hill now. She towered above him, impossibly, fire breaking forth between them, a flare of red flame in the dusk air, a gleam of red gold scales, of vast wings. Then that was gone, and there was nothing there but the woman standing on the hill path and the tall man bowing down before her, bowing slowly down to earth and lying on it. Of them all, it was the herbal, the healer, who was the first to move. He went up the path and knelt down by Thorion. "My lord," he said, "my friend." Under the huddle of the grey cloak, his hands found only a huddle of clothes and dry bones and a broken staff. "This is better, Thorion," he said, but he was weeping. The old namer came forward and said to the woman on the hill, "Who are you?" "I do not know my other name," she said. She spoke as he had spoken, as she had spoken to the summoner, in the language of the making, the tongue the dragons speak. She turned away and began to walk on up the hill. "Irian," said Asver, the Patna, "will you come back to us?" She halted and let him come up to her. "I will, if you call me," she said. She reached out and touched his hand. He drew his breath sharply. "Where will you go?" he said. "To those who will give me my name, in fire, not water. My people." "In the west?" he said. She said, "Beyond the west." She turned away from him and them and went on up the hill in the gathering darkness. As she went farther from them, they saw her, all of them, the great gold-mailed flanks, the spiked coiling tail, the talons, the breath that was bright fire. On the crest of the knoll she paused a while, her long head turning to look slowly round the Isle of Roke, gazing longest at the grove. Only a blur of darkness in darkness now. Then, with a rattle like the shaking of sheets of brass, the wide, veined wings opened, and the dragon sprang up into the air, circled Roke Knoll once, and flew. A curl of fire, a wisp of smoke, drifted down through the dark air. Asver, the partner, stood with his left hand holding his right hand, which her touch had burnt. He looked down at the men, who stood silent at the foot of the hill, staring after the dragon. "Well, my friends," he said, "what now?" Only the doorkeeper answered. He said, "I think we should go to our house and open its doors." A description of Earthsea. Peoples and languages. People. The Hardic lands. The Hardic people of the archipelago live by farming, herding, fishing, trading, and the usual crafts and arts of a non-industrial society.
Their population is stable and has never overcrowded the limited habitable land available to them. Famine is unknown, and poverty seldom acute. Small islands and villages are generally governed by a more or less democratic council or parley, headed or represented in dealings with other groups by an elected isleman or islewoman. In the reaches, there is often no government other than the isle parley and the town parleys. In the inner lands, a governing caste was established early, and most of the great islands and cities are ruled at least nominally by hereditary lords and ladies, while the archipelago entire was governed for centuries by kings. Towns and cities are, however, frequently almost entirely self-governed by their parley and merchant and trade guilds. The great guilds, since their network covers all the inner lands, answer to no overlord or authority except the king in Havnor. Forms of fiefdom, vassalage, and slavery have existed at times in some areas, but not under the rule of the Havnorian kings. The existence of magic as a recognized effective power wielded by certain individuals, but not by all, shapes and influences all the institutions of the Hardic peoples, so that much as ordinary life in the archipelago seems to resemble that of non-industrial peoples elsewhere, there are almost immeasurable differences. One of these differences may be indicated by the lack of any kind of institutionalized religion. Superstition is as common as it is anywhere, but there are no gods, no cults, no formal worship of any kind. Ritual occurs only in traditional offerings at the sites of the old powers, in the great universally celebrated annual festivals such as Sun Return and the Long Dance, in the speaking and singing of the traditional songs and epics at these festivals, and perhaps in the performance of spells of magic. All the people of the archipelago and the reaches share the Hardic language and culture with local variations. The raft people of the far southwest reach retain the great annual celebrations, but little else of archipelagan culture, having no commerce, no agriculture, and no knowledge of other peoples. Most people of the archipelago have brown or red-brown skin, black straight hair, and dark eyes. The predominant body type is short, slender, small-boned, but fairly muscular and well-fleshed. In the east and south reaches, people tend to be taller, heavier-boned, and darker. Many southerners have very dark brown skin. Most archipelagan men have little or no facial hair. The people of Orskill, Rogmar, and Borth are lighter skinned than others in the archipelago, and often have brown or even blonde hair and light eyes. The men are often bearded. Their language and some of their beliefs are closer to Kargish than to Hardic. These far northerners probably descend from Kargs, who, after settling the four great eastern lands, sailed back to the west about 2,000 years ago. The Kargad lands. In these four great islands to the northeast of the main archipelago, the predominant skin colour is light brown to white, with hair dark to fair and eyes dark to blue or grey. Not much mixing of the Kargish and archipelagan skin colour types has taken place except in Orskill, since the North Reach is isolated and thinly populated, and the Kargad people have held themselves apart from and often in enmity towards the archipelagans for 2 or 3 millennia. The 4 Kargad islands are mostly arid in climate, but fertile when watered and cultivated. The Kargs have maintained a society that appears to be little influenced, except negatively, by their far more numerous neighbours to the south and west. Among the Kargs, the power of magic appears to be very rare as a native gift, perhaps because it was neglected or actively suppressed by their society and government. Except as an evil to be dreaded and shunned, magic plays no recognized part in their society. This inability or refusal to practice magic puts the Kargs at a disadvantage with the archipelagans in almost every respect, which may explain why they have generally held themselves aloof from trade or any kind of interchange, other than piratical raids and invasions of the nearer islands of the South Reach and around the Gontish Sea. Dragons. Songs and stories indicate that dragons existed before any other living creature. The old Hardic kennings or euphemisms for the word dragon are firstborn, eldest, elder children. The words for the firstborn child of a family in Osgilian, Arkhard, and in Kargish, Garda, are derived from the word Haath, dragon, in the old speech. Scattered references and tales from Gaunt and the Reaches, passages of sacred history in the Kargad lands, and of arcane mystery in the lore of Paln, long ignored by the scholars of Roke, relate that in the earliest days, dragons and human beings were all one kind. Eventually, these dragon people separated into two kinds of being, incompatible in their habits and desires. Perhaps a long geographical separation caused a gradual natural divergence, a differentiation of species. The Pelnish lore and the Kargish legends maintain that the separation was deliberate, made by an agreement known as Veru Nada, Vedurnan, the division. These legends are best preserved in Hur-at-Hur, the easternmost of the Kargad lands, where dragons have degenerated into animals without high intelligence. Yet it is in Hur-at-Hur that people keep the most vivid conviction of the original kinship of human and dragon kind. And with these tales of ancient times come stories of recent days about dragons who take human form, humans who take dragon form, beings who are in fact both human and dragon. However the division came about, from the beginning of historical time, human beings have lived in the main archipelago and the Kargad lands east of it, while the dragons kept to the westernmost isles and beyond. People have puzzled at their choosing the empty sea for their domain, since dragons are creatures of wind and fire who drown if plunged under the sea. But they have no need to touch down either on water or on earth. They live on the wing, aloft, in air, sunlight, starlight. The only use a dragon has for the ground is some kind of rocky place where it can lay its eggs and rear the drakelets. The small, barren islets of the farthest west reach suffice for this. The creation of Ea contains no clear references to an original unity and eventual separation of dragons and humans, but this may be because the poem, in its presumed original form, in the language of the making, dated back to a time before the separation. The best evidence in the poem for the common origin of dragons and humans is the archaic Hardic word in it that is commonly understood as people or human beings. Alath. This word is by etymology from the true runes Atl and Hathar, word beings, those who say words, and therefore could mean or include dragons. Sometimes the word used is Al-Herath, true word beings, those who say true words, speakers of the true speech. This could mean human wizards or dragons or both. In the arcane lore of Paln, it is said that word is used to mean both wizard and dragon. Dragons are born knowing the true speech, or as Ged put it, the dragon and the speech of the dragon are one. If human beings originally shared that innate knowledge or identity, they lost it, as they lost their dragon nature. Languages. The old speech or language of the making with which Sogoi created the islands of Earthsea at the beginning of time is presumably an infinite language, as it names all things. This language is innate to dragons, not to humans, as said above. There are exceptions. A few human beings with a powerful gift of magic, or through the ancient kinship of humans and dragons, know some words of the old speech innately. But the very great majority of people must learn the old speech. Hardic practitioners of the art, magic, learn it from their teachers. Sorcerers and witches learn a few words of it. Wizards learn many, and some come to speak it almost as fluently as the dragons do. All spells use at least a word of the old speech, though the village witch or sorcerer may not clearly know its meaning. Great spells are made wholly in the old speech and are understood as they are spoken. The Hardic language of the archipelago, the Oskili tongue of Oskil, and the Kargish tongue are all remote descendants of the old speech. None of these languages serves for the making of spells of magic. The people of the archipelago speak Hardic. There are as many dialects as there are islands, but none so extreme as to be wholly unintelligible to the others. Oskili, spoken in Oskil and 2 islands northwest of it, has more affinities to Kargish than to Hardic. Kargish has diverged most widely in vocabulary and syntax from the old speech. Most of its speakers, like most Hardic speakers, do not realize that their languages have a common ancestry. Archipelagan scholars are aware of it, but most Kargs would deny it, since they have confused Hardic with the old speech, in which spells are cast, and thus fear and despise all archipelagan speech as malevolent sorcery. Writing. Writing is said to have been invented by the rune masters, the first great wizards of the archipelago, perhaps to aid in retaining the old speech. The dragons have no writing. There are 2 entirely different kinds of writing in Earthsea, the true runes and runic writing. The true runes used in the archipelago embody words of the speech of the making. True runes are not symbols only, but ray factors. They can be used to bring a thing or condition into being or bring about an event. To write such a rune is to act. The power of the action varies with the circumstances. Most of the true runes are found only in ancient texts and law books, and used only by wizards trained in their use. But a good many of them, such as the symbol written on the door lintel to protect a house from fire, are in common use, familiar to unlearned people. Long after the invention of the true runes, a related but non-magical runic writing was developed for the Hardic language. This writing does not affect reality any more than any writing does. That is to say, indirectly, but considerably. It is said that Sogoi first wrote the true runes in fire on the wind, so that they are coeval with the language of the making. But this may not be so, since the dragons do not use them, and if they recognize them, do not admit it. Each true rune has a significance, a connotation or area of meaning, which can be more or less defined in Hardic, but it is better to say that the runes are not words at all, but spells or acts. Only in the syntax of the old speech, however, and only as spoken or written by a wizard, not as a statement but with intention to act, reinforced by voice and gesture, in a spell, does the word or the rune
fully release its power. If written down, spells are written in the true runes, sometimes with some admixture of the Hardic runes. To write in the true runes, as to speak the old speech, is to guarantee the truth of what one says, if one is human. Human beings cannot lie in that language. Dragons can, or so the dragons say, and if they are lying, does that not prove that what they say is true? The spoken name of a true rune may be the word it signifies in the old speech, or it may be one of the connotations of the rune translated into Hardic. The names of commonly used runes, such as Per, used to protect from fire, wind, and madness. Sifl, speed well, Sim, work well, are used without ceremony by ordinary people speaking Hardic. But practitioners of magic speak even such well-known, often used names with caution, since they are in fact words in the old speech, and may influence events in unintended or unexpected ways. The so-called 600 runes of Hardic are not the Hardic runes used to write the ordinary language. They are true runes that are being given safe, inactive names in the ordinary language. Their true names in the old speech must be memorized in silence. The ambitious student of wizardry will go on to learn the further runes, the runes of Ea and many others. If the old speech is endless, so are the runes. Ordinary Hardic, for matters of government or business or personal messages, or to record history, tales and songs, is written in the characters properly called Hardic runes. Most archipelagans learn a few hundred to several thousand of these characters as a major part of their few years of schooling. Spoken or written, Hardic is useless for casting spells. Literature and the sources of history. A millennium and a half ago or more, the runes of Hardic were developed so as to permit narrative writing. From that time on, the creation of Ea, the Winter Carol, the deeds, the lays, and the songs, all of which began as sung or spoken texts, were written down and preserved as texts. They continue to exist in both forms. The many written copies of the ancient texts serve to keep them from varying widely or from being lost altogether. But the songs and histories that are part of every child's education are taught and learned aloud, passed on down the years from living voice to living voice. Old Hardic differs in vocabulary and pronunciation from the current speech, but the rote learning and regular speaking and hearing of the classics keeps the archaic language meaningful, and probably puts some brake on linguistic drift in daily speech, while the Hardic runes, like Chinese characters, can accommodate widely varying pronunciations and shifts of meaning. Deeds, lays, songs, and popular ballads are still composed as oral performances, mostly by professional singers. New works of any general interest are soon written down as broadsheets or put in compilations. Whether performed or read silently, all such poems and songs are consciously valued for their content, not for their literary qualities, which range from high to nil. Loose, regular meter, alliteration, stylized phrasing, and structuring by repetition are the principal poetic devices. Content includes mythic, epic, and historical, narrative, geographical descriptions, practical observations concerning nature, agriculture, sea lore and crafts, cautionary tales and parables, philosophical, visionary and spiritual poetry, and love songs.
The deeds and lays are usually chanted, the ballads sung, often with a percussion accompaniment. Professional chanters and singers may sing with the harp, the viol, drums, and other instruments. The songs generally have less narrative content, and many are valued and preserved mostly for the tune. Books of history and the records and recipes for magic exist only in written form. The latter usually in a mixture of Hardic runic writing and true runes. Of a law book, a compilation of spells made and annotated by a wizard or by a lineage of wizards, there is usually one copy only. It is often a matter of considerable importance that the words of these law books not be spoken aloud. The Orskilli use the Hardic runes to write their language, since they trade mostly with Hardic-speaking lands. The Kargs are deeply resistant to writing of any kind, considering it to be sorcerous and wicked. They keep complex accounts and records in weavings of different colours and weights of yarn, and are expert mathematicians, using base 12. But only since the God Kings came to power have they employed any kind of symbolic writing, and that sparingly. Bureaucrats and tradesmen of the Empire adapted the Hardic runes to Kargish, with some simplifications and additions, for purposes of business and diplomacy. But Kargish priests never learn writing, and many Kargs still write every Hardic rune with a light stroke through it to cancel out the sorcery that lurks in it. History. Note on dates. Many islands have their own local count of years. The most widely used dating system in the archipelago, which stems from the Havnorian tale, makes the year Mored took the throne the first year of history. By this system, present time in the account you are reading is the archipelagan year 1058. The beginnings. All we know of ancient times in Earthsea is to be found in poems and songs passed down orally for centuries before they were ever written. The creation of Ea, the oldest and most sacred poem, is at least 2,000 years old in the Hardic language. Its original version may have existed millennia before that. Its 31 stanzas tell how Segoy raised the islands of Earthsea in the beginning of time and made all beings by naming them in the language of the making, the language in which the poem was first spoken. The ocean, however, is older than the islands. So say the songs. Before bright Ea was, before Segoy bade the islands be, the wind of dawn blew on the sea. And the old powers of the earth which are manifest at Roke Knoll, the imminent grove, the tombs of Atuan, the Terranon, the lips of Paor, and many other places, may be coeval with the world itself. It may be that Segoy is or was one of the old powers of the earth. It may be that Segoy is a name for the earth itself. Some think all dragons or certain people are manifestations of Segoy. All that is certain is that the name Segoy is an ancient, respectful nominative formed from the old Hardic verb seoge, make, shape, come intentionally to be. From the same root comes the noun es-sege, creative force, breath, poetry. The creation of Ea is the foundation of education in the archipelago. By the age of 6 or 7, all children have heard the poem, and most have begun to memorize it. An adult who doesn't know it by heart, so as to be able to speak or sing it with others and teach it to children, is considered grossly ignorant. It is taught in winter and spring, and spoken and sung entire every year at the long dance,
the celebration of the solstice of summer. A quotation from it stands at the head of a wizard of Earthsea. Only in silence the word, only in dark the light, only in dying life, bright the hawk's flight on the empty sky. The beginning of the first stanza is quoted in Tahanu. The making from the unmaking, the ending from the beginning. Who shall know, surely? What we know is the doorway between them that we enter departing. Among all beings ever returning, the eldest, the doorkeeper, Segoy. And the last line of the first stanza, then from the foam bright Ea broke. History of the Archipelago. The Kings of Enlad. The two earliest surviving epic or historical texts are the Deed of Enlad and the Song of the Young King, or the Deed of Mored. The Deed of Enlad, a good deal of which appears to be purely mythical, concerns the kings before Mored and Mored's first year on the throne. The capital city of these rulers was Berila, on the island of Enlad. The early kings and queens of Enlad, among whose names are La Arshal, Dohun, Enarshen, Timon, and Tagtar, gradually increased their sway till they proclaimed themselves rulers of Earthsea. Their reign extended no farther south than Ilian, and did not include Felkway in the east, Paln and Semel in the west, or Oskill in the north. But they did send explorers out all over the inmost sea and into the reaches. The most ancient maps of Earthsea, now in the archives of the palace in Havnor, were drawn in Berila about 1200 years ago. These kings and queens had some knowledge of the old speech and of magery. Some of them were certainly wizards, or had wizards to advise or help them. But magic in the Deed of Enlad is an erratic force, not to be relied on. Mored was the first man and the first king to be called mage. Mored. The Song of the Young King, sung annually at sun return, the festival of the winter solstice, tells the story of Mored, called the Mage King, the White Enchanter, and the Young King. Mored came of a collateral line of the House of Enlad, inheriting the throne from a cousin. His forebears were wizards, advisers to the kings. The poem begins with the best-known and most cherished love story in the archipelago, that of Mored and Elfaron. In the 3rd year of his reign, the young king went south to the largest island of the archipelago, Havnor, to settle disputes among the city-states there. Returning in his oarless longship, he came to the island Solea, and there saw Elfaron, the islewoman or lady of Solea, in the orchards in the spring. He did not continue on to Enlad, but stayed with Elfaron. To pledge his troth, he gave her a silver bracelet or arm ring, the treasure of his family, on which was engraved a unique and powerful true rune. Mored and Elfaron married, and the poem describes their reign as a brief golden age, the foundation and touchstone of ethic and governance thereafter. Before their marriage, a mage or wizard, whose name is never given, except as the enemy of Mored or the Wand Lord, had paid court to Elfaron. Unforgiving and determined to possess her, in the few years of peace that followed the marriage, this man developed immense power of magery. After 5 years, he came forth and announced, in the words of the poem, "If Elfaron be not my own, I will unsay Segoy's word. I will unmake the islands. The white waves will whelm all." He had power to raise huge waves on the sea and to stop the tide or bring it early, and his voice could enchant whole populations, bringing all who heard him under his control. So he turned Mored's people against him, crying out that their king had betrayed them. The villagers of Enlad destroyed their own cities and fields. Sailors sank their ships, and his soldiers, obeying the enemy's spells, fought one another in bloody and ruinous battles. While Mored sought to free his people from these spells and to confront his enemy, Elfaron returned with their year-old child to her native island, Solea, where her own powers would be strongest. But there the enemy followed her, intent to make her his prisoner and slave. She took refuge at the springs of Ensar, where, with her knowledge of the old powers of the place, she could withstand the enemy and force him off the island. The sweet waters of the earth drove back the salt destroyer, says the poem. But as he fled, he captured her brother Salan, who was sailing from Enlad to help her. Making Salan his gebeth, or instrument, the enemy sent him to Mored with the message that Elfaron had escaped with the baby to an islet in the jaws of Enlad. Trusting the messenger, Mored entered the trap. He barely escaped with his life. The enemy pursued him from the east to the west of Enlad in a trail of ruin. On the plains of Enlad, meeting the companions who had stayed loyal to him, most of them sailors who had brought their ships to Enlad to aid him, Mored turned and gave battle. The enemy would not confront him directly, but sent Mored's own spellbound warriors to fight him, and worse, sent sorceries that shriveled up the bodies of his men till they, living, seemed the black thirst dead of the desert. To spare his people, Mored withdrew. As he left the battlefield, it began to rain, and he saw his enemy's true name written in raindrops in the dust. Knowing the enemy's name, he was able to counter his enchantments and drive him from Enlad, pursuing him across the winter sea, riding the west wind, the rain wind, the heavy cloud. Each had met his match, and in their final confrontation somewhere in the Sea of Aar, both perished. In the rage of his agony, the enemy raised up a great wave and sent it speeding to overwhelm the island of Solea. Elfaron knew this as she knew the moment of Mored's death. She bade her people take to their boats. Then the poem says, she took her small harp in her hands, and in the hour of waiting for the destroying wave that only Mored might have stilled, she made the song called The Lament for the White Enchanter. The island was drowned beneath the sea, and Elfaron with it. But her boat cradle of willow wood, floating free, bore their child, Seriath, to safety, wearing Mored's pledge, the ring that bore the rune of peace. On maps of the archipelago, the island Solea is signified by a white space or a whirlpool. After Mored, 7 more kings and queens ruled from Enlad, and the realm increased steadily in size and prosperity. The Kings of Havnor. A century and a half after Mored's death, King Archambar, a prince of Sheliath on Way, moved the court to Havnor and made Havnor Great Port the capital of the kingdom. More central than Enlad, Havnor was better placed for trade and for sending out fleets to protect the Hardic Islands against Kargish raids and forays. The history of the 14 kings of Havnor, actually 6 kings and 8 queens, reigning 150 to 400, is told in the Havnorian lay. Tracing descent both through the male and the female lines and intermarrying with various noble houses of the archipelago, the royal house embraced 5 principalities. The house of Enlad, the oldest, tracing direct descent from Mored and Seriath. The houses of Sheliath,
Ea and Havnor, and lastly the house of Ilian. Prince Gemal Seaborn of Ilian was the first of his house to take the throne in Havnor. His granddaughter was Queen Heru. Her son, Maharian, reigned 430 to 452, was the last king before the dark time. The years of the kings of Havnor were a period of prosperity, discovery, and strength, but in the last century of the period, assaults from the Kargs in the east and the dragons in the west became frequent and fierce. Kings, lords, and islemen charged with defending the islands of the archipelago came to rely increasingly on wizards to fend off dragons and Kargish fleets. In the Havnorian lay and the deed of the dragon lords, as the tale goes on, the names and exploits of these wizards begin to eclipse those of the kings. The great scholar mage Arth compiled a law book that brought together much scattered knowledge, particularly of the words of the language of the making. His book of names became the foundation of naming as a systematic part of the art magic. Arth left his book with a fellow mage on Podi when he went into the west, sent by the king to defeat or drive back a brood of dragons who had been stampeding cattle, setting fires, and destroying farms all through the Western Isles. Somewhere west of Ensmere, Arth confronted the great dragon Orm. Accounts of this meeting vary, but though after it the dragons ceased their hostilities for a while, it is certain that Orm survived it and Arth did not. His book, lost for centuries, is now in the Isolate Tower on Roke. The food of dragons is said to be light or fire. They kill in rage, to defend their young or for sport, but never eat their kill. Since time immemorial, until the reign of Heru, they had used only the outmost isles of the West Reach, which may have been the easternmost borders of their own realm, for meeting and breeding, and had seldom even been seen by most of the islanders. Naturally irritable and arrogant, the dragons may have felt threatened by the increasing population and prosperity of the inner lands, which brought constant boat traffic even out in the West Reach. For whatever the reason, in those years they made increasing raids, sudden and random, on flocks and herds and villages of the lonely Western Isles. A tale of the Verdornan, or division, known in Hur at Hur, says, "Men chose the yoke, dragons the wing, men to own, dragons no thing." That is, human beings chose to have possessions and dragons chose not to. But, as there are aesthetics among humans, some dragons are greedy for shining things, gold, jewels. One was Yavaud, who sometimes came among people in human form and who made the rich Isle of Pendor into a dragon nursery, until driven back into the west by Ged. But the marauding dragons of the lay and the songs seem to have been moved not so much by greed as by anger, a sense of having been cheated, betrayed. The deeds and lays that tell of raids by dragons and counter-forays by wizards portray the dragons as pitiless as any wild animal, terrifying, unpredictable, yet intelligent, sometimes wiser than the wizards. Though they speak the true speech, they are endlessly devious. Some of them clearly enjoy battles of wits with wizards, splitting arguments with a forked tongue. Like human beings, all but the greatest of them conceal their true names. In the lay, Hasa's Voyage, the dragons appear as formidable but feeling beings, whose anger at the invading human fleet is justified by their love of their own desolate domain. They address the hero. "Sail home to the houses of the sunrise, Hasa. Leave to our wings the long winds of the west. Leave us the Earthsea, the unknown, the utmost." Maharian and Erith Akbe. Queen Heru, called the Eagle, inherited the throne from her father, Dengamal of the house of Ilion. Her consort, Aemon, was of the house of Mored. When she had ruled 30 years, she gave the crown to their son, Maharion. Maharion's mage counsellor and inseparable friend was a commoner and fatherless man, a village witch's son from inland Havnor. The most beloved hero of the archipelago, his story is told in the deed of Erith Akbe, which bards sing at the long dance of midsummer. Erith Akbe's gifts in magic became apparent when he was still a boy. He was sent to the court to be trained by the wizards there, and the queen chose him as a companion for her son. Maharion and Erith Akbe became heart's brothers. They spent 10 years together fighting the Kargs, whose occasional forays from the east had in recent times become a slave-taking, colonizing invasion. Venway, Torhaven, and the Torocles, Spevy, Perigol, and parts of Gaunt were under Kargish dominion for a generation or longer. At Shelieth on Way, Erith Akbe worked a great magic against the Kargish forces, who had landed in 1,000 ships on Waymarsh and were swarming across the mainland. Using an invocation of the old powers called the Water Law, perhaps the same that Elfaran had used on Solea against the enemy, he turned the waters of the fountains of Shelieth, sacred springs and pools in the gardens of the Lords of Way, into a flood that swept the invaders back to the sea coast, where Maharion's army awaited them. No ship of the fleet returned to Corregoat. Erith Akbe's next challenger was a mage called the Fire Lord, whose power was so great that he lengthened a day by 5 hours, though he could not, as he had sworn to do, stop the sun at noon and banish darkness from the islands forever. The Fire Lord took dragon form to fight Erith Akbe, but was defeated at last at the cost of the forests and cities of Ilion, which he set afire as he fought. It may be that the Fire Lord was, in fact, a dragon in human form, for very soon after his fall, Orm, the great dragon, who had defeated Arth, led hosts of his kind to harry the western islands of the archipelago, perhaps to avenge the Fire Lord. These fiery flights caused great terror, and hundreds of boats carried people fleeing from Paln and Semel to the inner islands. But the dragons were not doing as much damage as the Kargs, and Maharion judged the urgent danger lay in the east. While he himself went west to fight dragons, he sent Erith Akbe east to try to establish peace with the king of the Kargad lands. Heru, the Queen Mother, gave the emissary the arm ring Mored gave Elfaran. Her consort, Aimal, had given it to her when they married. It had come down through the generations of the descendants of Seriath and was their most precious possession. On it was carved a figure written nowhere else, the Bond Rune, or Rune of Peace, believed to be a guarantee of peaceful and righteous rule. "Let the Kargish king wear Mored's ring," the Queen Mother said. So, bringing it as the most generous of gifts, and in pledge of peaceful intent, Erith Akbe went alone to the city of the kings on Corregoat. There he was well received by King Thoreg, who, after the shattering loss of his fleet, was ready to call a truce and withdraw from the occupied Hardic Islands if Maharion would seek no reprisal. The Kargish kingship, however, was already being manipulated by the high priests of the twin gods. Thoreg's high priest, Intarthin, opposing any truce or settlement, challenged Erith Akbe to a duel in magic. Since the Kargs did not practice wizardry as the Hardic peoples understood it, Intarthin must have inveigled Erith Akbay into a place where the old powers of the earth would nullify his powers. The Hardic deed of Erith Akbay speaks only of the hero and the high priest wrestling until the weakness of the old darkness came into Erith Akbay's limbs, the silence of the mother darkness into his mind. Long he lay, forgetful of bright fame and brotherhood, long, and on his breast lay the rune ring broken. The daughter of the wise King Thoreg rescued Erith Akbay from this trance or imprisoning spell and restored him his strength. He gave her the half of the ring of peace that remained to him. From her, it passed through her descendants for over 500 years to the last heirs of Thoreg, a brother and sister exiled on a deserted island of the East Reach, and the sister gave it to Ged. Intarthin kept the other half of the broken ring, and it went into the dark, that is, into the great treasury of the tombs of Atuan. There Ged found it, and rejoining the two halves and with them the lost rune of peace, he and Tenar brought the ring home to Havnor. The Kargish version of the story, told as a sacred recital by the priesthood, says that Intarthin defeated Erith Akbay, who lost his staff and amulet and power, and crept back to Havnor a broken man. But wizards carried no staff in those years, and Erith Akbay certainly was an unbroken man and a powerful mage when he faced the dragon Orm. King Maharian sought peace and never found it. While Erith Akbay was in Carrego At, which may have been a period of years, the depredations of the dragons increased. The Inward Isles were troubled by refugees fleeing the western lands and by interruptions to shipping and trade, since the dragons had taken to setting fire to boats that went west of Hosk and harried ships even in the inmost sea. All the wizards and armed men Maharian could command went out to fight the dragons, and he went with them himself 4 times. But swords and arrows were little use against armoured, fire-spouting, flying enemies. Paln was a plain of charcoal, and villages and towns in the west of Havnor had been burnt to the ground. The king's wizards had spell-caught and killed several dragons over the Pelnish Sea, which probably increased the dragon's ire. Just as Erith Akbay returned, the great dragon Orm flew to the city of Havnor and threatened the towers of the king's palace with fire. Erith Akbay, sailing into the bay, with sails worn transparent by the eastern winds, could not pause to embrace his heart's brother or greet his home. Taking dragon form himself, he flew to battle with Orm over Mount On. Flame and fire in the midnight air could be seen from the palace in Havnor. They flew north, Erith Akbay in pursuit. Over the sea, near Taon, Orm turned again, and this time wounded the mage, so that he had to come down to earth and take his own form. He came, with the dragon now following him, to the old island, Ear, the first land Sugoi raised from the sea. On that sacred and powerful soil, he and Orm met. Ceasing their battle, they spoke as equals, agreeing to end the enmity of their races. Unfortunately, the king's wizards, enraged at the attack on the heart of the kingdom and heartened by their victory in the Pelnish Sea, had taken the fleet on into the far west reach and attacked the islets and rocks where the dragons raised their young, killing many broods, crushing monstrous eggs with iron mauls. Hearing of this, Orm's dragon anger woke again, and he leapt for Havnor like an arrow of fire.
Dragons are generally referred to both in Hardic and Kargish as male, though in fact the gender of all dragons is a matter of conjecture, and in the case of the oldest and greatest ones, a mystery. Erith Akbay, half recovered, went after Orm, drove him from Havnor and harried him on, through all the archipelago and reaches, never letting him come to land, but driving him always over the sea, until in a final terrible flight they passed the Dragon's Run and came to the last island of the West Reach, Celidor. There, on the outer beach, both exhausted, they faced each other and fought, talon and fire and word and sword, until their blood ran mingled, making the sand red. Their breath ceased. Their bodies by the loud sea lay entangled. They entered Death's land together. King Maharian himself, the story says, journeyed to Celidor to weep by the sea. He retrieved Erith Akbay's sword and set it atop the highest tower of his palace. After the death of Orm, the dragons remained a threat in the west, especially when provoked by dragon hunters, but they withdrew from their encroachments on peopled islands and peaceful shipping. Yavaud of Pendor was the only dragon to raid the inward lands after the time of the kings. No dragon had been seen over the inmost sea for many centuries when Kalesan, called the eldest, brought Ged and Lebanon to Roke Island. Maharian died a few years after Erith Akbay, having seen no peace established, and much unrest and dissent within his kingdom. It was widely said that since the Ring of Peace was lost, there could be no true king of Earthsea. Mortally wounded in battle against the rebel lord Gehis of the Havens, Maharian spoke a prophecy. He shall inherit my throne, who has crossed the dark land living and come to the far shores of the day. The Dark Time, the Hand, and Roke School. After Maharian's death in 452, several claimants contested the throne. None prevailed. Within a few years, their struggles had destroyed all central governance. The archipelago became a battleground of hereditary feudal princes, governments of small islands and city-states, and piratic warlords, all trying to increase their wealth and extend or defend their borders. Trade and ship traffic dwindled under piracy. Cities and towns withdrew inside defensive walls. Arts, fisheries, and agriculture suffered from constant raids and wars. Slavery, which had not existed under the kings, became common. Magic was the primary weapon in forays and battles. Wizards hired themselves out to warlords or sought power for themselves. Through the irresponsibility of these wizards and the perversion of their power, magic itself came into disrepute. The dragons offered no threat during this period, and the Kargs had withdrawn into their own internal quarrels. But the disintegration of the society of the archipelago worsened as the years went on. Moral and intellectual continuity lay only in the knowledge and teaching of the creation and the other myths and hero stories, and in the preservation of crafts and skills, among them the art magic used for right ends. The Hand, a loose-knit league or community concerned principally with the understanding and the ethical use and teaching of magic, was established by men and women on Roke Island about 150 years after Maharian's death. Perceiving the Hand as a threat to their hegemony, the mage warlords of Warthort raided Roke and killed almost all the grown men of the island. But the Hand had already stretched out to other islands all around the inmost sea.
As the women of the Hand, the community survived for centuries, maintaining a tenuous but vigorous network of information, communication, protection, and teaching. In about 650, the sisters, Elihal and Yahan of Roke, Medra the Finder, and other people of the Hand founded a school on Roke as a centre where they might gather and share knowledge, clarify the disciplines, and exert ethical control over the practices of wizardry. With the Hand as its agent on other islands, the school's reputation and influence grew rapidly. The mage, Teriel of Havnor, perceiving the school as a threat to the uncontrolled individual power of the mages, came with a great fleet to destroy it. He was destroyed, and his fleet scattered. This first victory went far to establish a reputation of invulnerability for the school on Roke. Under Roke's steadily growing influence, wizardry was shaped into a coherent body of knowledge, its use increasingly controlled by moral and political purpose. Wizards trained at the school went to other islands of the archipelago to work against warlords, pirates, and feuding nobles, preventing raids and forays, imposing penalties and settlements, enforcing boundaries and protecting individuals, farms, towns, cities, and shipping until social order was re-established. In the early years, they were sent to enforce peace. Increasingly, they were called on to maintain it. While the throne in Havnor remained empty for over 200 years, Roke schools served effectively as the central government of the archipelago. The power of the Archmage of Roke was in many respects that of a king. Ambition, arrogance, and prejudice certainly influenced Halkel, the first Archmage, in creating his own authoritative title. Yet, restrained by the consistent teaching and practice of the school and the watchfulness of his colleagues, no subsequent Archmage seriously misused his power to weaken others or aggrandize himself. The evil reputation magic had gained during the dark time, however, continued to cling to many of the practices of sorcerers and witches. Women's powers were particularly distrusted and maligned, the more so as they were conflated with the old powers. Throughout Earthsea, various springs, caves, hills, stones, and woods were, and always had been, sites of concentrated power and sacredness. All were locally feared or venerated. Some were known far and wide. Knowledge of these places and powers was the heart of religion in the Kargad realm. In the archipelago, the lore of the old powers was still part of the profound, common basis of thought and reverence. On all the islands, the arts mostly practiced by witches such as midwifery, healing, animal husbandry, dowsing, mining and metallurgy, planting and growing spells, love spells and so on, often invoked or drew upon the old powers. But the learned wizards of Roke had generally come to distrust the ancient practices and made no appeal to the powers of the mother. Only in Paln did wizards combine the two practices in the arcane, esoteric, and reputedly dangerous Pelnish law. Though like any power they could be perverted to evil use in the service of ambition, as was the Terranon stone in Orskill, the old powers were inherently sacral and pre-ethical. During and after the dark time, however, they were feminized and demonized in the Hardic lands by wizards, as they were in the Kargad lands by the cults of the priest-kings and the god-kings. So by the 8th century, in the inner lands of the archipelago, only village women kept up rituals and offerings at the old sites. They were despised or abused for doing so. Wizards kept clear of such places. On Roke itself, the centre of the old powers in all Earthsea, the profoundest manifestations of those powers, Roke Knoll and the Imminent Grove, were never spoken of as such. Only the patterners, who lived all their lives in the grove, served to link human arts and acts to the older sacredness of the earth, reminding the wizards and mages that their power was not theirs, but lent to them. History of the Kargad Lands. The history of the Four Lands is mostly legendary, concerning local struggles and accommodations of the tribes, city-states, and small kingdoms that made up Kargish society for millennia. Slavery was common to many of these states, and a stricter social caste system and gender differentiation, division of labour, than in the archipelago. Religion was a unifying element even among the most warlike tribes. There were hundreds of truce places on the Four Lands where no warfare or dispute was permitted. Kargish religion was a domestic and community worship of the old powers. Chthonic or Guin forces manifest as spirits of place. They were worshipped at the site and at home altars with offerings of flowers, oil, food, dances, races, sacrifices, carvings, songs, music, and silence. Worship was both casual and ritual, private and communal. There was no priesthood. Any adult could perform the ceremonies and teach children to do so. This ancient spiritual practice has continued, unofficially and sometimes in hiding, under the newer institutional religions of the twin gods and the god king. Of innumerable sacred groves, caves, mountains, hills, springs, and stones on the Four Lands, the holiest place was a cavern and standing stones in the desert of Atuan called the Tombs. It was a centre of pilgrimage from the earliest recorded times, and the kings of Atuan and later of Hupun maintained a hostel there for all who came to worship. 600 to 700 years ago, a sky god religion began to spread across the islands. A development of the worship of the twin gods, Atwa and Wulwa, originally heroes of a desert saga from Hur at Hur. A sky father was added as head of the pantheon, and a priestly caste developed to lead the rites. Without suppressing the worship of the old powers, the priests of the twin gods and the sky father began to professionalize religion, managing the rituals and festivals, building increasingly costly temples, and controlling public ceremonies such as marriages, funerals, and the installation of officials. The hierarchic and centralizing tendency of this religion lent support at first to the ambition of the kings of Hupun on Koregoat. By force of arms and diplomatic maneuvering, the House of Hupun, within a century or so, conquered or absorbed most of the other Kargad kingdoms, of which there had been more than 200. When, in the year 440 by Hardic count, Ereth Akbay came to make peace between the archipelago and the Kargad lands, bearing the bond ring as pledge of his king's sincerity, he came to Hupun as the capital of the Kargad Empire and treated with King Thoreg as its ruler. But for some decades, the kings of Hupun had been in conflict with the high priest and his followers in Auerbath, the holy city, 50 miles from Hupun. The priests of the twin gods were in the process of wresting power from the kings and making Auerbath not only the religious, but the political centre of the country. Ereth Akbay's visit seems to have coincided with the final shift of power from the kings to the priests. King Thoreg received him with honour, but Intarthin, the high priest, fought with him, defeated or deceived him, and for a time imprisoned him. The ring that was to bond the two kingdoms was broken. After this struggle, the line of the Kargish kings continued in Hupun, nominally honoured but powerless. The Four Lands were governed from Auerbath. The high priests of the twin gods became priest-kings. In the year 840 of the Archipelagan count, one of the two priest-kings poisoned the other and declared himself to be the incarnation of the Sky Father, the God King, to be worshipped in the flesh. Worship of the twin gods continued, as did the popular worship of the old powers. But religious and secular power was henceforth in the hands of the God King, chosen, often with more or less concealed violence, and deified by the priests of Auerbath. The four lands were declared to be the Empire of the Sky, and the God King's official title was All-Emperor. The last heirs of the House of Hupun were a boy and girl, Ensar and Antil. Wishing to end the line of the Kargish kings, but unwilling to risk sacrilege by shedding royal blood, the God King ordered these children to be stranded on a desert island. Among her clothes and toys, the Princess Antil had the half of the broken ring brought by Erith Akbay, which had descended to her from Thoreg's daughter. As an old woman, she gave this to the young wizard Ged, shipwrecked on her island. Later, with the help of the high priestess of the tombs of Atuan, Aha-Tenar, Ged was able to rejoin the broken halves of the ring and so remake the Rune of Peace. He and Tenar brought the healed ring to Havnor to await the heir of Mored and Seriath, King Lebanon. Magic. Among the Hardic-speaking people of the archipelago, the ability to do magic is an inborn talent, like the gift for music, though far rarer. Most people lack it entirely. In a few people, perhaps 1 in 100, it is a latent, cultivable talent. In a very few people, it is manifest without training. The gift for magic is empowered mainly by the use of the true speech, the language of the making, in which the name of a thing is the thing. This speech, innate to dragons, can be learned by human beings. Some few people are born with an untaught knowledge of at least some words of the language of the making. The teaching of it is the heart of the teaching of magic. The true name of a person is a word in the true speech. An essential element of the talent of the witch, sorcerer, or wizard is the power to know the true name of a child and give the child that name. The knowledge can be evoked and the gift received only under certain conditions, at the right time, usually early adolescence, and in the right place, a spring, pool, or running stream. Since the name of the person is the person in the most literal and absolute sense, anyone who knows it has real power, power of life and death over the person. Often a true name is never known to anybody but the giver and to the owner, who both keep it secret all their life. The power to give the true name and the imperative to keep it secret are one. True names have been betrayed, but never by the name-giver. Some people of great innate and trained power are able to find out the true name of another, or even to have it come to them unsought. Since such knowledge can be betrayed or misused, it is immensely dangerous. Ordinary people, and dragons, keep their true names secret. Wizards hide and defend theirs with spells. Mored could not even begin to fight his enemy until he saw his enemy's name written in the dust by the falling rain. Ged could force the dragon Yavaud to obey him, having by both wizardry and scholarship discovered Yavaud's true name under centuries of false ones. Magic was a wild talent before the time of Mored, who, as both king and mage, established intellectual and moral discipline for the art magic, gathering wizards to work together at the court for the general good, and to study the ethical bases and constraints of their practice. This harmony generally prevailed through the reign of Maharian. In the dark time, with no control over wizardly powers and widespread misuse of them, magic came into general disrepute. The School on Roke. The school was founded in about 650, as described above. The 9 masters or master teachers of Roke were originally Windkey, master of the spells controlling weather; Hand, master of all illusions; Herbal, master of the arts of healing; Changer, master of the spells that transform matter and bodies; Summoner, master of the spells that call the spirits of the living and the dead; Namer, master of the knowledge of the true speech; Patterner, dweller in the immanent grove, master of meaning and intent; Finder, master of the spells of finding, binding, and returning; Doorkeeper, master of the entering and leaving of the great house. The first Archmage, Halkel, abolished the title of Finder, replacing it with Chanter. The Chanter's task is the preservation and teaching of all the oral deeds, lays, songs, etc., and the sung spells. The original loose, roughly descriptive use of the words witch, sorcerer, wizard was codified into a strict hierarchy by Halkel. Under his rules, witchery was restricted to women. All magic practiced by women was called basecraft, even when it included practices otherwise called high arts, such as healing, chanting, changing, etc. Witches were to learn only from one another or from sorcerers. They were forbidden to enter Roke's school, and Halkel discouraged wizards from teaching women anything at all. He specifically forbade the teaching of any word of the true speech to women, and though this prescription was widely ignored, it led in the long run to a profound, long-lasting loss of knowledge and power among the women who practiced magic. Sorcery was practiced by men, its only real distinction from witchery. Sorcerers trained one another and had some knowledge of the true speech. Sorcery included both base crafts as defined by Halkel, finding, mending, dowsing, animal healing, etc., and some high arts, human healing, chanting, weatherworking. A student who showed a gift for sorcery and was sent to Roke for training would first study the high arts of sorcery, and if successful in them, might pursue his training in the art magic, especially in naming, summoning, and patterning, and so become a wizard. A wizard, as Halkel defined the term, was a man who received his staff from a teacher, himself a wizard, who had taken special responsibility for his training. It was usually the Archmage who gave a student his staff and made him wizard. This kind of teaching and succession occurred elsewhere than Roke, notably on Paln. But the masters of Roke came to regard with suspicion a student of anyone not trained on Roke. Mage remained an essentially undefined term, a wizard of great power. The name and office of Archmage were invented by Halkel, and the Archmage of Roke was a 10th master, never counted among the 9. A vital, ethical and intellectual force, the Archmage also exerted considerable political power. On the whole, this power was used benevolently. Maintaining Roke as a strong centralizing, normalizing Pacific element in archipelagan society, the Archmages sent out sorcerers and wizards trained to understand the ethical practice of magic and to protect communities from drought, plague, invaders, dragons, and the unscrupulous use of their art. Since the coronation of King Lebanon,
and the restoration of the high courts and councils in Havnor Greatport, Roke has remained without an archmage. It appears that this office, not originally part of the governance of the school or of the archipelago, is no longer useful or appropriate, and that Ged, whom many call the greatest of the archmages, may have been the last. Celibacy and Wizardry. Roke School was founded by both men and women, and both men and women taught and learned there during its first decades. But since during the dark time women, witchery, and the old powers had all come to be considered unclean, the belief was already widespread that men must prepare themselves to work high magic by scrupulously avoiding base spells, earth lore, and women. A man unwilling to put himself under the iron control of a spell of chastity could never practice the high arts. He could be no more than a common sorcerer. Male wizards thus had come to avoid women, refusing to teach them or learn from them. Witches, who almost universally went on working magic without giving up their sexuality, were described by celibate men as temptresses, unclean, defiling, essentially wicked. When in 730, the first archmage of Roke, Hallkel of Way, excluded women from the school, among his 9 masters only the patner and the doorkeeper protested. They were overruled. For more than 3 centuries, no woman taught or studied at the school on Roke. During those centuries, wizardry was an honoured art, conferring status and power, while witchery was an unclean and ignorant superstition practiced by women, paid for by peasants. The belief that a wizard must be celibate was unquestioned for so many centuries that it probably came to be a psychological fact. Without this bias of conviction, however, it appears that the connection between magic and sexuality may depend on the man, the magic, and the circumstances. There is no doubt that so great a mage as Mored was a husband and father. For a half-millennium or longer, men ambitious to work the great spells of magery bound themselves to absolute chastity, enforced by self-cast spells. At the school on Roke, the students lived under the spell of chastity from the time they entered the great house, and if they became wizards, for the rest of their lives. Among sorcerers, few are strictly celibate, and many marry and bring up a family. Women who work magic may practice periods of celibacy as well as fasting and other disciplines believed to purify and concentrate power, but most witches lead active sexual lives, having more freedom than most village women and less need to fear abuse. Many pledge witch troth with another witch or an ordinary woman. They do not often marry men, and if they do, they are likely to choose a sorcerer.
Afterward. It would have simplified things for my publishers and me if the 5th book of Earthsea had been a novel, but it wasn't. Sometimes the elements of a book won't come together into a single story, being by nature disparate. They have to go different places, different ways. One back through the centuries, another to Havnor maybe, another to Semmel. I couldn't write the last Earthsea novel until I'd been to islands and times that I hadn't yet explored. Storytellers' stories, like scientific theories, are explorations, excursions into the tremendous gap between almost knowing and knowing. Bridges thrown out as a spider throws herself on her first long anchoring thread, not certain where it will land her, yet trusting it to do so. I love no music better than the uncertain beginning of the last movement of Beethoven's Last Symphony. when he starts a theme and drops it, repeats a phrase and breaks off, leaves gaps, gropes, explores, till he bursts out with his frustration in words. Oh, friends, this isn't right yet. Footnote. Oh, Freunde, nicht diese Töne. That means, oh, friends, not these notes, or not this music. This isn't right yet is free translation from the heart. And then it all begins to come together, and the bridge has crossed the void. I wrote an introduction for Tales from Earthsea when it was published in 2001, which began this way. At the end of the 4th book of Earthsea, Tahanu, the story had arrived at what I felt to be now. And, just as in the now of the so-called real world, I didn't know what would happen next. I could guess, foretell, fear, hope, but I didn't know. Unable to continue Tahanu's story because it hadn't happened yet, and foolishly assuming that the story of Ged and Tanar had reached its happily ever after, I gave the book a subtitle, The Last Book of Earthsea. Oh, foolish writer. Now moves. Even in story time, dream time, once upon a time, now isn't then. 7 or 8 years after Tahanu was published, I was asked to write a story set in Earthsea. A mere glimpse at the place told me that things had been happening there while I wasn't looking. It was high time to go back and find out what was going on now. For the whole story of Earthsea to have weight and make sense in my own mind so that I could take it to its end, so that I could build the bridge to true closure, not only did I have to find out what was going on now, but I had to go back in time to find out what had gone wrong, and when, and how. Why had the wise teaching of the balance been getting increasingly out of balance? People who live immersed in the ceaseless present tense of electronic media may have no interest in the past, letting mythology replace history as pre-literate peoples did. But as I grew up with the unrearrangeable, implacable durability of print, my education gave me the sense of the past that perceives the present as only the bright, restless surface of an ocean. So, paradoxical as it may seem, I didn't want a mythology of my mythical world, but the history of it, the facts of the fiction, its time depths, which of course meant, yet more paradoxically, that I had to make it up. To grope, blunder, see if it worked. Oh, friends, this isn't right yet. The description of Earthsea at the end of the tales is a summary sketch of that history as I worked it out while writing the stories. The first novella, The Finder, is the prequel, the story behind the story of the first 4 books of Earthsea. Writing it really was like swinging out on a spider thread into the unknown. I had no clear idea where young Otter was going when he set out into his dark, misgoverned world. I knew only that he would come to Roke and found the school there. By following him, I hoped to learn, for one thing, how it came to be that the wizards of Roke, as I first knew them, had renounced their sexuality and how much of their humanity they had renounced with it. All the stories are explorations of such matters, unclarities, balances and imbalances, moral choices. Dark Rose and Diamond again has to do with the question of wizardly celibacy and also asks the question, if you could either do magic or make songs, but not both, which might you choose and why? In The Bones of the Earth, I found out who Ogion was, who his teacher was, and how far magic could and could not go. On the High Marsh, let me deal with what gets left out when magic is understood purely as power. Power over whom, and to do what? Save the world from your enemies? Is that all? Is it enough? If power is responsibility, for whom are you responsible? In this story, as in T.H. White's Sword in the Stone and many other fantasies, the presence of animals disallows wholly human-centered conventions, hinting at a different, larger order of things. The last novella, Dragonfly, is the direct bridge between Tahanu and the final novel. Its final events follow after the end of Tahanu and come before The Other Wind. Everything I'd been learning about the relationship of people and dragons begins to come clear in this story, along with the understanding of what had gone wrong on Roke. I was beginning to hear the great final themes of the whole story of Earthsea. It was beginning to come right. In the original foreword, I said, "In the years since I began to write about Earthsea, I've changed, of course, and so have the people who read the books. All times are changing times, but ours is one of massive, rapid moral and mental transformation. Archetypes turn into millstones. Large simplicities get complicated. Chaos becomes elegant. And what everybody knows is true turns out to be what some people used to think. It's unsettling. For all our delight in the impermanent, the entrancing flicker of electronics, we also long for the unalterable. We cherish the old stories for their changelessness. Arthur dreams eternally in Avalon. Bilbo can go there and back again, and there is always the beloved, familiar Shire. Don Quixote sets out forever to kill a windmill. We may, I said, turn to fantasy seeking stability, ancient truths, immutable simplicities. But the realms of once upon a time are unstable, mutable, complex, and as much a part of human history and thought as the nations in our ever-changing atlases. And in daily life or in imagination, we don't live as our parents or ancestors did. Enchantment alters with age, and with the age. We know a dozen different Arthurs now, all of them true. The Shire changed irrevocably even in Bilbo's lifetime. Don Quixote went riding out to Argentina and met Jorge Luis Borges there. To this I add, as the virtual world of electronic communication becomes the world many of us inhabit all the time, in turning to imaginative literature, we may not be seeking mere reassurance, nor be impelled by mere nostalgia. To enter with heart and mind into the world of the imagination may be to head deliberately and directly toward, or back toward, engagement with the real world. In one of T.S. Eliot's poems, a bird sings, "Mankind cannot bear very much reality." I've always thought that bird was mistaken, or was talking only about some people. I find it amazing how much of the real world most of us can endure, not only endure, but need, desire, crave. Reality is life. Where we suffocate is in the half-life of unreality, untruth, imitation, fakery, the almost true that is not true. To be human is to live both within and beyond the narrow band of what happens now, in the vast regions of the past and the possible, the known and the imagined. Our real world. Our true now. Ursula K. Le Guin.
The end. This is Jenny Sterling. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Tales from Earthsea, Book 5 of the Earthsea Cycle by Ursula K. Le Guin. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more, so look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.